He rules the last warm building in a frozen city. It began the day they watched him die. This is how Zhang Yi's first life ends. His own neighbors close in with weapons, one already arguing the corpse can be eaten. Remember their faces. From the floor, he watches shapes leaning over him, hands like claws, and feels everything tearing. The man being butchered here is about to get a second chance at all of them. A lone silhouette stands in a blinding doorway as darkness closes in. One ordinary man, between the death he suffered and the life he's about to steal back. Here is the woman who handed him to the wolves. Fang Yuqing brags she got him to open the door and wants a bigger cut. She has no idea what she bought. Snow swallows the city while two figures stand frozen in the white. The freeze didn't just kill Zhang Yi, it ended everyone. This is the world he intends to be ready for. His face fills the dark, bloodied and shaking with hatred, and he swears payback. Hold on to that look. In a heartbeat, he wakes a month before all of this, every name and betrayal still burning behind his eyes. Zhang Yi lurches upright, heart slamming, the memory of being torn apart still fresh. The rage is already loaded. He died screaming a month from now, and somehow he is breathing again, ready to make it count. He catches his breath in disbelief. He was murdered by those bastard neighbors. He is sure of it, so what is happening now? The warm apartment answers. He is back early with everything he learned. Without warning, he grabs his phone and the date confirms it. He has been reborn a month before the apocalypse, holding the full spoiler list. Most people would weep. He starts a shopping plan. At that moment, he steps onto the balcony, staring down at a city that doesn't know it's already dead. Only he knows the snow is coming, and he's done being prey for the people inside it. Moments later, he lets it sink in, the clueless skyline below him. To them, it is a normal Tuesday. To Zhang Yi, it is a countdown, and the weather report is a hit list. Here's the death sentence in plain numbers. A supernova 500,000 light-years out struck this world, and the entire planet is sliding into an ice age. Nobody believes it yet, but he has already lived the proof. And the cold has a face. Taiyan High City will plunge to 70 below, buried under a blizzard that does not let up for a month. This is the storm he is racing. The clock is running. He remembers how thin his first survival was. Last time he scraped through on a warehouse manager's favor, clinging to stolen supplies. This time he wants to own the whole game. At that moment, he sets the agenda, cold and clear. Lock down his safety, hoard enough to outlast the freeze, then settle the debt with the scum who killed him. Survival first, revenge close behind. He has the patience for both. Moments later, he walks deeper into the apartment, turning it over in his head. Every wall here becomes a fortress, every shelf a stockpile, raw material for the war coming. His list takes shape, ruthless. Food and entertainment handled, plus weapons so sharp no attacker can fight back. Knives, a crossbow, even a game console. He plans to win comfortably. The hardware floats before him, a crossbow and a sleek pistol turning in the dark. These answer the night the neighbors broke down his door. Next time the door holds, and so does he. More of the arsenal hangs in the dark, blades catching the light. He is assembling the means to be the most dangerous thing in the building when the lights go out. The weapons drift just out of reach in a strange void, no floor, no room. He came back from the dead with rage, a grudge list, and apparently free unlimited storage. The afterlife threw in a bonus. Moments later, the void answered when he reached for it. He's been back barely an hour, and the world already hands him an edge no one else in this city will have. He rubs at his eye, sure something slipped in. He has no idea the flicker behind his vision is power settling. The man they murdered came back armed with more than memories. A beat later, he realizes he's staring into a pocket dimension that swallows massive supplies. Reborn early, with a vendetta and a bottomless inventory. The universe handed him the whole casino. Without warning, he hangs weightless inside the glowing blue grid, crates of storage in every direction. This is the secret that changes everything. A man who can pack away a warehouse. The freeze will not starve him. Already the scheme writes itself. Quietly clean out his old boss's warehouse, stuff it into the void, and never worry about resources again. The apocalypse becomes everyone else's problem, and he skips the line. Sunlight on glass towers, the city going about its day. Zhang Yi is going hunting, and the first target of his second life is everything edible he can carry. He walks into the grandest restaurant in town and orders the entire menu. It sounds like a midlife crisis with a credit card. He is not eating for today. He is stress, testing how much his new power can swallow. A 5-star hotel rises before him as he calmly asks them to bring out every dish. He's not a madman or a millionaire. He's a survivor running a deliberate experiment. The table is buried in food, and the waiter presents a bill north of 5,000. The room thinks gluttony. They're actually watching a national grain reserve born one plate at a time. He tears into the feast and lets the memory steady him. Soon people will beg for a single cup of instant noodles. After living through that, clearing a banquet table feels like nothing. Sauce on his face, he keeps eating with cold focus. Every bite he stores is one he won't scavenge later while the city freezes and starves. Greed to them, strategy to him. Now the past walks back in. Fang Yuqing, blonde and all smiles, trades pleasantries with a friend as if she never sold him out. She does not know he remembers. He keeps his face polite and his plans cold. Her friend teases Yuqing about her luck, the man sweet on her turning out to be a rich family's son. They size up his money. He sizes up how useful they'll be before the snow falls. Yuqing tilts her head, playing the soft innocent for the crowd. The act is flawless, but Zhang Yi is already deciding how long he lets her perform before the bill comes due. He reads her cold. She wears a pitiful flower's face, but this is the woman who wanted to boil soup from his bones. He's met her smile before, and it ends with him dead. His eyes go flat and quiet. No outburst, no accusation, just a man staring at his murderer across a sunny street, choosing patience. The math is running. He simply has not decided when to collect. He holds up his card and says he is headed to the supermarket for a few things. The truth is he is about to haul away the city's groceries while the people who killed him help. His inner voice turns ice cold. He cannot let Fang Yuqing die too easily, and he needs supplies anyway, so free labor is welcome. She thinks she is charming him. She is carrying his cargo. Right on cue, Yuqing and her friend pop up, gushing about the coincidence, claiming they were shopping too. He smiles and files it away. The leeches have attached perfectly. The friend fishes for gossip about some event he supposedly knows. Zhang Yi brushes it off, claiming rich kids wouldn't touch this stuff. Every can he loads beats the freeze. He shrugs off the hoarding. The world is unpredictable, he says, and if some apocalypse came, he'd want extra. They laugh it off as paranoia. He's quoting next month back to them, word for word. The cart is a mountain of food, and the women praise his generosity. They see a free shopping spree. He sees inventory and a list of people he'll outlive. They angle for a dinner date, and he shuts it down, claiming he's busy and will treat them next month. But there's no next month. He's just buying time and supplies. The blue-haired friend sneers that a rich man should buy his own things, calling him a tightwad. Let her talk. He has nothing to prove to people who will not survive the winter. Yuqing smooths it over fast, saying her friend is just tired and they're all close, so fussing about money is ugly. He watches her run the peacemaker act and feels nothing. The two go full charm offensive, all giggles and apologies, insisting kind Zhang Yi wouldn't mind. Let's keep shopping. He lets it wash over him, the perfect, generous fool. His mask slips into something cold and pleased. He isn't enjoying their company. He's enjoying how neatly they walked into being useful. The smile they trust is the most dangerous thing. The women trail their benefactor through shelves he intends to empty. To the store, a big sale day. To him, a supply run disguised as a favor, going beautifully. At the register, the cart is heaped with chips and packets. and he calmly pays for all of it. He's buying out a corner of the city's food supply with the people who killed him right there. His real reason surfaces, quiet and merciless. It doesn't matter if word of his hoarding spreads. He wants to stay here and take revenge on the neighbors who tore him apart last life. A bystander gawks at the haul, wondering if Zhang Yi means to buy the whole store. He's quietly cornering the local market on calories. The apartment manager, older and watchful with the child beside her, remarks on the cheap prices and bulk buying. She means small talk. She has no clue the freeze is weeks out or who this calm shopper used to be. She keeps clucking over how much everyone is hauling away while the little one watches the carts. Soon she'll understand why one man bought a fortune in food and kept it. The manager and the blonde child linger by the discount bins, baffled by the spending spree. They'll learn the hard way one cold stranger saw the end coming. At that moment, the manager carries the blonde child past Zhang Yi, and the kid's eyes lock onto his chocolate. A small, stupid flashpoint, and Zhang Yi is in no mood to share a single bar. A chocolate bar sits in his grip, half claimed by a child's reaching hand. Flat and final, he says these are his, he'll eat them. Generosity gets you killed. Then the blonde child rounds on him, jabbing his finger, outraged anyone would refuse. A spoiled tyrant meets a man who has died once and stopped caring about tantrums. A beat later, the blonde child freezes, then jabs a finger at Zhang Yi, sputtering that anyone would tell him no. A pampered prince meets a man back from death who no longer flinches. Without warning, the kid erupts, red-faced and shrieking for his chocolate, swearing he will kill Zhang Yi if he does not return it. Big threat from a small body. Zhang Yi has heard real death threats. This one does nothing. Cold and steady, Zhang Yi warns that one more word earns the brat a slap. To everyone watching, he looks heartless over candy. They don't know what these neighbors did to him. The apartment manager yanks the wailing child against her, scrambling to defuse it, caught between a screaming kid and a stranger who won't bend. This is the gentlest he'll ever be. She pleads, offering to buy the chocolate to pay him back, insisting she does not want to take advantage. He has run out of reasons to be soft and lets her talk. He holds up his card and lays out the only terms. He brought these for himself. Pay now or buy your own. The neighbors meet the new Zhang Yi and they hate him. The child screams he's a big shot on the industry committee and will make Zhang Yi pay. Yu Qing and her friend watch the tantrum. Zhang Yi just holds that calm, unbothered stare. At that moment, the bickering fades as an elevator slides open with a chime. For a moment, the building's petty war over a chocolate bar gives way to plain steel and silence. Stepping into the elevator, the women call after him not to forget that promised meal next time. He keeps the smile, knowing next time arrives buried under a month of snow. He gives the easy answer, promising to treat them next time, then waves goodbye as the doors close. Every pleasant word just holds the line until the world ends. Alone now, he studies his survival list while one hand glows electric blue. The pleasant neighbor is gone the instant the doors shut. What is left is a planner with a storage power. He runs the plan down the page. Heat the place with a fireplace, then armor the home into an impenetrable steel fortress. He's preparing a bunker, not a home. At that moment, he keeps tallying the arsenal. Crowbars, knives, and axe are easy, and there are channels for bows, crossbows, compound bows. Whoever comes for him won't find an easy door. Sprawled on the couch, he reminds himself there's still a whole month to sell his assets and turn cash into gear before it becomes worthless paper. He's ahead of the apocalypse. His hand glows and he pulls a living fish into the storage space, watching closely. This is the next experiment. He needs to know exactly what his pocket dimension can keep alive. He logs the result like a scientist. Vegetables and meat hold steady, and a living fish somehow hasn't gone bad either. He's mapping every edge of his strange, generous power. Phone in hand, the idea clicks. If he can store raw food this well, why not cooked meals? He turns a 5-star kitchen into his pantry, banking hot dinners for when no stove works. He's on the line with a hotel, sweet as you like, sounding like a customer placing a big order. He's really commissioning a feast to swallow whole into thin air. The hotel quotes the damage, a banquet of no less than $1 million, ready fast, but they want $200,000 down first. For a man who knows cash dies in a month, it's a steal. He smirks, tells them to send the account number, no flinch at $1 million, yuan banquet. He's laundering doomed money into food that follows him anywhere, and the hotel thinks it landed a whale. A beat later, he turns over a property deed and reminds himself. Money will be worthless once the freeze hits, but right now it buys what he needs. So he spends without mercy, racing the calendar. At a bank, his balance glows at $600,000, an ordinary life savings. He eyes it like melting ice, useful a few weeks, then nothing. Spend it now or lose it. Outside the bank, he checks his phone. A loan offer has found him, asking if he needs money, right on schedule. The vultures think they smell a desperate man. He smells leverage. A slick blonde man in a suit greets him by name, the lone world's friendly face. To the lender, this is routine. To Zhang Yi, it's a layaway plan the lender won't live to see. He plays it sly, a shadow figure looming behind him, noting how fast the lone shark sent people. He counted on exactly that. The trap is closing, just not on him. A beat later, he lays out the ask, all anxious sincerity, wanting $5 million for a rough patch, swearing he'll repay within 3 months. But there is no 3 months. There's only the freeze. The middlemen tell their boss that Mr. Zhang wants to borrow from them. They think they're reeling in a mark. They're handing free money to the one man the apocalypse won't touch. At that moment, the lone boss leans in, demanding how much and how long, warning their rate runs very high. Zhang Yi just nods, because debt to a dead man is no debt. His face hardens as he repeats the warning about the brutal rate, watching for fear. But the more they squeeze, the wider he smiles, because the freeze will erase every contract he signs here. A subordinate leans toward the boss, pushing for special treatment, claiming Mr. Zhang urgently needs the capital. The whole room traps a man who is quietly trapping them. Their fake pity is a gift he intends to keep. The boss asks if his troubles will be solved, and Zhang Yi agrees he can pay back fast, high interest and all. They hear a cornered borrower. He is signing IOUs that never come due. Without warning, the boss names the terms. 40% interest, borrow $5 million, repay $7 million, sign here. A vicious deal. Zhang Yi just keeps his face desperate. The blizzard handles repayment and never sends a reminder. They demand collateral worth enough to cover the $5 million first. Fair by their rules. He offers a property he knows will be buried and abandoned within weeks. The collateral is real, the risk is not his. He slaps his property deed onto the table and the boss's eyes drop to it, calculating. It looks legitimate. Only Zhang Yi knows the asset, and the lender will soon vanish under ice. Then he sells the act, gripping his chest, the picture of a man cornered into a bad deal. Underneath, he's calm as still water, watching the sharks convince themselves they have him. A beat later, he plays hard to get, balking that the deal is not worth it, while the boss folds his arms. Classic haggling, except he does not care about the terms. He is making the trap feel earned, so they never doubt it. The boss caves, grumbling about a special exception, a subordinate grinning beside him. They think they squeezed a desperate man into a ruinous contract. They handed millions to a customer who plans to outlive it. His inner voice goes glacial. The certificate is genuine. But once the freeze lands, these 2 pigs die and dead men do not file collections. A subordinate marvels that the man borrowed millions against a barely worth it house, certain it proves desperation. But that desperation is a costume. They're reading the script he wrote for them. The lone men gloat over their cut, millions in profit, no worry about quota, as Zhang Yi walks off behind them. They think the big fish is hooked. They never see the winter that will kill them. In the shadows, one of them says it out loud. He's a big fish, squeeze him dry. Real intent to ruin him, landing on a man already ruined once, who came back to never lose again. The other lender's eyes glint with the same hunger, ready to bleed their mark to nothing. Every cruel plan assumes a tomorrow the supernova has canceled for them. In the car, he checks his phone. 4 million received, balance now 9 million, and he thinks how generous these idiots are. A lender even talks of selling body parts. He is richer and untouchable. The loan landed, the war chest full. He took their money knowing the debt dies with them in the snow. Every yuan is ammunition he means to spend before the cold. He recalls a rumor from his first life. A security firm built a $1 billion safe house for a tycoon's son who rode out the apocalypse in comfort. Zhang Yi wants exactly that. A polished suit introduces himself as Wu Hai Run, business department manager, asking what the client needs. He thinks he's courting a rich eccentric. He's being hired to fortify a doomsday bunker. Zhang Yi shakes the manager's hand, the deal taking shape. They want a fat contract. He wants a fortress no freezing mob can ever breach. The manager pitches hard, boasting War Dragon satisfies any request, waving a price list. But Zhang Yi isn't browsing luxury. He's shopping for the one thing money can still buy: survival. He studies the security menu, calm and exacting, the manager hovering with papers. Every option is a brick in the wall against the people who once dragged him out his own door. This time it will be unbreakable. The catalog lays out the upgrades. A surveillance net with no blind spots, doors thick as a bank vault that small bombs can't crack. He reads it like a wish list for the coming siege. His purpose is singular, and he says it plainly. Turn his home into an iron turtle no one can invade. When the city tears itself apart, he keeps the door shut. The manager reads him, figuring the stated reason is fake, but rich men always fret over safety, and that fear pays well. He is half right. The reason is just decades early. He is profiting off a profit. At that moment, the manager raises an eyebrow, asking if Zhang Yi has actually researched fortresses. Zhang Yi has not just researched them. He died for the lack of one and remembered every weakness. Moments later, the blue-haired manager grins over a fortress blueprint too professional for a casual buyer. Zhang Yi's expertise is bleeding through, and he'll need a story to cover it. Right on cue, the cover story. He once worked as a mercenary overseas, he explains, and picked up military knowledge. A clean lie for a man who actually learned every flaw by dying for it. Then he pushes further, asking flat out whether they can get him guns. The fortress was step one. Now he wants teeth. The security order is quietly turning into an arms deal. The manager hesitates, noting private firearms aren't really allowed, and asks if Zhang Yi has made some terrifying enemy. The truth is worse. The enemy is the whole frozen world. Zhang Yi presses the leverage, pointing out the safe house alone costs over 8 million, so helping him get something for self-defense is no trouble. He is buying compliance one expensive favor at a time. The manager offers a compromise. Once the safe house is built, if news of a gun comes up, he'll pass it along. Zhang Yi takes it. He has a month and other channels. His mind jumps to a hunting club, a pipeline for weapons. He builds an arsenal from every legal crack he can find. Bows, crossbows, eventually guns. By his car on the phone, he reassures someone with easy confidence, saying he called a few friends and promised to put their gear to good use. Smooth talk, real purpose. The weapons are starting to flow in. The trunk tells the truth his words hide. A crossbow and a camouflaged gun bag packed inside. He notes how lucky he was to grab them. This is a quiet armory assembled piece by piece. He pulls up to his building and a guard waves him off, saying he can't bring this in. A truckload of supplies and weapons, one doorman in the way. He has money and patience for that too. The guard holds firm, insisting hauling this much inside needs the owner's consent. But Zhang Yi always finds a way around, and the clock allows no delay. He squares up with the guard at the loading dock, a wall of red trucks behind him. The whole street is about to watch one man move a fortune into a single apartment. The questions start. He plans to answer none honestly. A beat later, he calls to Uncle Yo that these people are just delivering food. Let them in. The older ally clears the path, his first loyal hand this time. Rows of red hotel trucks line up, and neighbors marvel that Zhang Yi is so good at hiding his wealth. They see a flex. He sees a winter's worth of dinners arriving by the truckload. The lobby crowd whispers that Zhang Yi must be seriously rich, and he lets the legend write itself. Better they gossip about money than ask why he buys 1,000 dinners. Fang Yuqing watches, scheming. If he's really rich, she decides, she'll keep him hooked and steer him toward proposing. She's flirting with the man who watched her get him killed. A truck unloads while Yu Qing studies him from the crowd, and Zhang Yi marks her right back, eyes cold. She thinks she's reading a rich mark. He's reading a murderer. A hand presses the elevator button, supplies bound upstairs for the vault he is building. Floor by floor, the fortress fills. Every trip up buys another day when the world goes dark. Yu Qing lingers at the edge of the gawking crowd, still angling, while Zhang Yi's gold eyes flick to her once more. Hunter and hunted, and neither is who the other thinks. He has all the time to let it play out. The security manager confirms it. 500 tables of food delivered, and wishes Zhang Yi a pleasant meal. 1,000 banquets, headed straight into a pocket dimension. Inside the apartment, crates tower to the ceiling, walls of supplies closing him in. He stands in the middle of his fortress, finally the predator instead of the prey. Hand glowing, he feeds it all into storage. The delicacies, the hot pot stock, the fresh goods from the Hua non-warehouse. The apocalypse will find his shelves overflowing. Buried in luxurious food, he savors the win. Fine meals and hot pot on demand forever, while the world outside starves. Few men plan their apocalypse around the menu. He insists on it. The next day, the building goes about its business, Uncle Yo nearby. The quiet before the end. Zhang Yi keeps grinding his list while neighbors wonder about the strange rich man upstairs. Two men trade notes in the corridor, one recalling that days back he watched Zhang Yi buying enormous amounts of food. The whispers spread and curdle. They circle the very habit that will save his life and judge him for it. The neighbors scoff that you'd think it was the end of the world, calling him crazy for wasting food and money. On his phone, War Dragon offers more gear. They mock the prophet. The snow will make believers. Then, the hotel worker jabs a finger, smug, telling Zhang Yi to enjoy his stay while he can. He has no idea he's taunting the one man who already read the ending, and the ending doesn't feature him. They wave him off, all confidence, promising to handle everything. Zhang Yi just lets them. 1 month from now, he thinks, you will finally figure out which of us was the clown. He is content to wait for the punchline. At the Hua non-supermarket warehouse, he works the manager, name, dropping a vice, president brother, in, law and asking for a mountain of emergency medicine. Every word is a purposeful lie. The manager grins and folds, approving a 20-day buying spree because Zhang Yi played the hardworking employee. He gets the access he needs, and the man hands it over thinking he's generous. He thanks the man and promises to wire the money immediately. Watch how easily he spends. To a man who knows currency is about to mean nothing, every yuan is already worthless. Hands pressed together in gratitude, the polite young customer routine. None will remember his manners. They will remember the shelves went empty and no one knew how. He walks the loading dock alone, surveying the building. One man, dwarfed by a maze of stairwells and rails, already counting it as his. Without warning, he scans the towering aisles and does the math. Food, tools, daily goods, enough here to keep thousands alive, and he intends to take all of it. The plan hardens behind his eyes. If the freeze comes early, he gives himself 1 week to strip this place bare, no matter what. He tips the cap, golden eyes cold and certain. The calm of a man who has already lived through the ending and come back to rewrite it. Back in his old life, a rival is asking the blonde out to a concert, friendly and oblivious. Zhang Yi watches the people who once buried him circle each other and feels nothing. Fang Yuqing beams at the red-haired man, thanking him, already lining up another date. The woman who got Zhang Yi killed, flirting through a world she doesn't know is ending. She rounds on Zhang Yi, scolding him for letting a woman carry the bags. The pettiness of it. She has no clue the man she is lecturing watched her hand him to his killers once already. The red-haired man erupts, all bared teeth and bluster, while the older woman beside him shrinks back. A loud man trying to look dangerous in front of a crowd. It clicks for Zhang Yi, so she was the one spreading the word that he had lost his mind. The rumor he kept hearing finally has a face, and it is hers. The woman plays the victim, claiming a bad back, fishing for sympathy. Everyone here is performing. Only one of them is keeping score. Zhang Yi throws the man's own thumbs, up back at him, flat and unbothered, pointing out she volunteered to help. The bully's bravado has nothing to push against. He leans in close, voice low and sharp, daring the loudmouth to keep talking. The mask of the meek office worker is gone. There is steel underneath, and the man can feel it. And just like that, the big man deflates, stammering that he was only talking. All that noise, and the moment Zhang Yi stops flinching, the threat folds like paper. The blonde stares after him, unsettled. The Zhang Yi she remembers chased her affection. This one will not even glance back, and it gnaws at her. A hand clenches a paper cup until it crumples. The frustration she will not say out loud is doing the talking for her. She fixates on the change in him, hunting for an explanation. She is asking the right question for all the wrong reasons. She will have her answer soon, and she will hate it. Hong Fu Tian Shia Hotel, glittering in the sun. Somewhere up in those floors, his real work continues, far from the petty squabbles below. Wrapped in a robe, phone in hand, Zhang Yi reads her message and clocks the new suspicion in it. She is starting to wonder about him. Let her wonder harmlessly until it is too late. Her text drips false warmth, complaining she misses talking to him. He leaves it on read. He has felt that warmth before. It came with a knife behind it. Across town, the blonde gossips with a friend, insisting Zhang Yi has been acting strange. They treat his survival instinct as a punchline. It won't age well. She lays out the evidence like an accusation. All the food, all the banquets, as if he expects shortages. She has stumbled onto the truth and decided it is ridiculous. The friend, the one they call Ning Ning, floats the obvious idea aloud. What if Zhang Yi knows something is coming and is stocking up for it? At that moment, the blonde laughs in her face, asking if she's dumb. The one moment someone almost saves them, she buries it under a giggle. That laugh will cost her everything. Two women reassure each other that real danger always comes with a warning. That hoarding would just make them a joke. Famous last words, with days left to be comfortable. A week later, Zhang Yi stands in his apartment cradling a rifle like it belongs there. The pretending is over. Now he is arming for what he knows is coming. A courier wheels up a package and greets him brightly, asking for a signature. To the kid, this is just another delivery. To Zhang Yi, it is the start of a useful relationship. He reads the slip, gears already turning. He sees a reliable young man with a vehicle and a route through the whole city. In a collapse, that is worth more than gold. At that moment, he pitches it casually, asking the courier to fast, track some takeout orders. A small favor now, a debt he can call in later. Nothing he does is ever just convenience. The courier grins, happy to help, asking where he lives. He hands over the address freely, never noticing he is being mapped, measured, and filed away for use. Zhang Yi promises to lead him there himself, all easy charm. Warm on the surface, cold underneath. He's building his network one friendly face at a time. The contractor presents the finished shelter, 200 millimeters of alloy plate sealing the walls. Zhang Yi did not just buy an apartment. He built a vault with a bed in it. Military-grade ventilation that filters poison gas. The man brags, thinking he sells paranoia. He has no idea he just built the city's last safe room. Arctic insulation, a built-in furnace, the place holds its heat against almost anything. Every spec aims at one enemy the contractor cannot name: the cold that is coming. Bulletproof, blast-resistant windows, tougher than the walls. Zhang Yi specified a fortress and called it a home renovation. Soon everyone will understand why. The contractor adjusts his glasses, admiring the tower he helped fortify. He is impressed by the budget. He should be terrified of the reason behind it. They shake hands, and the man swears Zhang Yi won't disappoint. He's right, just not how he means. This shelter decides who lives and who freezes. He signs to pay the full cost within 3 months, calm as anything. The contractor pockets the promise gratefully. Zhang Yi knows there will be no one left to collect. No problem, he says, taking the contract with a smile. A debt he never intends to honor, to a world that will not exist long enough to send the bill. The contractor's cheerful goodbye echoes down the hall as Zhang Yi steps toward the light. One more loose end tied off, one more witness who will soon have bigger problems. Walking away, he lets the truth play in his head. He will pay none of it. When the apocalypse descends, no one will come knocking for money. They will be too busy dying. The last resource arrives. He checks his phone, ticking another item off a list most people will never even think to start. Crates of bottled water stack up on the truck. He knows the cruelest secret of the freeze. When the taps die, water becomes the one thing men will kill each other for. Neighbors gossip in the corridor, baffled by the steel plates and the endless buckets of water. They mock the safe house like something out of a movie. They will be begging at its door. Zhang Yi catches Uncle Yo alone. In his first life, this man gave his last food to a starving mother and daughter and died for it. This time, Zhang Yi means to save him. He warns the old man quietly that this winter will be brutal, that he should stock food and water before prices explode. No threats, no lies. For once, the manipulation is mercy. Uncle Yo hesitates, asking if the information is really reliable. He wants to trust the young man. That flicker of doubt is the thin line between his survival and his death. Zhang Yi holds his gaze, hand to his chest, selling sincerity to the one person he actually wants to live. This is the man he refuses to lose again. The old man comes around, saying he lives alone. Stalking a little is no trouble. A small yes that this time might keep him breathing through the worst of it. Another neighbor cuts in, warning Uncle Yo not to believe him, sneering that Zhang Yi is just trying to drag people down with his buying. The doubters are loud, and they are wrong. Uncle Yo waves the skeptic off, insisting he trusts Xiao Zhang. Loyalty earned across 2 lifetimes, even if only one of them knows it. Zhang Yi shrugs it off, saying he has reminded them, the rest is on them. He has thrown the rope. Whether they grab it or laugh at it is no longer his problem. The calendar tears down to 20 days. 20 days until the sky cracks open and the world he remembers ends. He spends every one of them stockpiling and training his body for war. 10 days out, he is still pouring money into supplies, receipts climbing into the hundreds of thousands. He empties his accounts without flinching. Cash is just paper waiting to freeze. The cart overflows with goods as another fat total scrolls past. He is converting every asset he owns into food and gear, racing a clock only he can hear. 3 days left, and now he is on the range with a bow, drilling his aim. He is not just hoarding to survive. He is preparing to be the most dangerous man left standing. He plots the final theft. Clock in early and drug the tea so no one notices the warehouse emptying. Sleeping pills, a quiet shift, a power no one suspects. The perfect crime. At the staff dinner, he sizes up his coworkers, the trays of tea already lined up behind them. They think it is just another cold night. He has already decided how this evening ends. A coworker grumbles about the brutal cold, joking his face nearly froze on the way in. He laughs it off as bad weather. He cannot feel the apocalypse leaning against the window. Zhang Yi counts down in his head, knowing the drug needs about half an hour to take hold. He sips and waits, patient as a man who has rehearsed this in another life. An hour later, the room is full of sleeping bodies. He surveys his handiwork, calm and clear-eyed. Now he can strip the place to the bone, and no one will ever see how. He walks the dim warehouse alone, the aisles stretched out and silent around him. Just him and a building full of everything the dying world is about to fight over. Blue light erupts from his hand as the spatial power wakes. This is the secret that brought him back, and tonight he finally turns it loose at full scale. Whole pallets lift and vanish into thin air, swallowed by his storage space. Shelves that fed a city emptying in seconds, with no truck, no crew, no trace. The void glows behind him as the inventory disappears, crate by crate. He is not stealing supplies. He is erasing them from the world and tucking them away for the end of it. He pauses, noting the rest is stored and sorted for later. A one-man supply chain, an entire warehouse folded into a pocket of space only he can open. Boxes, rifles, even a treadmill spin around him as he sweeps the place clean. He isn't packing for a power cut. He's outfitting himself to rule what comes after. Crates orbit his head while he reaches for the last of it. The greed is total and unhurried. If it might keep him alive, it goes in the space. The final haul, weapons and equipment, slides into the glow. The arsenal of a man who refuses to ever be the victim again. Moments later, the last machine tilts into the void and the warehouse is hollow. 2 hours of quiet work, and a building's worth of survival has simply ceased to be here. He wipes his brow, almost finished, one lonely pallet still sitting in the empty hall. Even Zhang Yi has limits, but those limits hold more than a fleet of trucks ever could. A beat later, he eyes the final stack, golden eyes gleaming, sizing up the last good haul. He cannot resist. Everything useful is going home with him. Faceless coworkers stir, half aware something is wrong, as Zhang Yi declares these the good stuff. They're waking into a mystery he authored start to finish. He holds up a thick winter coat, eyes already on the blizzard in his mind. He is not shopping. He is dressing for a world that will not thaw for a very long time. With these supplies, he can ride out the freeze in comfort. The word emptied hangs over the bare warehouse. He's taken everything, and he's just getting warm. He strolls out of the gutted building, unhurried, leaving one box behind to sell the lie. The hardest theft in the city's history, and he walks off like he's getting coffee. Among the sleepers, he drinks and admires the impossibility of it. An entire warehouse gone in hours, and by every logic no one person could have done it. Exactly his cover. A coworker slumps in his chair, dead asleep, while Zhang Yi reasons it through. He only has to dodge suspicion a little longer. Once the apocalypse hits, the secret freezes over with everything else. Hands grab him in a panic, the coworkers shaking him awake, screaming that something has happened. He lets himself be jolted, playing the groggy victim who slept through it all. They haul him up by the collar, frantic. He plays it perfectly, bleary and confused, asking what is wrong, the picture of a man who knows nothing. Then they blurt out the impossible. The whole warehouse is empty. His mouth drops in mock horror. Inside, the man who hollowed it out is enjoying the show he wrote. A coworker wails into the cavernous, empty hangar, demanding to know how every resource just disappeared. The answer is sitting right next to him, faking the same shock. Trembling, a worker fumbles for the phone to call the supervisor. The blame is about to roll uphill, and Zhang Yi has already mapped exactly where it stops short of him. The supervisor's voice crackles through, demanding how an entire warehouse vanished on their watch. Panic spreads up the chain, while the one man responsible stays perfectly calm. Phone to his ear, Zhang Yi explains they left for 2 hours and came back to bare shelves. Every word true, every word designed to make the impossible sound like a victimless mystery. He keeps his voice steady, feeding the supervisor just enough to sound shaken and helpful at once. A grip tightens on the rail. The performance never slips, not even alone. The supervisor accuses him of turning spy and looting the place while the guard was down. Zhang Yi keeps his face smooth. Let them theorize. None of their guesses will reach the truth. Without warning, the supervisor circles back to the impossible math. 2 hours between shifts, the whole warehouse stripped clean. Zhang Yi lets the riddle hang. The harder to believe, the safer he is. Sweat beads on a coworker's face as the questions pile up with no answers. The pressure is real for everyone in that room, except the man who made it happen. Zhang Yi leans on the rail, smiling into the phone, unbothered. The investigation can chase its tail. He has seen the ending, and in it, no one ever solves this. He plays the helpful employee, suggesting they kick it up to the superiors fast so no one carries the blame alone. He's steering the panic away from himself, one calm sentence at a time. The supervisor takes the bait, agreeing to escalate it to the general manager. Zhang Yi just nudged the entire investigation onto a track that loops nowhere near him. Word comes that management will send someone to investigate, urging him to just cooperate. Zhang Yi nods along, already 3 moves ahead of whoever they send. A colleague comforts him, saying napping on shift is common, nothing to fear if he did nothing wrong. The irony is perfect. They console the thief about a crime they can't imagine he committed. A narrow window of light in a gray door. The walls are closing in for everyone caught in this mess, except the man who already planned his way out. An investigator slides a file across the table, thanking him for cooperating before the warning comes. The politeness is a setup. The real message is coming next. He is told not to leave Tai'an High City, that doubtful points remain and he may be needed. They are tightening a leash on him. He knows it will rot away the instant the snow falls. The report spells out the scale. Over 1 million square meters of goods gone from the Hua non-port warehouse in 2 hours. His crime sounds like a miracle, and that is precisely the alibi. At that moment, the investigator stands stiff behind the counter, admitting the method is completely unknown. The only tool that could do this lies in Zhang Yi's hand, and no report will name it. Last 2 days, his phone glows with the date, 2050. 12:13, the countdown almost spent. The world has hours left to pretend everything is normal. A snowflake drifts onto the screen. The first cold breath of the end, landing soft and quiet on a city that has no idea what is falling on it. Under an umbrella, Zhang Yi murmurs this winter feels colder than any before. He already knows the answer, savoring the last moments before everyone else learns it too. He runs through the thickening snow, hood up, racing home. Not panicked, focused. The man who has waited a whole second life is finally watching it begin. Streaks of cold light tear across the sky as the freeze descends in earnest. The apocalypse is no longer a memory or a prediction. It is here, falling on every rooftop. Frost creeps across glass towers as the temperature craters. The world outside Zhang Yi's walls is starting to die, exactly on the schedule only he remembered. An aerial sweep of the skyline, snow swallowing the streets between the towers. Somewhere down there, thousands are about to realize their warning came and went, wrapped in a laugh. The city sprawls beneath the falling white, green courtyards going pale and still. Beautiful, for now. By morning, it will be a graveyard with the heat draining out of it. It has come, he thinks, watching the snow take the streets. 2 words, no fear in them, just the cold satisfaction of a man whose nightmare has finally arrived on time. Safe in his fortress, Zhang Yi sits on the couch and calmly sips a drink while the world freezes outside. Everything he stripped, bribed, and lied for bought him this warm, quiet seat at the end of days. This is just the start, he tells himself, unhurried. He is not relieved it is over. He knows the real horror has barely begun, and he is the only one who showed up to the apocalypse with snacks, a furnace, and a seating chart. He looks down on the courtyard below, predicting the cold will only sink deeper. The freeze is not a storm to wait out. It is a slow execution of everyone who laughed at him. Two tiny figures linger in the snowy courtyard. As Zhang Yi notes, they will soon lose any joy in it. The novelty of the first snowfall is about to curdle into terror. The next morning, the manager rattles a door that won't open, baffled, asking why it's stuck. The world has started locking people out, and she's only just noticing. She stares at the unforecast blizzard, stunned that the weather report said nothing. The old systems are failing. There is no forecast for the end of the world. The manager frets that she doesn't know how long this lasts and has no winter clothes ready. Unprepared and afraid, she is everything Zhang Yi spent a month refusing to be. Her worried muttering trails into the cold. The same dread is spreading through every apartment in the building, one shivering resident at a time. Below, someone is already bundled in bed, hiding from a cold that has only just begun to bite. The soft panic of people who never believed the warnings is setting in. Zhang Yi's phone lights up with a name he never wanted to see again. The blonde who handed him to his killers is calling, and he knows why. She gushes about the sudden cold, asking if he somehow knew the temperature would crash when he was stockpiling. The woman who called him crazy is finally connecting the dots, far too late. Moments later, she presses the phone close, all sweetness now, fishing for help she doesn't deserve. The warmth is back in her voice, the same warmth that buried him last time. At his window above the freezing city, Zhang Yi stretches, admitting even he is a little surprised the drop hit this hard. He knew it was coming. He just forgot how merciless it would be. Her voice climbs as it lands. No wonder he hoarded so much, she realizes, the truth finally crashing down on her. The clown she mocked was the only sane man in the building. She clutches the phone, half pleading, half blaming, asking why he didn't warn her. She's freezing in the storm she helped him face alone, and she wants an apology. At that moment, she demands why he stayed silent while she shivers. Zhang Yi's eyes go flat and gold. "Oh," he says, one syllable colder than the snow, a man hanging up on his own murderer. Moments later, she scrambles, calling out for him to wait, sensing the lifeline slipping. The man she betrayed has already decided she gets nothing from him this time. Then she stares at the phone, stunned, a hand at her lips. He hung up on her. The woman who once held his life in her hands cannot even hold his attention now. Never mind, Zhang Yi thinks, almost amused she had the face to blame him. No anger, just contempt. He buried that life and will not dig it up for her. His list takes shape and it is ruthless. Food, entertainment, weapons sharp enough that nobody who comes for him can fight back. A crossbow, a pistol, and naturally a game console. He is not planning to survive. He is planning to survive in style. The freeze tightens its grip on the city, while Zhang Yi sits secure behind his alloy walls. The prep is done. Now the world he remembers begins to tear itself apart. Zhang Yi stretches and yawns like a man with nowhere to be. Shower, then breakfast. Outside, the temperature is falling, and he is the only one here who knows it. He sits down to steak and absurdly expensive wine. On the screen behind him, the world learns what he survived once. A cold front hammers the planet, temperatures plunging toward 100 below. The anchor reads it like ordinary weather. A cold snap, dress warm, it will pass. Zhang Yi knows better. This is the opening note of an extinction, and almost no one is listening. He cuts into the steak without looking up. This exact degree of cooling he felt before, in the life where these neighbors tortured him to death. He is remembering, not guessing. The group chat lights up on his tablet. The neighbors who never spared him a second glance suddenly remember his name, now that they smell food and want to share. Moments later, the manager plays sweet, but the angle is obvious. Food is about to be worth more than gold in this freeze, and she wants his for nothing. He sees through her. He stretches out on the couch, unbothered. Such a pity, he thinks, that none of them will get a single bite. In his first life he begged. In this one he lounges. A beat later, he photographs the wagyu and wine and sends it back like a closed door. In this life, he tells them, expect nothing from his hand. And the food styling is, frankly, immaculate. And just so there is no confusion, his answer is one finger, raised and unhurried. His eyes flick gold in the low light. There is no warmth left in him for these people. He buried that the night they buried him. The manager, far from chastened, is delighted with herself. She knew he was sitting on a hoard, and now she has proof to spread. She gossips it down the line like a prize. Top-grade wagyu, French wine worth tens of thousands. She thinks she's exposing him. She's advertising the target on his back. It eats at her that a man from her own building lives this well while she scrapes. Envy, in a freeze like this, curdles fast into something uglier. She grips the phone, jaw tight. The mockery has a crack in it now, and through that crack you can already see the grudge forming. The chat needles him. So nice, they sneer, maybe go buy your own steak at the supermarket. They think they are landing blows. He is simply watching them line themselves up. She lies back and tells herself not to get angry over something so small. But in the coming world, every small thing decides who eats and who freezes. Then something on his tablet catches his eye. A faint O. The screen is showing him something it should not be able to. He stares at it, question marks practically floating off him. A management system, a window into the whole building, dropped into his hands like a gift. Question marks float off him as a management system, a window into the whole building, drops into his hands. The apocalypse keeps upgrading his subscription, unasked. He settles in like a man with front row seats. Quite a show, he decides. Downstairs the cast gathers, unaware they're the entertainment and he's already read the reviews. Her face hardens as the questions keep coming. Everybody calm down, she insists. The committee has this handled. She is promising a safety she cannot deliver. The neighbors are not buying the timeline. Snow this heavy, and no one can say when it stops. So why exactly can they not lay in supplies? Two men square off in the crowd. Hoarding only drives prices up. One argues, then everyone pays through the nose. The fear in the room is sharpening into something with teeth. Zhang Yi steps in, calm as still water. Anyone who snatches supplies, he warns, he'll report to the higher-ups. He weaponizes their own rules and watches them flinch. The committee head doubles down. Stockpile, and she names names to the authorities. She thinks she is keeping order. She is keeping everyone defenseless on the edge of an apocalypse. Someone finally asks the question that matters. Auntie Lin, do you actually know how long this storm will last? Silence would be the honest answer. She does not give it. Zhang Yi presses the blade in. And if it lasts, he asks, when the food runs out and people are starving, who carries the blame then? He already knows. He watched the sequel to this exact meeting, and it ends with bodies, not a tidy committee vote. Back in the lobby, the question hangs unanswered. How long, Auntie Lin? She holds her ground at the center of the crowd, certainty pinned to a lie. He says it again, quieter and colder. If this drags on for months and nobody has anything to eat, where does the responsibility land? He is putting it on record. A neighbor woman turns sharp. If you will not let us stock up, then who answers for it when the shelves go bare? The crowd is splitting, and the fault line runs right through Zhang Yi. Sweat beads on the committee head's brow as she swears there will be no shortage. The snow disaster will be over soon. She keeps repeating it, as if that might make the sky agree. Now they twist it onto him. Suddenly he is the troublemaker framing honest people. He shrugs it off. He cannot afford their imaginary crime, and he will not pay for it. His answer is final and freezing. He is not coming out, and he does not care what any of them do. Let the building tear itself apart. His door stays shut. And the moment his back is turned, the committee head's true face shows. Arrogant boy, she thinks. She is already hunting for a dark corner to lock him in for a few days. She lets the plan settle behind her eyes. Find a quiet place, hold him there, teach him his manners. She has decided he is a problem to be removed. A few days later, while the building stews, Zhang Yi sprawls on his couch, warm, fed, and gaming. The siege has not touched him yet, and he is treating the apocalypse like an unusually quiet long weekend with great snacks. We look down on the top of his head as he plays. No job to clock into, no relationships to manage. For a man reborn into the end of the world, this is close to peace. No work, no people to please, he muses. This life beats the one before the apocalypse. He says it lightly, a man who genuinely prefers the end of the world to his old commute. There is a graveyard of memories under that comfort, but the couch is comfortable. His hand rests on the controller. Then the tablet buzzes, and the comm cracks just slightly. The building has not forgotten him. The owner's group has a job for him. Zhang Yi, the roads are buried, bring your tools and come dig us out. They are not asking, they are assigning. He looks out at the white wall where the street used to be. The ground floor is gone, swallowed. This snow will last 3 months, he knows, and no shovel on earth will keep up with it. Across the building, a man huddles with a small child, dreading the cold. Go out there, he frets, and you freeze into a statue. None of them are equipped for this. It is over 70 below out there, deep enough to kill in minutes. No one wanted to speak up first. Then one voice started, and now the whole chat is a chorus of demands. The committee head pushes guilt. Young people should serve, she lectures, take the lead, get everyone through the disaster. Translation: someone else's son should risk his life. Zhang Yi sips his drink, unmoved. This is the critical moment, the committee insists. The community must unite and put down anyone who refuses. They are voting to throw him to the cold. A dangerous smile spreads across his face. Fine, today he'll offend every last one of them. After a lifetime as the victim, he's choosing to be the threat. He lifts the phone and starts typing. Whatever he is about to send, it is not an apology. A man sweats over the reply. Zhang Yi has a point, someone admits. We are not here to be pushed around either. The mob's united front is already developing hairline cracks. Without warning, he drops 2 names that change the room. Chun Yong-hao, who runs an earth-moving crew of hundreds. Xu Hao, a rich family's son lounging on the 8th floor with friends in high places. The split screen says everything. On one side, a laborer beaten down in the dirt. On the other, the wealthy laughing under confetti. The boot only ever lands on one of them. So go ask them, Zhang Yi taunts. Auntie Lin, if you are so capable, send the rich and powerful down to shovel. He makes the whole building watch her squirm at a question she cannot dodge. The strong man broken and bleeding on one side, the privileged drifting through a party on the other. Zhang Yi names the rot out loud, and the building hates him for it. He eats with infuriating calm and twists the knife. If she has the nerve, let her order the powerful ones into the snow. She will not. She only bullies people who cannot bite back. His voice drops cold. Except for a handful, every one of these people carved up his belongings after he died last time. He has not forgotten a single face. He never will. He tips the deep red wine into the glass. He wants to discuss them, he admits, and intends to keep it up to the bitter end. This is a reckoning. We catch the committee head's eyes narrowing. If she does nothing, she frets. No one will fear her or her little scrap of power. Pride is about to make her do something stupid. In his apartment, Chun Yong-hao sprawls in his chair, irritated, wondering who bothers him in weather like this. The Earthmover boss has no idea his name was just dragged into a fight. He reads the message, and his face contorts. A sharp, ugly ha. Someone is daring to summon him out into the freeze, and he takes it as a personal insult. Go to a hospital if you're crazy, he snarls, threatening to kill whoever keeps pestering him. A man who threatens this easily is exactly who Zhang Yi is goading. Up on the 8th floor, Xu Hao could not care less. None of his business, he yawns. He gets to sleep all day while the building below him panics. He lounges by the door, phone in hand. He can just sleep through it and never step outside. Money bought him a smaller, warmer apocalypse than everyone else's, and he intends to nap straight through the part where it kills him. A woman with long purple hair drapes over him as he sneers at the chat. That dumb dog, he laughs, burning the owner's money to play big. The freeze doesn't care about allowances. A beat later, he leans into his privilege. Backed by family and connections, he asks if they think he is some pauper like them. Go shovel the snow yourselves, he tells the peasants below, then maybe he will go out and enjoy himself. He treats the disaster like a service the poor owe him. He pulls his girlfriend close and lifts the phone for a photo. Smug, comfortable, certain the cold will never reach him up here. The selfie lands in the group, all soft sheets and luxury. The committee head's face twists in fury, mocked by the one person she cannot touch. Back at Zhang Yi's place, a figure approaches the door from the hall. Chun Yong-hao has stopped typing threats and decided to deliver them in person. Zhang Yi stays at the stove, calm over the heat. You are making yourself my enemy, the voice outside warns. You will get everyone trapped. He keeps cooking, completely unhurried. Shut up, coward, Zhang Yi fires back without turning around. You got pushed around out there, so you came here to take it out on me. He reads the man's weakness like a menu. He sits to a table loaded with food and drink, perfectly at ease. The mob can rage in the corridor all it likes. In here, dinner is served. His gold eyes go cold. Don't push him, he says. Bark at his door again and he'll put the man down. He delivers a death threat like a noise complaint. Chun Yong-hao reaches the door, drink in hand, and starts to pound. The threats are getting louder and his patience is gone. Zhang Yi keeps chewing, unfazed by the racket outside. The hammering means nothing to a man who already planned for this exact siege. Weren't you so arrogant just now? Chun Yong-hao jeers through the door. Now watch how I kill you. He is loud, furious, and walking straight into a trap he cannot see. He swears to smash the door, drag Zhang Yi out, and beat him bloody. Just wait, he keeps saying. He has no idea what is already waiting on the other side. Moments later, he raises his weapon outside the apartment, certain this is about to be easy. Then a blade slides out through the door, and Zhang Yi's voice comes calm and cold. Who gets beaten today, he says, is not your decision to make. Chun Yong-hao keeps raging at the door, still threatening to haul him out, while the point of a sword glints just past the doorway. The story he wrote in his head is about to go very wrong. Whether he is the one bleeding tonight, Zhang Yi repeats, that is not up to him. The line lands like a verdict already decided. The blade moves. One clean thrust through the gap in the door, aimed with the calm of a man who measured the angle long in advance. Zhang Yi grips the sword and reins himself in. No need to kill this one yet, he decides. A quick death would be wasted on him. The blade drives home. Letting the man die too fast, Zhang Yi reasons, would be boring. He wants the punishment to take its time. Chun Yong-hao staggers back, wounded, still spitting threats. Coward, he gasps, hide in there, but once I get inside, you are finished. He has not yet done the math on his own leg. A frozen shoe drags across the floor as he retreats, the sword tip still gleaming behind him. The hunter just became the thing limping away. He collapses in the corridor, clutching the leg the blade went through. The bravado is gone. Now there is only the cold and the wound. Zhang Yi reads the damage like a chart. 70 below, leg pierced, almost certainly crippled. He is not gloating. He is simply calculating the man's expiration date. He stands easy with the weapon, the threat already neutralized. The siege ended the second steel met flesh, and he knew it would. Out in the freezing hall, Chun Yong-hao drags himself along the floor. Without treatment, Zhang Yi notes, infection in this cold is not a risk. It is a certainty. The man hauls his ruined leg toward escape. And now, Zhang Yi says quietly, you die slow and cold and wretched. The kindness of a fast end was never on the table. Chun Yong-hao crawls down the corridor, mind racing. That bastard was serious, he realizes. He actually meant to kill me. The arrogance has curdled into pure fear. He has to find anyone, to close the wound before it freezes shut. Less than half an hour, he calculates, before the leg is lost for good. Home and alone, the truth lands. No time, no doctor coming. If he wants to keep the leg, he has to cut it open and fix it himself. And so he does. Bare hands, no surgeon, digging into his own flesh on the floor. This is the price Zhang Yi handed him for one knock on the wrong door. The wound opens dark and wet under his fingers. Brutal, clumsy, desperate work, done because the alternative is rot and death. He grits through it and finds one mercy. At least it's frozen numb, otherwise he'd need anesthesia he doesn't have. The freeze killing him is also the only thing dulling the pain. Moments later, he stitches the leg shut himself, fortune and frostbite the only things keeping him conscious. Every pull of the thread is a debt he'll collect from Zhang Yi. Then he raises a shaking fist at the ceiling. Zhang Yi, he vows, I will absolutely kill you. The wound has not humbled him, it has lit the fuse. Word spreads, and the committee head and another woman go pale. Zhang Yi faced Chun Yonghao down and put a hole in his leg. Their target turned out to have fangs. Xu Hao lifts his phone as a call comes in. Boss, his men ask, what are your orders? The rich kid's idle hands are about to get involved after all. Chun Yonghao gives the command that turns a feud into a war. Everyone to the Yue Lu community now and bring weapons. He is done knocking. He is bringing an army. His face fills the screen, swollen with rage, barking the order. One stab through a door, and now a mob is loading up to storm a single apartment. The two women trade a look of dawning fear as the news sinks in. He hurt Chun Yonghao. Whatever comes next, it will not be small, and they helped light the match. Across the building, Xu Hao's man waits on the line. Boss, what's the order? The privileged mobilize alongside the brutes now, united by one shared grudge. Chun Yonghao snarls it one more time into the phone. The cold is killing everyone outside, and these men are spending their last strength on a vendetta. Snow hammers the towers as the mob converges below. Let's go offend him right now. They growl, he is begging to die. They march toward a door they do not understand. Chun Yonghao directs the assault from his apartment, leg bound. Go, he orders. Zhang Yi used a crossbow and nearly crippled me. Smash his door, end him. He gives the address like a sentence. That bastard lives at 2401. Do not get ambushed again, just tear the door down and kill him. A bald thug hefts a machete at the head of the pack. Dare to shoot Brother Hao, the mob roars, today you die. They are loud, armed, and badly mistaken. The blade comes down hard against the door. At that moment, the machete bounces off solid metal and the thug recoils, stunned. This is no ordinary apartment door, and the realization is starting to dawn. Moments later, the mob mills in confusion. The steel door is too heavy to break. How many enemies did this man expect, walling himself in tougher than a city gate? They throw their weight against it, blow after blow, the booming echoing up the hall. Behind it, Zhang Yi stands unbothered. The fortress he built across 2 lifetimes does not flinch. He calls through the door, almost bored. What is the matter? Did none of you eat your rice today? He listens to an entire armed mob exhaust itself on solid steel and offers nothing back but heckling. The siege is going great for him. On his tablet, he watches them flail and needles them again. Stop hiding behind that big talk, he says. Come out if you dare. He has turned their siege into his entertainment. He drifts to the sink with that dangerous calm. Why are you all so worked up, he asks. Let him help them cool off, free of charge. He means it far more literally than they know. His hand closes around the hilt of a sword. The taunting is over. The lesson is about to begin. He hefts the blade, a thin smile cutting across his face. Whatever he has planned, the men in the hallway are already on the wrong side of it. But it is not the sword he reaches for first. His hand wraps around a hose, water at the ready. In 70 below, water is the deadliest weapon he owns. The bald thug sneers at the door, sure of himself. The same trick will not work twice. He scoffs, quit dreaming. He has no idea Zhang Yi is not repeating anything. At that moment, The water erupts through the gap and slams into the pack. A freezing wall of it, exactly where they are standing, with nowhere to go. It hits and the heat leaves their bodies in seconds. So cold, they scream, freezing. The mob's roar collapses into panic the instant the water lands. Their clothes stiffen into ice around them. "Save me," one cries, "I'm freezing." The men who came to slice him apart are now begging the corridor for mercy. One man goes down hard, pinned to the floor. "Wait for me," he wails. "My pants are frozen solid. I can't move." The freeze has turned soaked fabric into shackles. Zhang Yi explains his restraint. He wanted the crossbow, but water was safer, so he chose mercy. And mercy still left an armed mob frozen to his hallway like modern art. Back home, Chun Yonghao demands his prize. "Where is that bastard?" he asks. "Did you catch him and drag him back?" He is still expecting a victory that already turned to ice. His men cannot explain it. Bewildered, he raises a hand and demands somebody tell him what is going on. The simple plan was defeated by an open faucet. He waits for an answer that makes sense, but there is none. A pierced leg, a frozen army, an unbreakable door. Nothing about Zhang Yi fits the story he was told. The survivors report back. "Zhang Yi is too vicious," they stammer. "Half a day of hacking only chipped the paint, then he sprayed water and the cold did the rest." The most humiliating action report in the building's short, frozen history. Without warning, the corridor is a field of frozen, flailing bodies. An entire armed mob undone by a garden hose and a temperature that does his killing for him. Chun Yonghao refuses to let it go. Even a metal door has flaws, he insists, and the man cannot hide forever. The siege is only beginning. He sits with his bandaged foot and folds his hands, breathing through the pain, planning. Beneath the calm, the hatred is hardening into patience, which is the more dangerous of the two. Outside, the mob clings to his promise. "Brother Hao is right," they tell each other. "The moment he steps out, we cut him to pieces." Out in the blizzard, Uncle Yo labors at the snow with a few others, breath ragged. Half a day of digging, he reports, and still no ground. Not enough hands. The blizzard owns the sky now. Birds knife through whiteout where a skyline used to be, and one question hangs in the cold. Going back to what, when their world is already buried? Zhang Yi watches the snow with the calm of a man who has seen this ending before. The officials keep promising a fix, but he knows human power cannot push back a disaster this size. Inside his apartment, he crosses to a kitchen stocked deeper than anyone else's. While neighbors wait for rescue, he is built for the day rescue never comes. On the television, the anchor announces officials are planning a final strike against the snow disaster. A confident lie that buys a few days of calm. Zhang Yi has heard this exact broadcast die once already. The numbers crawl across the screen, catastrophic. 200 million affected, tens of millions gone. And the anchor still has the nerve to beg everyone not to panic and trust the authorities. He listens with his back to the glow, unmoved. The reports say this freeze defies common sense, that the outside world is far worse than they admit. For once, the broadcast and the man on the couch agree. The talking heads loop their reassurance one more time. Have faith in the people in charge. Every word is a sedative meant to keep the herd still until it is too late to run. A neighbor in the group chat insists the country has power, the disaster will be handled, and anyone with extra supplies should hand them over. The grab has begun. They tell each other the freeze will pass soon, so no need to hoard. It is the exact reasoning that gets people killed. Zhang Yi knows, because last time he believed it himself. More voices pile in, rowing the same lie. The country is strong, the cold will break, pool everything now. Generosity dressed as virtue, aimed at whoever was smart enough to prepare. Then a private message slides in. Fang Yu Qing, his blonde ex, asking sweetly whether Zhang Yi is all right. The woman who helped get him killed last time, suddenly so concerned he is still breathing. He reads her exactly. She does not care if he lives. She is checking the spare tire is still parked where she left it, in case she needs a ride out of the cold. His thumb taps back 2 flat words. He is fine. No warmth, just a door closed in her face, and she feels her angle slipping. She pushes harder, offering to treat him to a meal once the disaster ends. The bait is almost insulting. He lets silence answer, then watches her motive crack open. He fires back one last line. He won't fall for it. The trap is named and refused, and just like that, the conversation is his. Her hook now catches nothing but frost. The lobster lands like a slap. Fang Yuqing stares at the screen, realizing this Zhang Yi isn't the soft mark she used to play. The man she planned to keep on a string just cut it himself. She vents to a friend that she only meant to keep him as a spare tire, and now his position has slipped even further behind. 2 women coldly ranking the worth of a man they think is helpless. At his window, Zhang Yi stands unbothered, faintly smiling. He can hear them sharpening their opinions of him. Every insult is one more name on a list he intends to settle. He fires back one last line. He will not fall for it. The trap is named and refused, and just like that, the conversation is his to control. A beat later, he cracks open a drink and admires the green crab and tea spread he sent her, savoring how the picture stung. They wrote him off as a fool, yet here he feasts while they ration crumbs. One word comes back from her end. Cold and clipped, the sound of a plan collapsing. The leverage she counted on simply does not exist anymore. Fang Yuqing whips toward her friend, fury cutting through the act. For the first time, the man she discarded holds all the food and all the cards. The friend fans the flames. Zhang Yi is awful. She messaged him to help borrow supplies and he ignored it. They keep painting him the villain for refusing to bankroll people who'd step over his corpse. He plays dumb. Zhang Yi, who is that? Don't mention him again. Then he suggests she has other men, so ask one of them for help instead. So she does. Fang Yuqing dials up another admirer, all syrup and lashes, asking a favor of a man named Peng. The blonde calculator is about to bleed 1 spare tire dry. The red-haired suitor arrives at her door hauling goods, beaming that he picked the most expensive items just for her. He thinks he's buying affection. He's buying a place in line to be used. She rewards him with a melting smile and the magic words. For her sake, he'd do anything. He glows like he's one. He's only proven how cheaply he can be steered. Door shut, supplies in hand, Fang Yuqing's mask drops. She looks at the bags with flat, satisfied eyes. To her, every man is a vending machine, and the freeze made the snacks worth killing for. Sizing up her haul, a cold thought crosses her face. Dare to have other ideas about her. Maybe next life. She learned nothing from being this ruthless once and has no idea who she faces. 3 days later, night falls over the apartment blocks, snow streaking past windows where only a few lights burn. The grace period is ending. The freeze is no longer a forecast. It's a sentence. The dark towers stand against the storm, a few windows clinging to power. Inside, thousands start doing the math on how long warmth lasts. The clock just started ticking out loud. Zhang Yi lounges in the warm glow, gnawing a drumstick, phone in hand, ready for the show. The whole building is one power outage from chaos, and he ordered the popcorn weeks ago. Then the lights die. A startled cry, a question thrown into the dark. The lifeline the whole building leaned on snaps in an instant, and the real cold comes pouring in behind it. Doors crack open along the hallway, and the neighbors spill out, bundled and frightened in the freezing corridor. One asks the question that defines everything. Does your home still have electricity? A woman clutching her bundled child answers in panic. The running water stopped too. No hot water left to make the children powdered milk. The freeze now threatens the smallest among them. A man tries to soothe a crying child in the hall, murmuring it's all right. His face says otherwise. The temperature is climbing down toward numbers no one in that building survives. The neighbors huddle on the dark stairwell, panicking. Where are the higher-ups? If this keeps up, people will freeze. The promised rescue is not coming, and they know it. 30 below indoors now, no power for the heaters, no end to the snow. They keep asking when it stops. There is no answer, only the cold closing in. The conversation turns where Zhang Yi knew it would. They have almost no food. The supermarkets are buried. Is there any other way? Desperation is about to come knocking on his door. In the dark, Zhang Yi lets a slow line escape him. He knows exactly where every hungry eye is about to turn. He prepared for this a lifetime ago. He cracks open a packed storage case, supplies stacked deep, telling himself it's always right to prepare. The floor below freezes and starves while he has everything they lack. His old phone lights up. Auntie Lin, the neighborhood committee director, has sent 2 messages. The vulture has spotted the carcass. The woman who fancies herself in charge is about to test whether Zhang Yi shares. She opens warm. He works at a warehouse. Surely he has cars of food stashed. She remembers him bringing 3 loads. Underneath, she's taking inventory of what she means to take. The memory surfaces. A freezing stairwell, a discarded shoe by a vent. He has stood in halls like this before, in a life where being generous got him a knife in the back. Snow hammers the towers in the dark, a city vanishing under white. In those windows, the bargaining and begging are already starting. The freeze has lit the fuse on his survival war. A grandmother cradles a small blonde boy, both shaking with cold. He asks why it got so freezing and when his parents return. She fears no one is coming. A notice drops in the building chat, residents organizing into a committee, comparing who has what. It reads like cooperation, but it's really a census of targets before the knives come out. The boy clings to his grandmother, asking if Daddy and Mommy will be back soon. She holds him tighter and lies. The same hope is whispered over children who may not last the week. Then the grandmother sets her jaw against the fear. She has to protect him. The 2 of them must survive. It's the purest motive in this frozen tower, and the predators here will try to exploit it. A beat later, the committee chat hums with neighbors rallying to manage supplies for everyone. Noble on the surface. But Zhang Yi knows the loudest about sharing always plan to keep the most. On the couch, someone scoffs that this got serious because the committee director grew addicted to her sliver of power. She issues orders like a general with no army. The neighbors gripe that they can't get out and are nearly out of food and medicine. The trap is closing on everyone. Hunger, cold, and a self-appointed boss carving up what remains. Someone mutters this is all because Auntie Lin wants to make an example of Zhang Yi, the man who will not bow. They are about to learn he planned for them all. His old phone buzzes and he half smiles. The director keeps typing, still certain she can squeeze him. He reads her like a book he already finished. She lays it out. Since no one took the earlier bait, the community should lean on Zhang Yi together. Mob pressure as policy, weaponizing the whole building against one man, the oldest play in her book. Recognition flickers in his eyes. Same trick as his previous life. The committee turning the crowd on him to strip his supplies. Last time it worked. This time he saw it coming. The director sits smug in her blankets, gloating that she worked so hard to trick the supplies out of everyone, so why hand them back? She robbed the floor blind and calls it talent. Moments later, the memory hardens his face. In his past life, this woman coaxed everyone into surrendering their supplies, and when he gave some away, it bought him nothing. He will not make that mistake twice. Now she pivots to him with mock urgency, saying the community's in trouble and it's his turn to help. They'll return everything after, the same hollow promise that emptied his pantry once. She presses send, sweetly telling Auntie Lin to collect more supplies and remember to share some with her. She is skimming her cut from a haul she has not even stolen yet. Zhang Yi reads it with a thin, knowing smile. No one took the bait, so she decided to target him. He is not insulted, he is delighted. The trap has chosen its victim, and the victim is grinning. The director keeps working him in the chat, reminding everyone he works at a warehouse must have cars of food, brought 3 loads of supplies. She builds the mob's case, brick by greedy brick. He scrolls back through her messages, smiles sharpening. Now the community is in trouble, it's his turn to help, and they will repay him. He knows how this ends for the trusting. Then the gloves come off in his head. He leans back, grinning, and lets her dig her own grave. She thinks she cornered a sheep. She cornered a man back from the dead. A man steps in claiming to represent the organization, warning that if Zhang Yi refuses to hand over supplies, he's fighting the organization itself. Naked extortion in a fake uniform. Zhang Yi answers without lifting his voice, slicing the bluff apart. This man is no civil servant, no business officer, nobody with real authority. The organization he invokes is just a costume. Cornered, the man blusters that coaxing supplies is normal, and Zhang Yi simply took it too hard. Then the menace leaks through. He'll be waiting at his home. The fake official is now a thug. The heavy-set man looms over his phone, all bulk and bravado, certain his size and stolen title will be enough. He's badgered weaker people into folding before. He can't fathom this one won't break. Then Zhang Yi hangs up on him, flat and final. The man seethes at the dead line, telling himself this bastard thinks he leads the whole community. His authority got dismissed with one tap. Rage twists the self-styled leader's face as he scrambles to his feet. He can't let the insult stand. He's just been treated like the nobody he is, and his pride is louder than his sense. He spits out his next move, rally the whole community to pressure Zhang Yi together. He's about to point a freezing mob at the one apartment that can outlast the storm. Outside, a sliver of moon hangs over the snowbound towers, ice swallowing the streets. A crowd is being assembled against him. Zhang Yi sees it coming and doesn't move from his warm seat. On his monitors, he watches the chaos, almost amused. Some idiots actually gave their supplies away. His pity is thin to nothing. He warned no one, because watching them learn is the plan. He does the cold math out loud. A normal home's supplies last 3 to 5 days, faster in this cold. But they gave theirs away. Their hunger is not his problem. Snow drifts past his quiet apartment, the storm a wall between him and the panic below. He's an island of warmth, and he intends to stay that way no matter who begs. Auntie Lin hoards her stolen stockpile, indignant at giving anything back. She worked hard to trick and collect it, so why return it? The thief is outraged her victims want their lives back. A satisfied smirk curls across the director's face in the dark, surrounded by boxes that were never hers. She thinks she played everyone perfectly. She does not see that hoarding makes you the first target when the starving come. Across the building, a boy tells his grandmother she has a call. The blonde child and the old woman, alone and out of options, while a phone lights up. The vulnerable are about to be circled. The grandmother takes the phone, alarm flashing across her face. She is shielding a child with almost nothing left, and the voice on the line carries the weight of a threat. The predators found the weakest door. A beat later, the caller is the committee director, all false praise, marveling that Auntie Lin tricked everyone's supplies into her own. She's confirming the target is fat and worth robbing. Without warning, the director preens that as head of the neighbor committee, coordinating everyone's supplies is simply her hobby. The freeze has handed a petty tyrant her dream job. She tells the grandmother some families haven't turned supplies in, so distribution is on hold. Translation: hand yours over first. The blonde boy doesn't understand she's bargaining with his survival. The threat drops the act. Obediently hand them over, the director warns, or else. The polite extortion is done. Now it is a voice in the dark telling an old woman and a child to give up the only thing keeping them alive. Auntie Lin stands surrounded, neighbors pressing in with canes and hard faces. The hoarder who squeezed everyone is now the one being squeezed. The wheel she set spinning came back to her. The crowd closes in tighter, fists and weapons over a bowed head. This is the price of tricking your neighbors, and the freeze collects in full. Zhang Yi predicted this and lets it run. Without warning, the committee leader plays his final card, voice cold. He and his people will come collect the supplies personally. It's a robbery wearing a community badge. Down in his warm apartment, Zhang Yi watches it light up on his phone and murmurs that things are getting interesting. The dogs are biting each other, and he won't intervene. He toys with recording the whole spectacle and sending it out for everyone to watch, figuring their reaction will be amazing. He's curating the collapse of the people who once curated his death. The mob pours into Auntie Lin's home and strips it bare. Take everything, the leader orders. Let her and the boy learn how nothing feels. The robber has been robbed. A beat later, the leader bellows for his men to seize all the food and drinks, warning them not to let the old woman win again. He calls it justice. He is just the strongest scavenger at the kill. She fights them off, screaming it is none of their business. One frail body against a hungry crowd. The hoard she schemed to gather is ripped from her hands. An old man pleads from the floor, begging them to let him and his grandson live. The same cruelty Auntie Lin aimed at everyone now crashes down on the helpless, and the strong call it fair. The leader snarls at them to get lost, shoving the old woman aside. Whatever order the building had is gone. The freeze's only law, take what you can hold. A frail figure crashes to the ground amid the looting. Neighbors who days ago argued in a group chat now trample each other for cans. This is the survival war, stripped of every excuse. She rallies once more, screaming for the bastards to get out, voice cracking with terror. It changes nothing. The hands keep grabbing, and she learns clever means nothing once you are weak. Someone gets struck down in the scramble, the brutality landing on whoever is slowest. There are no sides left, only the hungry and the buried. Zhang Yi watches the building eat itself. The leader looms over her, asking if she wants to die, then swears to kill her on the spot. The man who claimed to serve the community is ready to murder over groceries. Auntie Lin swings wild and kicks the bat away, fighting like a cornered animal for her hoard. But she's outnumbered, out of friends, and out of goodwill. The leader laughs it off, bragging his quick reflexes saved him, asking if they filmed it. Even mid-brawl he performs. The bloody mess is entertainment for those not yet starving. A beat later, the grandmother throws herself over the small blonde boy, Shi Aohu, shrieking for her grandson, her body his only shield. One child, one beaten old woman, and a mob. Without warning, the leader spits his verdict over the wreckage. They both deserved it, both of them trash. He's appointed himself judge, ranking an old woman and her grandson below the supplies in his arms. He stands over the ruined home and calls it justice, the price for tricking neighbors. A robber punishing a robber, while a child shivers in the rubble between them. The aftermath ripples into the group chat, the violence now gossip. Everyone watched, almost no one helped. The building showed exactly what it is, and Zhang Yi was right about all of it. Up in his apartment, Zhang Yi lowers the phone, eyes flat. They still miss the real problem. The supplies never mattered. The cold is the threat, and the cold is patient. The chat warns that whoever raided Auntie Lin today will come for him tomorrow, and no police will answer. The law is gone, and he's the one man ready for it. He spreads his hands with a careless smile. None of my business. He could have warned them, saved a few. He chose to watch. The man who came back is here to win, not to be a hero. A new alert glows across the room, the next move already loading. The robbery was only the opening act. The freeze tightens, and a smaller, more desperate plea is about to reach him. Then a name changes everything. Jo Kerr, the doctor with striking red eyes, speaks up. She wants to operate on the boy, Xiao Hu, for free. The first real act of mercy in this frozen tower is hers. Zhang Yi rereads her message. A doctor offers, free of charge, to save a child she's never met, asking only to be let in to help. He studies the offer, something shifting behind his eyes. A guarded woman helping a stranger's child out of a doctor's kindness. He knows what she becomes, worth more than the whole mob. Outside keeps worsening. The first floors are nearly submerged, snow swallowing whole ground levels. They ask what to do, but no plan fits a disaster this size. Word spreads this is a once-in-history snow disaster striking hundreds of cities at once. They finally grasp the scale. Zhang Yi already knows the answer, and it's darker than they imagine. Just over a week in, the whole world is buried in blizzards. Some northern cities passed 100 degrees below zero. The numbers stop sounding like weather and start sounding like extinction. The snow keeps thickening. Many cities not just flooded, but vanished. Residents who failed to evacuate now frozen under it. There's only Zhang Yi's warm door and the crowd that wants in. A beat later, the group chat lights up, neighbors arguing, the committee director still circling the supplies. The old woman whose grandson nearly died is hounded for the scraps she has left. Someone snaps that it is only snow, colder than yesterday, but no zombie siege, so why is everyone terrified? The denial is almost touching. They cannot see the quiet cold is deadlier than any monster. Zhou Care pushes back gently, asking them not to weaponize Xiao Hu's situation to scare people, saying she only wants to help. Zhang Yi notices everything she does. She offers again to treat the boy, calm amid the fear. He watches her hold the line for a stranger's child and quietly moves her name up his list. Elsewhere, a weary mother begs the group to help her injured daughter. The freeze makes victims by the hour, and the building has no one to save them but each other. Zhou Care steadies the desperate mother, urging her not to panic. In Zhang Yi's cold ledger, her name moves toward the short list of people he might actually keep alive. The pleas about Xiao Hu keep coming through the chat, the threads of obligation tightening. Even the man who said none of my business is being drawn toward the people worth saving. He weighs it all. The boy, the doctor, the dying building, the bottomless freeze. This is not charity. He is calculating which lives are assets and which are just weight in the snow. A decision forms in his expression. Zhou Care has shown her hand, and it is a good one. The man who watched a mob ransack an old woman is now drawn to the one who tried to stop it. Across the building, people realize most homes burned through their supplies 2 days early, just as he predicted. The countdown ran out for the floor below. Now they look up, hungry, at the man who has everything. The chatter swivels toward Zhang Yi, envious that he still has so much food. He feels every eye land. The trap inverts. The man they plan to rob is now all that stands between them and starvation. A voice sharpens the question into an accusation. Why does he still have so much? He doesn't flinch. Let them resent it. Every ounce of envy is leverage, and a whole second life taught him to spend it. His place stays warm and bright while theirs go dark and cold, and they notice. He built an island of plenty in a drowning world, and now the drowning paddle toward it, hands out. He plays it casual, mentioning his fireplace keeps the room almost uncomfortably hot. While the building shivers below zero, he complains about being too warm, aimed at the people who left him to freeze. Then Fong Yuqing slides back in, sugar, sweet, gushing about how prepared he is, asking to come inside and look. The blonde who discarded him is now begging for a key to his door. She lays it on thick over video, saying she misses him, that it is freezing, that an old sweetheart can rest at his place. She is out of food, and he is the only lifeboat left. Zhang Yi watches her perform and feels nothing. He doesn't even know how cold it is outside, he says, because in here it's perfectly fine. He lets her seduction hit a door that never opens. He names the game out loud. From the look of her, the temperature on her end must be very low. He's clocked exactly why she crawled back, and he wants her to know it. The sweetness curdles. She snaps at him not to overreact, demands to know if he would really let her freeze and starve. The woman who helped kill him is furious her victim will not save her. He answers cold and sharp, telling her to stop acting, that he sees right through her hunt for a richer ride. The whole betrayal sits behind those words. He has waited a lifetime to say them. Cornered, Fong Yu-ching pivots one last time, demanding he just be honest about whether he will help. The leverage is gone. The charm failed. Now a freezing woman begs mercy from a man with none left. Her composure shatters. The affection was always a lie. Zhang Yi has turned the tables completely, and her curse is a predator realizing it has become the prey. Zhang Yi turns the phone over, reading the latest threat from a neighbor who thinks he still gets to give orders. The contempt in his eyes is almost bored. They have no idea what he already knows. He sits on the floor of a ransacked unit, surrounded by the wreckage someone left behind. To him, this is just noise. He has watched this city eat itself once already. 2 buildings over, a couple huddles in the cold and tells each other it is only fair to take what Zhang Yi has, since he refused to share. The boyfriend leans in close. He came from a rich family once, and he still believes the world owes him comfort. The freeze has not taught him otherwise. Without warning, the blonde spits out a name like a curse, certain her rival ruined her life. Blame is cheaper than food, and these days everyone is rationing. City officials beg residents to conserve. The grid is failing, the heating is gone, and the polite language of an announcement cannot warm a single apartment. The notice ends the only way it can. The authorities cannot hide it anymore. The disaster Zhang Yi has been calmly grocery shopping for is no longer a rumor. It is the weather, and he is the only person in town who packed an umbrella for it. Reality settles over the room like frost on glass. The freeze is permanent now, and no rescue is coming. Everyone is on their own, and most of them are not ready. Zhang Yi takes it in without a flicker. He gritted his teeth and survived this once with nothing. This time he holds every card, and he intends to play them cold. The couple keeps whispering their plan into the dark. Kill Zhang Yi, take his apartment, and tell no one. They say it the way other people discuss dinner. Just the 2 of them, they decide. Fewer mouths to share with, fewer witnesses to leave breathing. The math of the apocalypse is already rewriting who they are. A phone glows in her hand, the last warmth in the frame. Outside, the snow keeps falling on a city that is quietly deciding murder is reasonable. They tell themselves they can hold out a little longer. It is the lie everyone clings to before the food runs out and the lie stops working. Someone asks the real question. With the whole world frozen and nowhere left to run, who else is there to count on? The answer keeps coming back to one door they cannot open. Word spreads that Zhang Yi turned away the last group at his door. The neighbors take it as an insult. They have not yet learned to take it as a warning. A man works himself into a fury, swearing he will break Zhang Yi and take what he is hoarding. Big talk from someone who has never seen behind that steel. They settle the plan fast. Be ruthless, be selfish, strike first because they assume he will fight back. They are right about that. They are wrong about everything else. A small crew gathers outside Unit 2601, a child trailing behind in the cold. They knock and call his name sweetly, the way predators do before the lunge. Zhang Yi watches the door through his system, palm flat and patient. He clocks the voice in the hall before he ever sees a face. He recognizes the man called Zhou Peng and the company he keeps. Nobody climbs 8 floors in a dying building to wish you well. He already knows what they are. Suspicion hardens into certainty behind his eyes. Whatever smile is waiting on the other side of that door, he has decided it is a lie. He is not wrong. The friendly mask slips the instant it stops working. Now they want him to open up, to come out, to be reasonable. The threat underneath is barely dressed at all. They offer a deal. Antipyretics in exchange for his help, neighbor to neighbor. As if the men who came to kill him are doing him a favor by trading. Zhou Peng plays the part of a man too sick to be dangerous, asking Zhang Yi to take pity and consider it. Every word is a hook, and Zhang Yi can see the line. A pill bottle sits in someone's hand like a bargaining chip. It is a small, sad prop in a play Zhang Yi already watched end in his own murder once. Patience runs out and the demand comes plain. Open the door right now. The honey is gone. What is left is the cold edge they were always going to show. He gives them an answer through the steel, and the disgust in their faces curdles into rage. "This is swill," one of them snarls. They wanted obedience, not a closed door. They throw themselves at his door, shouting, certain that fury can do what reason could not. Bodies against reinforced steel. The door does not care how angry they are. Then the door bites back. A jolt rips through whoever touched it, and the hallway fills with the sound of people learning that Zhang Yi's defenses are not for show. They reel back, blistered and screaming, the same insults rattling out of them as their hands shake. The man they came to rob just paid them in pain. Zhou Peng howls for Zhang Yi to come out, half threat and half tantrum. From inside, Zhang Yi has not even bothered to stand up. One last vow through gritted teeth. "Wait until I get in," they promise. Zhang Yi has heard that promise before, in another life, from the people who finally did. Someone hoists a heavy bottle overhead, ready to smash their way through by hand. Desperation makes people brave and stupid in equal measure. The blow lands against the door and accomplishes nothing but noise. Zhang Yi built this place to outlast exactly this. A swing of the arm was never going to be enough. Another hand reaches for the frame, another shock answers it, and the scream tears down the corridor. The building is teaching them a lesson one body at a time. Inside, Zhang Yi leans back beside his console, a pistol within easy reach, and writes them off. Another fool who came looking for death. He plans to wait until they starve. He says it flat and certain. He will not leave when he can simply stay, risk nothing, and let the cold and hunger do the work for him. Time is the only weapon he needs. The crack of a gunshot rolls through the floors above. Somewhere up there, a survivor freezes mid-breath. That sound changes the whole arithmetic of the building. A beat later, the realization lands hard. Someone in here actually has a gun. Suddenly, the man they were all circling is not just stubborn. He is armed. A name passes between them, shaken. They thought this one had already died. Finding out he is alive and shooting back rewrites everyone's plans at once. Down the hall, the survivors trade looks of pure dread. The shot did exactly what Zhang Yi wanted. It told an entire building who is in charge. Two men weigh their odds out loud. They took everything from someone weaker already, and it still was not enough. The question hangs in the freezing air. They reason it coldly. The pistol is real, but bullets are not endless. If they rush all at once, no gun stops a crowd. The plan turns into a siege. A man studies the others, and you can watch an idea curdle behind his eyes. The shooter is one person. They are many. That kind of math has buried better men. On a phone screen, a new group quietly forms. The scattered and the desperate are finding each other, and every message points at the same locked door. Zhang Yi's golden eye narrows as he watches the chatter scroll. A new group. He has seen this before. He knows precisely how a mob like this ends. The messages stack up, neighbors egging each other toward a revolt. From the safety of his shelter, Zhang Yi reads the whole conspiracy like a script he has already memorized. He weighs his options without urgency, the pistol never far. They want to swarm him to soak up his bullets. He has more than they think, and far more patience. An older man takes charge of the group, voice low and hard. He has decided the path forward runs straight through Zhang Yi's stockpile, and he means to lead the charge. He lays it out without flinching. When people are dying, everything should be used to the fullest. He is talking about his neighbors, and he calls treating them as supplies a good thing. At that moment, he keeps talking and the room leans in. Chun Yonghao builds a permission structure for atrocity, one calm sentence at a time, and they nod along. Moments later, he spells out the truth they were dancing around. The weak are food now, used so the rest live longer. The freeze stripped the last paint off being human. Zhang Yi hears it all through their leaking group chat, unmoved. Plotting to revolt, he notes. He died at the hands of people exactly like this, not this time. He turns the gun over in his hands, thinking through their numbers. They mean to throw bodies at him until the magazine runs dry. He starts counting how many he can stop first. Chun Young-how steadies the group like a general before a raid. Their efforts will not be wasted, he tells them. Without him and his gun, he says, they would scatter like ants. Behind it all, Zhang Yi reaches a quiet verdict. This Chun Young-how is genuinely ruthless, ready to butcher his own neighbors for rations. It takes one to recognize one. If the old man pushes him hard enough, Zhang Yi decides, he will find a moment to put him down. No anger in it, just a name added to a list. A new day breaks gray and freezing, and the dread in the building has only thickened overnight. Whatever was decided in the dark is about to come due. A threat lands on a screen, blunt and final. If anything happens to me, the message warns you are next. The corridor has become a place where every promise is about dying. A man cowers in the frozen room, his chat bravado gone. Voting for a raid behind a keyboard is easy. The cold and the gun are another thing. A pale, terrified face fills the frame. The mob that talked so big is made of people like this, one bad night from breaking. Zhang Yi only has to wait for the cracks. Zhang Yi watches the panic spread and almost looks disappointed. He had higher expectations for them. They are too busy blaming each other to be much of a threat. Steam rises from a hot bowl in his quiet, warm apartment. While the building eats itself with fear and accusations, he sits down to a real meal. He eats slowly, in no hurry at all, and lands a cold little judgment. Most of these people, he decides, brought this on themselves. He is not wrong, and he is not sorry. Across the building, Chun Young-how musters his crew with a gun in hand, snapping at the slow ones to hurry. He is counting on the others in the building to join the assault. One follower's nerve wobbles. Maybe they should forget it, he ventures. The old man's stare shuts him down before the sentence is even finished. Chun Young-how rounds on the doubter, finger leveled, voice rising. People are dying, he barks. Either commit or end up as one of the bodies that keeps the rest alive. The doubter folds, suddenly agreeing the old man is right, that the dying should be put to use. Fear does the recruiting, and the group's last decency dies. Chun Young-how makes his case complete. Without his gun, he says, this group would never have listened. Only he gave them the nerve to act. He has made himself their black heart. Watching from his shelter, Zhang Yi marks the old man for what he is. Ruthless enough to stack his own neighbors like emergency rations. A monster this winter breeds. Zhang Yi settles into wait, certain his moment will come. If Chun Young-how gets on his nerves, he will find a chance to end him. Cold patience is his favorite weapon. A scream tears from a side unit. A light-haired woman shrieks for mercy, swearing she will hand over every scrap of food she has. The raid found its first prey. She crawls along the floor reaching for help that is not coming, her cry shrinking to 2 words. This is what Chun Young-how meant by using people. Her hand stretches toward a glowing screen, the last lifeline she has. In the group chat, the others watch it happen and tell each other to stop the infighting. Nobody moves to save her. The messages scroll past her suffering, cold and procedural. Someone types that they should all stop fighting and unite. They mean unite to do this again, to the next weakest one. At that moment, the survivors regroup and admit the truth out loud. They have to find food somewhere, and the woman they just bled, Liu Tian Tian, is proof of where they're heading. Soon it's their turn. Their fear sharpens into focus, and the focus turns back to Zhang Yi. If they cannot break in alone, they will spread the word, gather everyone, and storm his door together. Zhang Yi reads the rallying messages and feels nothing soft. People like Fang Yuqing, who think the world should bend to keep them comfortable, are exactly why he stopped bending. He admits a flicker of something, that he does not enjoy what is happening down there. But he stockpiled for a reason, and that reason was never to die for ungrateful neighbors again. Without warning, he weighs the cold logic of survival. Helping them means opening his door, and opening his door is how he got butchered the first time. Charity is a luxury the freeze deleted. With that, a name leaves the group chat. Zhang Yi logs out of their plotting entirely, done listening. The conspiracy can keep talking. He has already heard the ending. Down in the cold, a woman clutches her phone, recoiling at what her group has become. They're all acquaintances, she says, and still they did something this inhuman. The couple from before turns on each other. She reminds him of the promise that he swore he would talk Zhang Yi into letting them stay, and now the man will not even open his door. He drops the patience. Forget polite, he says. Zhang Yi is alone in there. Break the door down, wrap him up, and drag him out. A grinning man steps up with a credential. He used to work as a locksmith, he brags. He can crack any lock on the market. The siege just found its key. The others light up at the idea. If he can open the security door, they will pour in and watch Zhang Yi try to resist a crowd. They are already counting their victory. They crowd the steel door, the locksmith bent over the mechanism, the rest pressing close. They think they are minutes from breaking in. Zhang Yi thinks they are minutes from a mistake. Behind the door, Zhang Yi watches them work and counts the layers they missed. 5 of them vault grade. He lets them keep trying. He delivers his verdict on the man picking the lock. You are finished the moment you get in here. The hand on the tablet is steady. The trap is already armed. Fang Yuqing's name surfaces in his thoughts, flat and unsentimental, before he springs it. He says it almost gently. The instant the lock gives, the defenses answer. A surge rips through the doorway and the locksmith's bragging turns into a raw scream. The door he beat just beat him back. Zhang Yi's hand hovers over the controls, calm. 5 layers, anti-theft, anti-everything, and they walked into all of them. He hardly lifted a finger. The current arcs, and the hallway lights up white. Someone in that huddle is paying full price for touching what Zhang Yi built. The cry of pain says they finally understand him. A figure recoils, smoking and shrieking, the shock throwing them off the door. The crowd that came to swarm him is suddenly a knot of burned, screaming people. Without warning, the glasses man, Zhou Peng, drags himself upright, curses Zhang Yi as an animal, and orders him out. From inside, the order means nothing. He is the one bleeding. They retreat to lick their wounds and tell themselves a comforting story, that breaking in would have worked if not for the traps. They still do not grasp who they are dealing with. Zhang Yi watches them limp away and savors it. This is his home to do with as he pleases, and these disaster masters have no idea what they crossed. The locksmith's bravado is gone, replaced by a scream as he reels from the door. The man who could crack any lock just met the one he could not, and it cost him. A beat later, the group breaks and runs, calling to each other to retreat. Word goes around that someone new has arrived, and right now living matters more than Zhang Yi's stockpile. Then the air splits as an arrow streaks down the corridor. Zhang Yi is not letting them simply walk away wiser. He is collecting a price for the attempt. The bolt finds a fleeing man, and he buckles mid-stride. Zhang Yi turns a failed siege into a hunt, and the hallway becomes a place where running is no longer safe. Another shaft punches home, and a body lurches forward. One by one, the raiders learn that turning their backs on Zhang Yi was the last bad decision in a day full of them. A wounded man stumbles after the others, begging them not to leave him behind. The mob that voted to butcher the weak is suddenly full of weak, abandoned people. The irony writes itself. They scatter down the hall, crying out for Sister Wang to wait, dragging their injured along. The unity Chun Yung Hao bragged about lasted exactly until the arrows started flying. Footsteps pound the corridor, voices fraying. Whatever solidarity got them to that door is gone, trampled in the rush to save themselves. Zhang Yi did that with a handful of bolts. The raiders flee in earnest, a panicked clatter down the stairs. Zhang Yi has not just survived the assault, he has shattered the group that planned it and sent them home bleeding. They regroup somewhere lower, wounded and shaking, the wreck of their grand plan around them. Standing, slumped against the wall, every one of them paid for the lesson. Someone leans close to a bolt still buried in flesh, and the discovery turns their stomach. These arrows are all rusted. That single detail is about to become a death sentence. The realization moves through the group like cold water. Zhang Yi did not just wound them. He chose the dirtiest ammunition, knowing what rust does to a wound out here. A woman's face goes slack with horror. In a frozen city with no medicine, a rusted arrow is not an injury. It is a slow, certain death. They name what they face. He is genuinely vicious, one says, to use rusted arrows on purpose. Without antibiotics in this weather, the wounded can only wait to die. Zhang Yi planned that. Denial breaks over them in waves. No, how could this happen? They came to take a man's home, and instead they are sitting in a hallway counting down to infection. A hand cracks across a face. It's all your fault, someone snarls. The group that was going to conquer Zhang Yi together is now tearing itself apart over blame. They round on the brown-haired woman, demanding answers. Did she know his door was deadly and run early to save herself? Suspicion turns inward faster than the infection ever could. She protests that she had no idea that the last times they came, he never used arrows. The truth does not matter much now. They need someone to hate, and she is closest. Fang Yuqing shrinks under their accusations, tears welling, and a defender insists she truly did not know. Zhang Yi's ex is learning what it costs to run with a mob that turns. Elsewhere, the injured cling to one last hope and limp toward the only healer left, Dr. Zhou. Their wounds are too deep to ignore, so they go begging. Zhou Care turns at the sight of them, red eyes sharp. The wounded crowd in, certain the divine healer can undo what Zhang Yi did. She already suspects she cannot. They press around her, pleading that all their lives depend on her now. She studies the arrows without softening. Begging does not change what a rusted shaft has set in motion. Her gaze settles on the wound, and recognition crosses her face. Another arrow injury. She has seen this handiwork before, and she is starting to understand who keeps making it. She asks who else has been shot, and someone covers for the source, calling it an old patient from the hospital. The lie is thin, but Zhou Care files the pattern away anyway. Moments later, she gives her honest verdict, and it is not the one they wanted. The injuries run too deep. Without surgical equipment, she cannot promise to save anyone. Zhou Care spells out the trap. Pull the arrow without antibiotics and infection sets in. In this cold with no medicine, she lets the sentence hang. They know how it ends. A woman breaks down, certain Zhang Yi did it on purpose. He's so cruel, she sobs, when all they wanted was his room, not his life. Zhou recalls she's glimpsed this Zhang Yi before, then repeats her warning plainly. Without medicine, drawing out these arrows is enormous danger. She needs them to hear it. The word lands and seizes them. Suddenly, the thing standing between them and death is a stockpile, and they all know exactly whose apartment is full of it. One of them remembers it clearly. A month ago, she watched truckloads of supplies delivered to Zhang Yi's door. The hoard they tried to steal is now the only thing that can save them. The memory sharpens. For a month before the freeze, Zhang Yi changed and stockpiled like a man possessed. Trucks came daily, even a pharmaceutical company. Now it makes terrible sense. Zhou Care draws the chilling conclusion. Antibiotics aren't rare. If Zhang Yi knew the disaster was coming and stocked up, he's sitting on a mountain of the exact medicine they need to live. A wounded man seizes on it, demanding they go make Zhang Yi hand over the cure for the wound he gave them. He still believes the man who shot him owes him a rescue. Reality answers him cold. They were just driven off his door in flames. Why would Zhang Yi step out to save the people who came to kill him? Someone insists they are the reasonable ones, that Zhang Yi simply does not know how to be a good person. They tried to break into his home, and somehow they have cast themselves as the victims. They settle on their messenger, Fang Yuqing. Since Zhang Yi once pursued her, she's the one to go beg him for medicine. They push his ex toward the man they just tried to murder. Care kneels over the wounded and says she will try her best. She is the only person in this building still treating men like people instead of leverage. The apartment is a field hospital now. Jo Peng bleeds on the couch as the doctor works the arrows free, while the manager and Fong Yu Ching hover with nothing but panic. A scream tears down the hall. The manager flinches, then lifts the phone to her ear like it is the last lifeline she has left. She weeps on the line. Lu Tao is dead, she says, and Jo Peng is going too. Zhang Yi doesn't flinch. If they die, they die. Everyone does eventually. And here he is, calm in his warm kitchen, knife over a cut of meat, asking the question they never let themselves answer. Did they really think they would walk out of this winter alive? The snow has sealed the whole city shut. Their building is an island now, and he is the only man on it who saw the tide coming and stockpiled for it. So what if they're breathing today? Supplies run dry, the cold or hunger finishes them, and if not, Chun Yonghao's mad dogs will. He lays out their deaths while he eats. Across the room from that warm meal, Jo Peng lies gray and shaking, the arrows still in him. 2 men, 1 apartment, and only one of them ever planned for this. Now come the tears and the apology. She knows she was wrong, she says. She will change. Will he forgive her? A month too late and only because she is cornered. She presses the case. Jo Peng will get infected and die without medicine, and Zhang Yi bought so much before. Behind her, the wounded man slumps and Fong Yu Ching watches, already calculating her exit. Fong Yu Ching snatches at the phone, indignant. Keep a line as a human being, she lectures him, do not be too heartless. The woman who got him killed, preaching mercy. He almost smiles. Then she should ask herself why he chose rusty arrows for her friends, and what rust does to a wound that no one can clean. There it is, the cold under the calm. He wants them infected, dying slow and screaming. This was never about food. This is the bill from his first life coming due. She fires back that his old tormentors' bodies still lie at her door, that this hatred will never end, that they kept the corpses to help his revenge. She bargains with the dead. He has heard enough whining. Since he was once interested in Fong Yu Ching, he muses, maybe he could let her come over alone. He dangles the offer just to watch them turn on each other. The manager bites instantly. Let Chinger live with you, be your woman, do whatever you want. She offers up another person, desperate to buy her own warm corner. Call him back, he tells her. Come over quickly. He hangs up knowing exactly what that single invitation will do to the fragile little alliance huddled in that cold room. Take me, Fong Yu Ching begs into the phone, all her loyalty evaporating the second a door out appears. The mask she wore for these people is already on the floor. He sets one condition with a smile. The only one he loves is Fong Yu Ching, so she must keep her distance from these deadweights. He baits the trap, and she walks in. She nods like he has handed her the world. You have the final say, she promises. Kinger will listen to you. She does not hear the contempt under every word he feeds her. A beat later, she is up and moving, shoving past the others toward the door. She will be right over, she tells him, dragging herself free of the people she was crying with an hour ago. Get away, do not stop me, she screams, clawing at the hands that hold her back. She has had enough of this life, and Zhang Yi's warm apartment is the only escape she can see. The others round on her, calling her a shameless wretch who caused all this misery and now wants out. Jo Peng, gut, shot and gray, can only ask how she could do this to him. She stops pretending. Is chasing her own happiness a problem, she asks. Staying was always temporary. They were going to starve, and she refuses to starve with them. Jo Peng makes a last appeal that he loved her, that love means wanting her happy. She answers with arithmetic. He helped her once, but cannot give her what Zhang Yi can. It collapses into a brawl on the cold floor, men pinning her down as she shrieks to be let go. The group that survived together is now tearing itself apart over one woman's exit. Keep an eye on her, do not let her escape, one of them orders. This woman only thinks of herself, he says, and the irony is they are all about to do exactly the same. Care straightens beside the wounded. She's patched him for now, but without medicine, the infection is coming. She tells them flatly to prepare for it. No false comfort. In the shadows, the man in glasses leans in with a quieter kind of menace. He still has a way to deal with Zhang Yi, he says, and someone asks to hear it. Here is the real predator. Zhang Yi has a fireplace, meaning fuel, and that video showed a room stuffed with food. The schemer's eyes light up, already counting it as his. His plan is vicious. Leak the news building, wide, rally hundreds of starving people plus Chun Yonghao's gang, storm Zhang Yi's door and split the spoils. The manager panics at that, wailing that she is moving in with Zhang Yi, so what happens to her if they destroy him? Her loyalty lasts exactly as long as her comfort. Zhou Peng defends Fang Yuqing even now, swearing he truly loves her, and that given time she will love him back. The schemer just sneers at the lovesick fool. Useless wretch, the man spits, let the bastard deal with her. Then he turns to his real weapon, the phone, and the community group chats scrolling on the screen. He starts posting bait. Photos of Zhang Yi's feasts go up in the neighborhood chat, captioned to enrage. Meat, a roast chicken, wine while everyone else freezes. A beat later, he frames it as injustice. Look at this man's life while you suffer, he writes. Is that fair? Then he asks the group how to handle it, steering them toward the answer he wants. Down the chain it lands on Chun Yonghao's people. The bald men gather around the screen, and one of them looks up at their leader, the words already doing their work. Brother, how this? The schemer twists the knife in text. Think about how Zhang Yi has been living lately compared to the rest of us, he writes, and lets the resentment build itself into a mob. His final shove. Drown him with a drop of spit from each of us, he says, so many against one. Old grudges and new hunger, all of it aimed at a single locked door. And Chun Yonghao bites, a feral grin spreading. So much good stuff in that home, perfect time to settle the old score and the new one at once. The wolves have their target. Come over here quickly, Zhang Yi tells Care on the phone, unhurried. He feels the storm gathering, and he is inviting his future ally to a front row seat. Oh, he says, mild and amused when she warns him. Why should he know her? He is testing how much she will give before he gives anything back. Even his allies have to earn their place. She reminds him he used to treat her like meat on a chopping board, cutting her piece by piece. Old wounds, and he answers by lifting a forkful of food, unbothered. How do you reason with a pack of irrational beasts? He says tiredly. He stopped seeing his neighbors as people. They're just a problem to seal out. In the dim hallway, the schemer marvels. Is this man really not afraid of death when they could drown him with one spit each? The others fume that the kid still wants to enjoy himself. Stubborn bastard, one snarls, I'll deal with you once we get through this snowstorm. They've decided Zhang Yi is the reason they suffer, and the lie comforts them enough to act. The mob talks itself into righteousness. Aren't you human? Neighbors should help each other. You hid supplies, so atone. Meanwhile, Zhang Yi pours another glass of wine. Staying home every day is boring, he says, gazing out at the buried skyline. Why not find time to go out? The man they are besieging is daydreaming about fresh air. Then it clicks. He still has snowmobiles sitting in his storage. There is a starving mob actively trying to murder him at the door, and his most pressing concern is which vehicle to take for a joyride. Priorities, Apocalypse Edition. He pictures it gleefully, two little versions of himself toasting the plan. He cannot leave now, but soon, by this method, he can go out and breathe whenever he likes. Then a message stops him mid-fantasy. Zhang, our food and medicine are gone. It is Care, and the phone glows with the time the moment everything between them starts to turn. He respects it instantly. Just as he'd expect from the doctor, she's sensible, stating a fact instead of begging. In a building full of grovelers, her composure catches him. At that moment, he remembers why. In his first life, Joe Care died giving her last food to a woman and child. Cold on the surface, but more giving than anyone around her. Maybe he should have her take care of him. Then the old wound surfaces. The smarter a woman, the easier she betrays him. Fang Yuqing taught him that in blood. He lounges back, arm over the couch, smirking. "I am very scared of death," he says, like a man who already died once and intends to make everyone else pay for it. A beat later, he weighs it carefully. He does consider Zhou Care, but won't let her through that door until he's 100% sure of her. Trust is the one supply he refuses to spend cheaply. So he sets a price. If she wants to trade, she had better come up with something genuinely useful to him. He wraps Care in a blanket, shivering, and reads the message with no warmth at all. "Call it a pre-consultation fee," she texts. She just cannot stand it there anymore. The proud healer reduced to bargaining, and she hates every second of it. She's never begged a stranger like this, she admits, face half, buried in the blanket. He watches that pride crack, deciding whether the broken version of her is one he can use. He makes his offer, food and medicine, but she owes him a favor in return. She looks up sharp, red eyes narrowing. Their alliance starts here. "Simple," he says. "Those neighbors will soon fail to hold off the mob and come for him too. He wants her to watch them and report every move. He is recruiting a spy inside the enemy camp. It's her choice," he tells her. "Betray them and side with him, or stay with the crowd and watch them all die." He lets the cold do the persuading. She has to bring him useful intelligence in exchange for what she needs, he repeats, and she knows what to do. He isn't buying loyalty, just renting her eyes. "Yes, I understand," she answers, the deal struck. Zhou Care just became Zhang Yi's informant inside the group about to march on his door. The doctor picks the winning side. Her first report comes fast. "Everyone has gone crazy," she warns. "Every household is arming up. Can't you think of a way out?" "It's getting interesting," he murmurs, stroking his chin like a man watching a show he scripted. The danger sharpens his appetite. This is the apocalypse he came back for. Even if they burn everything in the building, he tells her, it'll be their turn to get a piece of this. He knows what's behind his walls. "I promise you," Care sends, committing fully. "Great," a big catch, Zhang Yi grins, already counting her as the prize this siege accidentally delivered to him. The schemer in glasses smirks at his phone. "Let us see how long you keep it up," he taunts. He is trash, talking a man sealed in a vault with a crossbow and infinite snacks. His private chat lays it bare. A captured Zhang Yi group, combined, holds more supplies than any one of them. Break in, split the loot, and he wants half. He sells the mob a clean story. Drop the old grudges, crack Zhang Yi's house, feed everyone. It is greed dressed as solidarity, and the hungry swallow it. From inside the besieged apartment, someone scrambles to warn Zhang Yi. "Everyone is crazy. They've taken action. We have to tell him fast." "Got it," Zhang Yi says, calm as ever, the crossbow loaded in his lap. The warning is just confirmation. He has been waiting for this knock since the day he came back. Care delivers the final alert. "Every household is preparing. Can you not find a way out?" He answers holding all the cards. "Do not come over, and he will only warn her once." "Then let us have a good show," he says, raising the crossbow as the first fist hammers his door. He sealed every exit. The only thing missing is people who can actually get in. The mob floods the corridor with pipes and clubs. "Follow me, kill Zhang Yi," the leader bellows. Hundreds of starving people aimed at one locked door. "Beat that selfish swine to death," they roar, telling themselves he brought this on himself. The mob always needs a monster, and they've voted Zhang Yi in. "Get out, Zhang Yi, last chance," they shout at the steel. The schemer says don't rush, savoring it, naming Sun Zhe Kao and Chun Yonghao for leading the cannon fodder here. A man rears back with a sledgehammer and swings at the door. "Get out here, Zhang Yi," he screams. The first real blow lands, and the whole frame lights up wrong. There it is. The door is wired with high voltage, and the warning comes a heartbeat too late. Electricity rips through the attacker and arcs into everyone pressed behind him. "Stay away, it's live," someone screams, but the front rank is already convulsing. Zhang Yi's housewarming gift for the mob, paid in volts. He never left the couch. When the smoke clears, a man lies sprawled, scorched and still. Scattered crossbow bolts say Zhang Yi was ready for the survivors too. The siege has its first corpses, barely begun. The survivors stagger back, gray-faced and shaking, staring at what is left of their front line. The easy raid they were promised cost them bodies, and the door is not even scratched. Word ripples back through the crowd. Brother Hao, the door was electrified, several people are down. Now the man who sold the plan must decide whether to keep spending lives. Out in the snow, Chun Yong Hao grabs a fleeing neighbor by the collar. "Where do you think you're going?" he growls. No one runs until he gets his pound of Zhang Yi's flesh. He whips the mob back into hate. Zhang Yi is a dirty swine who killed his own neighbor. He snarls, "We must kill him and avenge the dead." The corpses become fuel for the next charge. "Don't be afraid," the schemer insists. He can't have much left. Break through and there's warmth and endless food waiting. He keeps dangling the feast to march men onto a live wire. They have endured cold and hunger for over a month. He reminds them, so cracking this door is worth dying for. He turned their suffering into a weapon. So they bring up a battering ram, a heavy log swinging between them. "Once it's open, we kill Zhang Yi," the leader promises. Something bigger, just as useless. The ram thuds into the door over and over. Inside, Zhang Yi sprawls with wine, eyes closed. How long will they keep knocking? The mob is doing cardio. He is doing a wine pairing. "Keep going," he calls toward the door. "I'll put on some music to cheer you on." He's treating a battering ram as background noise for his evening drink, taking song requests from the men he's already beaten. Outside, they snarl that he will not be so arrogant in a moment, that he must die today to pay for their fallen brothers. They are still talking like the door will open. It will not. Then the doubt creeps in. "I cannot do it anymore," one gasps. It is not budging. The ram swings and the door does not even flex. Something is very wrong with their easy target. "What kind of door is this? Why is it so sturdy?" another asks, staring at the steel. "At this rate, how long until it falls?" The answer, though they don't know it yet, is never. The schemer recognizes it and goes pale. This is a bank vault security door, the kind from where he works. The one weapon they cannot answer just revealed itself. "No way to break it," he says, and the leader explodes. Then there is no way through at all. The mob just hit a wall of bank, grade steel, and panic spreads. "Forget the battering ram," he tells them. This door would not blow open even with a bomb. Zhang Yi turned his home into a vault and dared the world to try. "If there is no key," the schemer mutters, eyes darting for any crack in the plan. He alone understands how hopeless that door is, and it is unraveling him. Unless one of them is the world's greatest lockpick, he admits, there is no chance of opening it. Behind that steel, Zhang Yi waits with a crossbow, having out-prepared them all. "Watch out, he is armed," someone yells as the crossbow appears. The mob recoils, then turns on itself, neighbors accusing each other of pushing them into the line of fire. The unity rots in seconds. "Why are you shoving me?" One screams, "Stop pretending to be noble or I'll kill you first." The pack that came to kill Zhang Yi starts hunting itself. Bodies litter the corridor now, dropped by bolts and by the wire. They curse him as a swine who deserves to die, but every death is one they walked into. He simply let them. Zhang Yi leans out, crossbow level, and names them. "Scum worse than pigs and dogs," he says. "Why not just go to hell?" He is not defending himself anymore. He is culling. Then the schemer raises a hand. "Do not worry, everyone, I have a solution." The man who knew the vault door just found the house's one untested surface. His door is metal, we cannot break it, so stop hitting it, he reasons. Accepting the obvious only makes him more dangerous. He is hunting the seam Zhang Yi might have missed. "Yeah, why did I not think of that?" another grins. "With this many of us, it will not take long to smash the wall." They pivot from the door to the bricks, certain they have found the weak point. "That is it," the schemer crows, "that wretch Zhang Yi will not be laughing long." They swing at the wall, a few cracks spider out, and for one moment they believe they have him. A man hauls back and hammers the wall with everything he has. "Why is it so hard?" he howls. The plaster gives, and then something underneath does not. This wall is reinforced too, the schemer realizes, pressing his hand to the steel. Whose house is plated like this? The dread sets in. There's no soft spot because Zhang Yi never left one. "I don't believe this whole house is steel," someone snaps, swinging again. But the wall just rings and holds. Every blow spends their dwindling strength on nothing. They keep battering, sweat and panic on every face, the wall barely chipping. Inside, Zhang Yi watches with a glass of wine, his preparation doing the fighting for him. "Did you all really miss it?" he says. "The outer wall is 20 centimeters of fine steel. Cannon fire won't break it, so good luck with your hammers and spears. Keep up the good work," he taunts, "otherwise you're wasting your strength." He leans over the counter with his wine, narrating their defeat back to them, cruelly relaxed. "How could anyone build a house like this?" the schemer asks. Zhang Yi knew the snowstorm was coming all along. Everything he did was to block them out. They are a year too late. "His door is metal. We can't break it open," the schemer repeats, hollow now. The realization spreads through the crowd like cold water. There's no way in. "Yeah, why didn't I think of it sooner?" another mutters, eyeing the ceiling and floor. "With this many of us, we'll smash through." They keep hunting the surface he forgot. "That's it," the leader rages, "that bitch Zhang Yi won't laugh anymore." They drag the assault to a new wall, the same false hope, the same steel waiting behind it. A man swings at the new wall and recoils. "Why is it so hard?" he screams, arms ringing. The answer they keep refusing to hear. There is no weak point anywhere. This wall is reinforced too, they realize, hands against the cold metal. Whose house is armored with steel plates? They didn't believe it, but the proof is bruising their fists. "Can none of you see it?" Zhang Yi sighs over his wine. The outer wall is 20 centimeters of fine steel. Even cannonballs cannot crack it, so keep relying on your hammers and spears. "Keep up the good work," he repeats. Anything less is meaningless. He toasts their exhaustion from his fortress, every word designed to drain the last of their will. "How could this happen?" the schemer says. "Why would anyone build a house like this?" The question answers itself. A man who died to his neighbors once and came back determined it would never happen twice. "We never thought his renovating would end like this," one recalls. Zhang Yi knew the storm was coming, another says. Everything blocked them out. Hindsight, sharp and useless. "Despicable villain," Zhou Peng spits. "He only cares about himself. If we all die, won't you be lonely? Can you sleep?" He pleads to a man who decided long ago. "One day guilt will haunt you for not helping us," Zhou Peng warns. Zhang Yi just raises the crossbow. Tortured to death by people like this, he owes them nothing. "Why the hurry?" the leader barks. "This is just the beginning. Even if the walls are steel, there is still ceiling and floor." He sends them hunting for a seam that does not exist. "Split into 2 groups and tear it apart," he orders. I refuse to believe he boxed us out completely. He cannot accept one man out, thinking an entire mob. So they attack the floor, prying and smashing, scattering torn boards. A man brings a pickaxe down hard on the surface, certain that under his feet is the way in. Certain and wrong. Chun Yonghao is clever, Zhang Yi admits with a smirk, but I'm not stupid. He sealed the floor too. Every surface is armored. They're losing a game he finished a lifetime ago. "Impossible, how do we get in?" A man gasps, the pickaxe ringing off plated steel. The last surface, the last hope, gone. The house has no door they can open, no wall they can break. "The bottom is reinforced too," he says. His house is an airtight metal box. He built a vault, locked himself in with the snacks, and dared the apocalypse to RSVP. Without warning, the mob stands among their dead and splinters, beaten by walls they can't dent. Somewhere a stomach growls. They came to take everything and leave with nothing but their hunger. At that moment, the schemer who recognized the vault door stares at the unbroken metal, his clever plan in ruins. "He out! thought everyone in that building except the one man who thought him a lifetime ahead. Moments later, the corridor is a wreck of exhausted, starving people who threw their last strength at solid steel. Every blow only proved how thoroughly Zhang Yi had already won. The siege is over. Behind his sealed walls, Zhang Yi stands calm, crossbow lowered. The mob spent its rage and bodies and never touched him. He writes the rules of this survival war. And he is not even tired. They will limp back to their cold rooms and their dead while he plans his snowmobile ride. The man they came to kill only lifted a glass. Behind a sealed door, the neighbors who once hunted Zhang Yi are reduced to this. Hollow-eyed, gnawing on nothing, whispering that they feel like they are starving to death. Then one says the quiet part out loud. Looking at the man slumped beside him, he asks if this is not, in the end, just meat. The doctor and Zhang Yi watch each other through the glass. Her red eyes have stopped pretending the old rules apply. He looks like a man who knows how this ends. Inside the freezing apartment, the men he locked out are unraveling. One mops his brow, muttering he is still burning up. Another just groans that he is exhausted. A third grips his own skull and asks if there is really nothing they can do. There is not. Zhang Yi made sure of that weeks ago, while they were still laughing at him. They turn their fury on him by name, screaming that he hoards enough food for so many, demanding he sacrifice himself. The men who tortured him to death now expect him to share. But desperation breeds ideas. One spots a weakness. He remembers Zhang Yi turned the balcony into a huge sliding glass door and floats the thought that they might break in there. The logic spreads. Where there are windows, they reason, there must be exits because nothing seals completely. They have no idea they walk the exact path he wants. Two of them step out into the blizzard, edging along the ledge toward his balcony. The snow swallows their footing. They think they have found the crack in his armor. Zhang Yi sits inside, sipping his drink, photographs of the dead pinned on the wall behind him. He hears them coming. He does not even bother to stand. Through the glass, the silhouettes gather on the balcony, and a thought drifts up. If there really are zombies out there, the world is about to give him a far more useful monster than that. One presses his snarling face to the door, threatening that the moment he breaks the glass, Zhang Yi is finished, calling him selfish filth. From the warm side, Zhang Yi just listens. The man keeps raging, swearing today is the day Zhang Yi dies, picturing all that delicious food becoming his. He is already spending a fortune he will never live to touch. Zhang Yi turns from the door, unbothered, and reaches for something on the counter. The threats outside have stopped being threats. They have become a countdown. He answers them flat and final. Soon, he tells them they will not be able to talk anymore. It does not read as a boast. It reads as a schedule. Then we see what is in his hands. A bottle, a rag, a flame catching at the end of it. He tells them not to forget to thank him for warming them up. The neighbors did spend weeks demanding he share his heat. He is, technically, delivering. One of the men on the balcony notices the orange glow climbing the glass and says there is something up there. There it is, reflected huge in his widening eye. Far too late. The Molotov hits, and the balcony erupts. Fire tears up the sealed gap they thought was their way in, and the men who came to take everything are suddenly trapped. Then the blaze swallows the ledge. They scream that Zhang Yi threw the fire, as if naming the man will put it out. He gave them exactly the warmth they were begging for. A beat later, the flames climb higher, pinning them on a narrow strip of burning concrete with a long fall on one side. The cold they hated and the fire he gave them, closing in at once. One of them does the math out loud. Better to fall to death, he decides, than to be burned to death. The choices Zhang Yi has left them are no choices at all. Wreathed in fire, one of the worst of them turns toward the glass and begs to be saved, the gold light eating his face. The same mouth that promised to kill him now pleads for mercy. Zhang Yi gives him one word through the glass. No hesitation, no speech, no flicker of the man who used to be afraid of these people. The cries pile up. help me, I do not want to die." He has heard every one of these words before in another life, when it was his blood on the floor and theirs the laughing voices. Now the survivors turn on their own. As the fire reaches the man trapped on the ledge, the others shout at him to get away, calling him a lost cause. They scream that he is beyond saving and to stop coming closer, terrified the flames will jump to them next. The pack that hunted together is eating its own to stay alive a few more minutes. The fire keeps walking down the row, dragging across the snow, lashed glass toward the next of them. Zhang Yi built this trap so the apocalypse would do the killing for him. As the heat reaches her, one woman throws her arms wide and half-mad, calls it warm, so warm. Even their execution feels like comfort. The blaze consumes the balcony completely now, bodies and panic lost inside the orange. The siege on his shelter is over, and he never had to leave his couch. She collapses into the fire, still murmuring about the warmth, hands raised to it like a prayer. The freeze made monsters of them. The fire just finishes the job. Some survive the night, and the morning finds them broken. They beat on his door, sobbing that it was all their fault, begging Zhang Yi for even a single piece of bread. They drop to their knees in the snow, fight burned out of them. One swears he's starving and begs for scraps. The men who demanded he sacrifice himself now grovel for crumbs. Moments later, they offer the only thing left. Whatever he wants done, they'll do it. They'll obey completely. Zhang Yi has turned his executioners into his servants. He stands over the survivors, drink in hand, in no hurry. He tells them not to act like this. It makes him uncomfortable. The threat is wrapped in politeness, which somehow makes it worse. He is the only host alive who can make groveling feel like a faux pas. Then he names his price, soft and smiling. When he feels uncomfortable, he says he likes to eat. Behind the glass, the starving faces hang on every word. One of them lights up with desperate hope, 2 fingers raised, grinning like a man who thinks he has just been thrown a rope. He has no idea what Zhang Yi is about to ask for. Zhang Yi sets fresh food on the table where they can see it and offers them a chance. The bait is real. The hook inside it is the part they will choke on. Here is the price. Whoever brings him Chun Yonghao's head, he says, eats noodles like this for a week. With one sentence, he turns an enemy faction into a pack of knives aimed at their own leader. The going rate for loyalty, it turns out, is a week of instant noodles. The offer lands, and you can watch it work. The starving men glance at each other, hope and hunger curdling into something sharper. Loyalty was always going to be the first thing to starve. Across the way, Chun Yonghao's people notice the quiet and wonder why their rivals stopped, asking if Zhang Yi said something. He bought their throats with a bowl of noodles. There stands the man with a bounty on his skull, ringed by faces that no longer see a leader. Everyone around Chun Yonghao is quietly doing the noodle math. His own people creep closer, asking what they want, telling each other to back off. The loyalty phrase thread by thread. A week of food rewrites who your friends are. Chun Yonghao calls them despicable, shameless cowards, demanding to know if they are really turning on him now. The contempt is real. So is the fear underneath it. Even his closest start hedging, fretting what happens if they cross Zhang Yi, urging each other to find another way. Nobody wants to be first-hand on the knife. Next day, hunger does the convincing. Chun Yonghao has a gun and could drop them, they reason, but starving is the slower bullet. They decide it is worth the gamble. One of them snaps at the others to hurry, warning that any later and they will be chewing ice. The bounty has become the only meal on the menu, and the clock is their stomachs. They close in on Chun Yonghao from behind, told to be quick since they haven't eaten. Their own leader, surrounded by men who decided his head is worth a week of survival. Someone gives the word. The fist comes up. The trap Zhang Yi set with a single sentence finally springs shut, and Chun Yonghao is the last to understand he is the prey. He spins, gun raised, snarling, while a voice cries for brother how to watch his back. He cannot shoot every direction the betrayal is coming from. It ends fast and ugly. Chun Yong-hao goes down bleeding, and as his own men close in, he spits that if he dies, they go first, screaming for someone to chop them up. Someone shouts that brother Hao has been stabbed in the back, and the irony writes itself. He spent the whole arc plotting Zhang Yi's death and got knifed by the very people he commanded. The doctor takes it in from down the hall, red eyes steady, filing the scene away. Every death here is data she will eventually trade to the man who arranged it. We get a close look at the wound carved into his back, deep and ragged. In a frozen city with no hospitals, that gash is a death sentence on a delay. A wounded man drags himself to the doctor, begging her to bandage him up. He thinks her skill is his salvation. He is about to learn what her help costs now. She does not lie. Treatment will not be free, she tells him, offering to share supplies in exchange. The healer bills in a currency that matters when the world ends. Zhang Yi watches her from across the room, reading her the way he reads everyone. A top doctor who survived the collapse is worth more to him than any stockpile, and he already knows it. He makes her a promise that doubles as a leash. Even if he must sacrifice people, he tells her, she'll be the last one he gives up. Reassurance and ownership in one breath. She lets him take her hand for a moment, the gesture almost tender, almost a partnership. Both of them know this bond is built on leverage, not trust. Then the leverage comes due. With the wounded man at her side, Zhang Yi makes it plain she can't leave until his injury heals. The doctor is absorbed into his web. Chun Yong-hao's surviving faction stews over their losses. They admit Zhang Yi keeps them at a disadvantage. Nobody dares resist him, and every assault on his place has failed. They gripe that his house is a turtle shell, impossible to crack. Meanwhile, the red-eyed doctor stands among them, memorizing. She is the crack in the shell, and they invited her in. Cold now, she refuses to believe he'll never come out. She proposes they move in next door and take turns on watch, ready to kill him the moment he slips. One of them stops her at the door, asking the doctor where she is going. Every move she makes now is watched. The spy lives one wrong glance away from being caught. She says she's going to the bathroom, and alone, the phone comes out. She texts Zhang Yi that Chun Yong-hao plans to move in next door, and he tells her to keep monitoring. The faction relocates, telling brother how the place is his now, hauling the wounded leader into Zhang Yi's neighbor's apartment. They think they are tightening the noose on him. It is on themselves. Some displaced neighbors huddle, telling themselves they gave up their home, but still have food to last. They are negotiating with a situation Zhang Yi already owns. The rivalry curdles into open violence. The desperate crowd the corridor, swinging weapons, devouring each other over scraps while the man who lit the fuse sits warm and fed. When it settles, the floor is littered with the fallen, the doctor stepping between them untouched. She drifts through the carnage like a ghost taking inventory. Zhang Yi names her worth without sentiment. She is too naive, he thinks, and far too good an opportunity to let walk away. To him, she is an asset first, a person after. He plays survivor's logic to her face. It's only gotten colder. They must save food in case they run low. Every kindness he offers is a string. In the enemy camp, the rot sets in. A man lies sprawled and shaking, gasping that something is itching him to death, the infection from that backstreet wound finally taking hold. The flesh on his back blooms dark and necrotic. He stares in disbelief and chokes out that it cannot be. Denial does nothing for sepsis. He clings to the last lie everyone tells, sobbing that he does not want to die, that he is not ready. The freeze does not care. Neither does the bacteria eating him alive. Then he curls into himself, sweating through the cold, the wound on his back radiating the fever killing him. No clinic, no antibiotics, no mercy, just a slow countdown in a freezing room. Another faction member collapses the same way, a comrade despairing that they're all finished. Zhang Yi never fired a shot. Their own untreated wounds are doing it. The remnants beg one of their own to grovel before Zhang Yi again, warning that otherwise all three die. The man flatly refuses and wishes them good luck. Even cowardice has run out of volunteers. A few days later, Zhang Yi sits relaxed and well-fed, smiling like a man whose plan runs itself. He has more food and patience than anyone left out there in the cold. On a screen, a faction leader preaches patience to his starving crew, insisting that if everyone behaves and works together, they survive. He is rallying corpses who do not know it yet. Someone presses him, demanding the plan after days of squatting and accomplishing nothing. Desperation sharpens into mutiny. Zhang Yi didn't have to break their unity. Hunger is doing it. He rants they're out of bullets, that squatting here burned every supply, that they must stay sharp and capture that bastard Zhang Yi fast. An empty boast from a man with nothing left. Zhang Yi lounges and sips his drink, listening to the intel like a man watching a show he wrote. He calls their leader a coward who only threatens people into being his thugs, and he's not wrong. A phone lights up green in the dim, and he answers it without hurry. His spy is reporting in, and whatever she has to say, he already has a use for it. The doctor sits wrapped in a blanket, phone to her ear, eyes dulled by hunger. Embedded in the enemy camp, freezing and starving, she is running out of time to play both sides. She feeds him the plan in a low voice. The faction goes out daily hunting survivors, and the moment they find an occupied home, they storm in and kill. A beat later, she admits she has not eaten in 2 days and feels close to starving. The leverage works. He keeps her hungry enough to need him, useful enough to keep. The plea slips out raw. Zhang Yi, she asks, can he still save her? He hears a doctor reduced to begging and weighs it like a man pricing a tool he means to keep. His mind is made up, cold and practical. Joe Care is still useful, a top doctor hard to replace. He will not let her die, and not for kindness. He layers his real intentions underneath. After stalling the faction a few days, he'll give the doctor her opening and serve Chun Yung Hao his own medicine. Every piece moves at once. Then he brings the phone close, that dangerous smile back, and lays out the terms. Help him with one thing, and her survival is guaranteed. The deal is sealed with a smile and a knife. Her eye is wide and wet, phone pressed to her cheek as she absorbs what he's asking. She is being recruited, cornered, and saved, all in one breath. Back in the enemy apartment, the dying infected man fixes a feverish, hungry stare on one woman. Joe Peng, someone says warily. He's clearly decided he has nothing left to lose. Zhang Yi pours cold poison in the dying man's ear. Since he's as good as dead from late-stage infection, he should seize the chance to do the things he never dared while he still breathes. The man's hollow eyes flicker, and he agrees Zhang Yi is right. A man with nothing to lose will burn the whole house down if you point him at it. Cornered against a wall, the woman recoils as Joe Peng leers down at her, fever and want on his face. He grotesquely proposes she marry him. Zhang Yi's whisper just became someone else's nightmare. The blonde recoils in horror, and now we know her. He calls her Yu Qing, asking the ex who betrayed Zhang Yi to death to become his wife. She screams there's no way in hell, calls him a dying thing, says she still has to reach Zhang Yi, and snarls that Joe Peng isn't even a spare tire to her. He grabs her throat, fever, mad and furious, while she shrieks at him to stay away. The old world's civility is gone, only want remains and the strength to take it. She spits that he is too stinky and revolting, and he fires back, daring her to call him stinky, blaming her for forcing this. Two who climbed over Zhang Yi, tearing each other apart. He pins her down, raging that she's the useless one, so who else is there to blame, calling her a pathetic, desperate waste. Her own words, thrown back as she's overpowered. Away from the chaos, the doctor steadies herself. Despite the risks, she's agreed to Zhang Yi's plan, since refusing meant dying at the faction's hands anyway. She chose the better odds. She makes her decision out loud to the men who think they own her. She will help him, she says. 2 simple words that turn her into the blade Zhang Yi has been holding back this whole time. The faction's bald leader laughs that he knew she could not resist. Sure hunger bent the beauty to his will. He is about to learn she did not surrender. She applied for the job, and the job is burying him. Behind the calm, her real thought surfaces, small and fierce. She does not want to die. She wants to live. That engine points straight at them. Pleased with himself, the leader sends her off to help, telling her the axe and firewood are over there and to chop them up for the group. He has just handed his mole the run of his kitchen. She moves to the stove beside him, the picture of a cowed, useful prisoner. They watch the beauty, not the doctor. They never ask what she might do with a pot of soup. He gives her one more order, to keep an eye on the pot and make sure the fire does not go out. Cooking their meal is exactly the job she wanted. She intends to season it. Alone with the food at last, her thinking turns clinical. They are not wary of her, she notes, so now is the time to move. The window she waited for has finally opened. She slips a syringe from the medical kit, the doctor's calm settling over her hands. The healer's tools are about to do the opposite of healing, and she does not so much as flinch. Pleased with himself, the leader sends her off to help, telling her the axe and firewood are over there and to chop them up for the group. He has just handed his mole the run of his kitchen. She moves to the stove beside one of his men, playing the cowed prisoner. They watch the beauty, never the doctor, never asking what someone who knows the body might do with a pot. The leader gives her one more order, to keep an eye on the pot and make sure the fire does not go out. Cooking their meal is exactly the job she wanted. She intends to season it. Alone with the food at last, her thinking turns clinical. They are not wary of her, she notes, so now is the time to move. The window she waited for has finally opened. She slips a syringe from the medical kit, the doctor's calm settling over her hands. The healer's tools are about to do the exact opposite of healing, and she does not so much as flinch. Then she works over the pot, dosing the soup while no one looks, every motion precise. Zhang Yi engineered this from the warm side of a phone. She is the hand. The plan is his. The faction gathers around the meal, easy and unsuspecting, ladling out bowls. They think the worst is behind them. They are about to eat it, one comforting spoonful at a time. One of them savors it, marveling that he never imagined the doctor would become part of their group, and says he will go back and eat his fill. The irony is thick enough to choke on. The leader agrees, smug, repeating brother How was right, that even a stunning beauty gives in when starving. He has misread her, and it is about to put him to sleep. Her internal note spells out the trap. She mixed nearly half a bottle of sleeping pills into the soup, and one pill alone drops a person into deep sleep within half an hour. They're spooning down their own surrender. Now all she can do is wait and hope they don't notice the soup was tampered with. The poison is in. The only thing left to undo her is one curious glance she can't control. The men slump and drift off, one stirring just enough to mumble at Brother How, asking what he is doing. The half bottle did exactly what she promised. With the faction out cold, she texts Zhang Yi that the medicine is working right on time. The doctor and the spy are the same person, and the trap is closing. His reply lands like a graduation. She's passed his test, he tells her, and can come over now. The leverage and the starvation were just the price of admission to his warm side. She lets out a breath at the message, days of tension bleeding from her shoulders. For the first time, she is not a prisoner. She is an ally who earned it in poison and nerve. Then she answers that she will be there right away, already moving. Whatever she felt about what she did, survival comes first, and survival waits on the other side of that wall. Zhang Yi confirms the count, satisfied that Chun Yung Hao and his lackeys are all gathered now and going under. The pieces he scattered weeks ago have fallen into one neat pile. The doctor asks the question behind her red eyes. Is he going to kill them? Now that the easy part is done, she wants to know what she's made herself complicit in. He answers with a chilling disclaimer, gripping a rope. He won't take action himself, he says. It will be her. He keeps his hands clean and hands the dirty work to the doctor he just recruited. Moments later, he lays out the orders precisely. retrieve the handgun from Chun Yong-hao, hand it over, then tie their hands behind their backs to the railings. He is not just disarming them, he is staging them. She balks, calling him overly cautious, asking why he will not lend a hand himself. She is starting to feel the shape of the man she signed up with, and it is colder than she bargained for. Holding the gun, he answers without apology that caution beats risk. This is why he survived being murdered once. He never gives the enemy an inch, not even a sleeping one. So she gets to work, dragging the limp bodies of the faction together to bind them. The men who plotted his death for weeks, trussed up by the doctor they were too busy leering at to fear. She prized the handgun from Chun Yong-hao's slack fingers, the leader who bountied Zhang Yi now disarmed in his sleep. The weapon meant to kill him is about to reach him. Moments later, she raises the pistol, and for one charged second the balance sits in her grip. She could turn it on him or keep it. Zhang Yi gave her that choice on purpose, watching. He gives her the careful next step. Remove the magazine, toss it to him with the gun, then step back first. He trusts her exactly as far as an unloaded weapon. No further, not yet. She throws his own caution back at him. How can she trust him? What if he betrays her later? Two ruthless people, a stolen gun between them, the alliance still unproven. Without warning, she levels the pistol at him and asks how she could ever trust a man who might betray her. Coming from someone standing in his doorway begging for shelter, holding a gun he let her hold, the threat is almost adorable. He looks at the gun the way you look at a toy. To Zhang Yi, a weapon in someone else's hands is just one more thing he already knows how to take away. The standoff is very one-sided, and only one of them realizes it. Out on the frozen balcony, the real conversation is happening. The men caged behind that railing are about to learn what he does to people who once thought he was easy prey. She recognizes him instantly. This is the same face from the surveillance footage, the one Chun Yong-hao kept pulling up, the man everyone in the building has started to fear. And she still cannot read him. What is he up to now? She wonders, watching a man who has never once done anything by accident. Freezing people alive, she thinks. It is brutal. It is also, she has to admit, devastatingly effective at keeping a place safe. Below the rail, the water hits and starts to set. He has turned the apocalypse's own weapon back on the men who wanted him dead. One of them comes apart screaming. The cold is climbing his body, and there is nowhere in this building left to run to. It is so cold he is begging to die faster. He shrieks about who did this, where the freezing water came from, as if the answer is not standing right there. He thinks he has been drugged. He has not. He is simply meeting the man he helped torture on the other side of the table this time. The recognition lands at last, and with it the name. He howls it like a curse, which is exactly what it has become. Zhang Yi tells him he has caused enough trouble and can go greet the king of hell now. No anger in it, just a man closing an account. More water through the bars. He is not killing them in a rage. He is doing inventory, and these men are a line item being crossed off. He decides it is a waste to pour anymore. They will not last the hour. Mercy never enters it. A beat later, he turns from the dying and looks out at the white city. Whatever guilt a normal man would feel, he buried it in the life where these same neighbors killed him. Behind him, the ice keeps spreading over a face frozen mid-scream. He does not look back. He has seen this picture before, from the wrong end. He is right at the door now, he says into the room. The slaughter on the balcony is over. The negotiation inside is about to begin. The scanner clears her. No dangerous items detected. Good, he thinks, because trust in this new world is something you verify, not something you give. He tells her she can come in now. Polite, almost warm. Every word of it sits on top of what she just watched him do outside. She steps in past the frost line, eyes wide. The doctor everyone calls the divine healer has just walked into the one apartment in the city that is still warm. Care edges inside, the cold finally at her back. After days in the freeze, the heat alone is nearly enough to make her loyal. Warmth hits her and she almost sobs. It has been so long since she felt anything but cold. He notes the reaction. He notes everything. "So good it hurts," she breathes. He lets her have the moment, because a person who remembers being this cold will do a great deal never to be cold again. Then the catch. He asks the doctor if she has not perhaps forgotten something important. The warmth was the bait. Now comes the price. For example, he says, proving she is harmless to him. He has already decided she stays. He just needs her to understand the terms are his. She asks what exactly he means. He keeps the half smile. She has stepped into his web, and the only question left is how gracefully she submits. At that moment, she has already chosen to stand with him. He points out, so there is no harm in being completely honest. Coming from him, honest means defenseless. He wants proof she carries nothing that could hurt him. With the only sane choice being his apartment or the killing cold, it is not really a request. So she gives it, down to almost nothing, hands away from her body. "Is this sufficient?" she asks. The woman everyone wanted is now disarmed in his living room. "Perfect attitude," he says, pleased. "Take a hot shower first. You have worked hard for days." Kindness and control in the same breath. He recruits a doctor the way other men adopt a stray, with a warm towel in one hand and a leash in the other. She slips off toward the bathroom, and the warmth of the place wraps around her. Every comfort he offers is another thread tying her to keeping him alive. He has even picked clothes in her size, offered before she asked. He prepared for her arrival. He prepares for everything, which is exactly why he is still breathing. She undresses to wash, and somewhere behind that calm face, he is already filing away what she will owe him by morning. "Confiscated," he says, holding up the little blade she thought she had hidden. The scanner missed nothing. Neither did he. The last secret weapon is gone. She comes out clean and dressed, the fit just right, thanking him for it. The doctor has been bathed, clothed, and stripped of every advantage, and she is grateful. "Come sit," he tells her, patting the space beside him. The interrogation is over. The recruitment has begun. Now the iron under the courtesy. Comply with every order, he tells her, and if he ever finds her plotting against him, he will not hesitate to kill her. He lays out when she may come and go, and offers her the door if she objects. He already knows she will not take it. Out there, the cold is the only other option. "All right," she says. She will listen to him. The divine healer has just handed her leash to the one man cold enough to use it well. "Wise choice," he tells her. "You understand the situation outside. Depending on him may not be a better option. It may be the only one that ends with her alive." He sets a drink in front of her like a host, sealing a deal. The threat and the hospitality are the same gesture now, and she has stopped trying to separate them. At that moment, he sets a drink in front of her like a host, sealing a deal. The threat and the hospitality have become the same gesture now. He is the only man at the end of the world who can make do exactly as I say sound like welcome to the neighborhood. All the people who wanted him dead, he says, have been taken care of. He says it the way other men mention the weather. She has seen the proof on the balcony. She has read it online too, he says. Gamma ray bursts. The reason the sky turned to snow and the world stopped. And the radiation did more than freeze the planet. It rewrote a handful of people. The power he gained, he tells her, is access to a separate space all his own. Everything in this apartment is a fraction of what he has stored in there. The endless supplies, the warmth, the safety. All of it lives somewhere only he can reach. Which is the whole point. If he dies, it all vanishes with him. So her survival and his heartbeat are now the same number. He has made himself unkillable to her. She sits with it, the reality settling in. There really are people with powers now, and she has been handed shelter by the most dangerous one in the building. Then she has not earned his full trust yet, he reminds her, so she should know what needs doing without being told. The household, the chores, the loyalty, all of it. He hands her a glass and lets the message land. Every comfort here is conditional. The moment she stops being useful, the warmth stops too. Even the plumbing comes with instructions. The sewer is frozen, so the plastic bags go out the concealed window door. From now on, he says, that is her job. I understand, Master, she says. The honorific is new, and it tells him the conquest is complete. The divine healer answers to him now. The cold doctor and the colder man fold into each other. Whatever this is, it is built on leverage, not romance, and they both know it. They spend the night together. He has what he wanted from the start. A healer, a partner, and one more person whose life is wired to his survival. Morning finds them tangled and quiet. For one night, the man at the center of the survival war lets himself look almost ordinary. She lies in the half-light, the warmth she once begged for now simply hers. The price of it was everything she walked in with. He is up first, calm, in no hurry. The world is still ending outside. Inside his fortress, he is making breakfast. She is still not awake, he notes, probably tired from the night. He invites her out to eat, gentle about it, the owner being kind to what he owns. Then she stirs, half answering. For a moment there is no war, no cold, no math, just a woman waking up somewhere safe. A beat later, she says she will come over right away. The submission has already become a habit, and habits are exactly what he was building. He watches her cross the room with what the story flatly calls the gaze of a pet owner. He is not wrong about the dynamic. He rarely is. She picks at the food, careful not to eat too fast and wreck an empty stomach. Small survivor instincts, the kind that kept her alive long enough to reach his door. Come help with the work, he tells her, already moving on. Breakfast was the soft part of the morning. The hard part is waiting out on the balcony. What are they going to do? She asks, following him toward the cold. She is about to find out his version of cleaning up. They are going to smash that lump of ice, he says, smiling. The lump of ice is the men he froze last night, and he wants them broken into pieces. She balks at it. Why bother? They are already dead. To her, it is pointless cruelty. To him, dead is only half the job. Trash stays trash even as a corpse, he says. Ugly, repulsive in the way. He talks about the men who killed him with the contempt of someone tidying a gutter. And there is a colder logic under the disgust. Smashing the bodies is a message. The survivors who see it will understand exactly who they should fear. For the sake of their unbreakable cooperation, he tells the doctor, it is her time to shine. He is making her swing the bat, tying her hands to his work. Is he not being a little too cautious, she asks, stepping out toward the frozen dead. With him, caution is not paranoia. It is the reason he has a second life at all. Then she swings, and the ice that used to be a man shatters across the balcony. The divine healer, breaking corpses on the orders of the building's new master. Are you recording this? She asks, glancing at the phone in his hand. Every blow is being saved for an audience. He is filming it for the dishonest ones, he says. They need to know who the boss of this building is now, and a video does that faster than any speech. She stands among the shards, the message made flesh. Cross him, and this is the before picture of what you become. He uploads it straight to the owner's group chat. Psychological warfare with a send button. Fear, delivered to every survivor in the building at once. Somewhere across the floors, a man laughs in relief. Finally, he thinks the monster is dead and he can go outside again. He has the wrong corpse in mind. Then his phone lights up. Chun Yonghao is dead, the message reads, and from now on this building answers to a new name. The laughter dies in his throat. Did you kill Chun Yonghao? Someone messages, half terrified, half worshipful. Another thanks him for getting rid of that devil. The fear is already curdling into deference. He runs the food distribution himself, calling them forward one at a time. Whoever controls the meals controls the people, and he has made absolutely certain that whoever controls the meals is him. The most powerful man in the building is, functionally, the cafeteria. Then a different kind of call. A jealous voice asks if he is currently with Joe Care. The recruitment of the doctor has not gone unnoticed. Now that Chun Yong-hao is gone, the caller pleads, can Kinger come stay with him instead? Everyone wants inside the one warm fortress left standing. He cuts it cold. She is not allowed to be with other women. He belongs to her, she insists, and everything he has belongs to her. The delusion has teeth. Did Zhang Yi believe she was dead? She rages, which is why he let that wretched Joe Care move in. The blonde caller, Lin Caning, will not let the doctor have him. Brother Zhang Yi is still alive, she cries, and she is the one who loves him most. Kick that woman out, she begs, and they can be together forever. He does not flinch. Dream on, comes another voice. Why should he get to live well? Let them all go to hell together. Out there, the desperate are turning on the survivors. Beside him, Care says softly that she will not end up like the ones who betrayed him, so he can trust her. She has learned exactly what he punishes. He studies her, golden eyes unreadable. He has heard a woman swear loyalty before. The last one who did got him killed. If Fang Yuqing could see Joe Care and him together now, he thinks, it would drive her out of her mind. The cruelty is deliberate, so is the choice of audience. Kinger, he tells the caller, you are a good person, but you came too late. He has found someone better now. He dismisses her with the courtesy of a man who feels nothing. You will wish us happiness, won't you, he says, pulling Care close where the phone can hear it. He is not being kind. He is twisting the knife on purpose. No, the caller screams, he cannot do this, Kinger loves him most. She vows to prove it, certain the doctor is deceiving him. Desperation has stopped listening to reason. At that moment, no need, he says flatly. He and Care share genuine love. How could he give her up for someone like the caller? The rejection is total and unbothered. He tells her to never contact him again, afraid she might get the wrong idea. On the other end, a woman breaks, repeating that she does not believe it. He hangs up on her grief. Then the other ghost surfaces, dragging herself across the ice. Zhang Yi, you were once so devoted to me, she cries. 2 full years. Why have you suddenly lost interest? It is all because of that wretched Joe Care, Fang Yuqing wails. She stole what was hers, she says, and she deserves to die. The woman who got him killed wants him back. Ha ha ha, Yuqing, he says, it is your own fault. This is just karma coming back to bite you. 2 years of devotion, and he repays her with a laugh and a memory of dying. He has had enough fun. No need to bother with her anymore. Soon enough, he says, she will meet her end in this apocalypse. He is not threatening it. He is forecasting it. Through all of it, Care holds his hand and tells him she believes he must have his reasons for acting this way. She does not need the truth. She has chosen the strong horse. Good, he thinks, that she understands. She leans into him, the alliance steady. He has built something the apocalypse cannot easily take, out of leverage and a shared will to live. Lunch is ready, she announces, the new routine running smooth. The doctor cooks, the master eats, and the war outside stays outside the door. You cooked it, he says, so taste it first. Even with her, he checks for poison before a single bite. The same paranoia he uses on enemies, pointed inward. She eats first without complaint, then wonders if he means to share his supplies with the building. The survivor in her is already calculating his next move. Meanwhile, the group chat turns ugly. The snowstorm is almost over. One owner insists, and everyone had better send him food, or he will line them up and shoot them. She watches the threats scroll by. The snowstorm is almost over, he repeats to himself, knowing better than anyone that it has barely started. Back when the snow first fell, he thought it would pass soon too. Now that he knows the truth, he says, he will never act recklessly again. Experience bought in blood. That is not the problem, he tells her, golden eyes flat. The threats in the chat are noise. The real danger is the people who still believe rescue is coming. There is a death in it too. Lin Zio, who passed away nearly 10 days ago for lack of medication. The freeze needs no weapon. An empty pill bottle is enough. Somewhere out in the white, a man throws his arms wide and laughs at nothing. The cold has not killed him yet. It has just taken his mind first. He keeps laughing, suspended in the snow, a survivor who finally cracked. This is what the apocalypse does to the ones who are not Zhang Yi. When will this snowstorm end? She asks quietly. Who knows, he answers. Some changes in nature are beyond anything humans can control. As long as they survive, he says, that is what matters. Then his phone rings, and the name on the screen is one he has been waiting for. Hello, Uncle Yo, he says, and his voice softens in a way it does for almost no one. On the other end, a nervous old man asks if Zhang Yi is doing okay. The old man fidgets, anxious to reach out. Out of a whole building of takers, this is one of the few people who calls Zhang Yi just to check that he is still breathing, with nothing to ask for. In this tower, that practically makes him a saint. No need to be so polite, Zhang Yi tells him. If there is something he can help with, he will do his best. The warmth is real, but it is also an investment. Uncle Yo is one of the few good people left, he thinks. Honest, loyal, skilled. Keeping him close now will pay off later, in ways the old man cannot yet imagine. A baby wails somewhere in the cold corridors. Down here in the building's misery, the babies cry, the medicine runs out, and the warm apartment upstairs feels very far away. Xie Luwei stayed single her whole life, he recalls, the kind of striking woman who probably made the first move on Uncle Yo. Even old loyalties have backstories. Oh, the old man says, he still has a few boxes of medicine left. Come by and pick them up. In a world where Lin Xiao who died for want of pills, that is a small fortune. How can he ever repay this, Uncle Yo asks. He has helped twice now. Zhang Yi waves it off, telling him to call whenever he needs a hand. Generosity that quietly builds a debt. Xie Luwei is genuinely impressive, he reflects. Out of the whole building, she was the only one who stockpiled supplies before the freeze. Foresight is rare here. Do he and Uncle Yo really have such a close relationship? Care asks, watching him. She is learning to read who he keeps and why. Almost no one makes that list. Uncle Yo is kind and capable, he says, and having him owe a favor might come in handy. Even the people he genuinely likes are quietly slotted into the plan. He drinks, calm, the fortress humming around him. The man who froze a balcony full of enemies still wants the decent ones on his side. He is counting on them later. From the depths of his heart, he admits he doesn't want the last of his humanity to fade in these final days. Something in him is still fighting to stay human. That much, he thinks, is something precious. A reborn killer holding on to one soft thing on purpose. It may be the only part of him the apocalypse cannot use. Then a voice at the door. Zhang Yi, it's me, Uncle Yo, are you home? The old ally has come in person, medicine in hand, true to his word. Is it Uncle Yo? He calls back. Yes, that's right, comes the answer from the corridor. Two figures wait outside, and the promised supplies are finally here. The medicine box slides through the concealed slot, the same careful window he uses for everything. No open doors. Even a friend's gift comes through a guarded gap. He bends to pick it up off the floor, the boxes that could keep someone from dying like Lin Xiao who did. Loyalty just paid its first real dividend. A beat later, he gathers the medicine in, another asset locked behind his door. As factions harden, Zhang Yi keeps stacking the only currency that matters, whoever he chooses to keep alive. A box of medicine slides across the floor and lands at his feet. The favor he did once has a way of coming back as an expectation. The manager clutches the gift, thanking Zhang Yi over and over. Gratitude this loud is rarely just gratitude. It is the opening move. Here it comes. She wants the baby to stay in his heated apartment because hers is freezing. A small ask that quietly hands her a foot in his door. The child is sick, she says, and might not survive the cold. She is pleading for kindness. Zhang Yi has heard exactly how kindness ends in this world. He leans against the wall, arms crossed, saying nothing. The silence is the answer, and she keeps talking anyway. What would a man know about a baby this fragile? She scoffs, even as she begs him. Flattery and contempt in the same breath. He clocks both. She admits the request is out of line, then asks anyway, leaning on the baby and on brotherhood. Every angle aimed at one thing. Moments later, she presses the favor again, layering the guilt on thick. The more she insists, the clearer it gets that the baby is the lever, not the point. If the world were normal, he muses, he would help without thinking. But this is not that world, and they all know it. That is exactly why he will not. He lays it bare to the old man. The whole building wants him gone so they can take his home. He plays terrified. The fear is the bait. The old man buys it completely, marveling at how generous Zhang Yi has been. Who else would share medicine? He has no idea he is being steered. Then someone throws it back at him. Did he not let Joe Care stay at his place too? The question hangs, waiting for a slip. Joe Care is my girlfriend, he says flatly. The matter closes before it opens. Care catches the word and goes still. It was a casual line, a shield against gossip. So why does it land somewhere it was not aimed? Her hands rise to her chest, the blush spreading. The doctor who reads everyone cannot quite read what just happened to her. The manager backs off, promising not to overstep, all of it for the child. She retreats only to find a better angle later. She thanks him again at the door, baby in arm, smoothing it all over. He sends her off with the line about everyone understanding each other. Neither means it. Inside, he weighs it. Having that woman around still brings its share of trouble. Every person under his roof is a variable he has to keep priced. She really is something else, isn't she? One of them says. The other agrees without hesitation. Joe Care rests against him while the two men talk over her like furniture. His thing with Uncle Yo is too good to risk, he reasons. He has to watch for her stirring trouble between them, the kind that could come back to bite him. Even allies are a calculation. How could you take advantage like this? The woman snaps. How could you push your own child onto someone else to raise? The argument from before flaring up again. Across the room, the little one plinks at a piano, while the old man's face hardens. The comfort of Zhang Yi's warm apartment is exactly what the argument is really about. It is all for the baby, the old man insists. If something happens to her, what is the point of him surviving at all? Desperation, not strategy. One should know how to repay kindness, he says, holding the bundled child. He means it sincerely. That sincerity is exactly what gets people killed here. Without Zhang Yi, the old man admits, he would never have stockpiled, never made it this far. He is loyal out of gratitude. The woman is loyal to nothing. You do not need to feel so indebted, she counters. At least he is still watching out for you, isn't he? She is planting doubt where trust used to be. Someone extends a hand, and you twist it into something ugly. The old man fires back. He defends his benefactor. She just smiles and keeps digging. Maybe Zhang Yi gave that medicine on purpose, she suggests, hoping for a favor in return. She cannot imagine generosity that is not a trap. Ironically, she is half right. If he were truly good, she presses, how could he use such vicious methods and kill dozens of neighbors? Enough, the old man barks. The truth is closer than either guesses. His head drops, worn down. Defending a man whose body count he does not fully know is its own kind of exhausting. Never speak like that again, he warns her. If he starts doubting his benefactor, what does that make him? Loyalty as a matter of self-respect. She softens, the baby cradled against her, conceding it never hurts to be cautious in times like these. She folds the argument, not the plan. Tonight he will take the floor and let the two of them share the big blanket, the old man offers. Generous to a fault, while she keeps measuring the room. I cannot give up now, she thinks, sweat at her brow. She has to find another way into Zhang Yi's home. The scheming behind the soft face never stopped. Outside, the tower stands frozen against a gray sky. Somewhere below it, men are already coming for him. A shovel bites into the snow, again and again. Not digging for survival, digging their way toward his door. Ice sheets the entrance like a wall. Behind it, shapes gather, tools in hand, patient. A pack of armed men files in, shovels and rifles over their shoulders, a leader at the front. The larger threat Zhang Yi always knew would arrive. "Let's head up," the leader says. They climb with the calm of people who expect to win. They have never met what is waiting upstairs. A man with a bucket spots them and bolts. The hunt is on before he can scream for help. "Don't let him escape," they shout, and the chase tears down the corridor. One witness is one too many. They run him down. The poor man never had the distance. In this building, fleeing is just dying tired. A body cools on the floor as the armed men circle. "Second uncle, what now?" one asks. The question that turns murder into a plan. Open the door, they bark at Zhang Yi's apartment. "I will handle it," their man answers, stepping up. Confidence they are about to regret. He crouches and fixes a charge to the door, wiring it with care. They came prepared to blast their way to him. "Cover your ears," he yells, sprinting back down the hall. The countdown is already running. The blast tears the corridor apart in a wall of fire, loud enough to wake the one man they should have left sleeping. A single golden eye snaps open in the dark. They wanted his attention. They have it now, all of it. He is already up, gun in hand, registering the explosion at his door. Just the cold arithmetic of who and how many. A beat later, he moves to his monitors, weapon ready. Years of paranoia built for exactly this morning. On the camera feed, unfamiliar faces crowd his hallway, not his neighbors. Intruders from another building, hunting him in his own home. He reads their kit. Steel bars, axes, plywood, scraps from a construction site. A crew that fights with its hands, not its trigger fingers. The workers renting Building 26, he realizes. It has to be them. The professionals he flagged as the real danger have come to collect. They are after him specifically. His location leaked long ago, he thinks, and now the bill has come due. No more pretending the walls hold forever. He stalks toward the door, gun low, a charge tucked at his hip. They blew open the threshold. He is bringing the second explosion himself. Outside, they berate their man. What kind of useless device cannot even break a door? Their bomb fizzled. His will not. The explosive must have gotten damp, the leader frets. Fine, they will smash it open by hand. They are still arguing as the door starts to move. "Wanna kill me?" he says quietly from the shadow of the doorway. The question is rhetorical. He has already decided the answer. Light blooms in his palm, a homemade white phosphorus charge pulled from storage. "Let's see," he tells them, "if you have enough lives to spare." He hurls the burning bottle. It arcs through the air, trailing fire straight into the packed hallway. "Run," someone screams, far too late. It bursts among them, and the corridor becomes an oven. The men who came to chop his neck are suddenly clawing at flame. "Save me," one wails through the inferno, skin lit orange. The mercy they plan to deny him is exactly what they beg for now. A face contorts in the heat, eyes wide and white. The fire does not care who gave the orders. It takes them all the same. He steps into the smoke and fires, dropping the one still standing. No warning shots, just clean, deliberate work. Someone shot. Where from? They cry, scattering into the flames. The hunters have become a panicking herd, and he is picking them off. "Save me, second uncle," a man screams, and a round answers instead. Their leader cannot save anyone now. Bodies fold in the fire one after another. The crew that swaggered in is being erased in a single hallway. "Good thing I never bought a machine gun," he thinks coldly, reloading. He would have burned through hundreds of rounds on a crowd this size. Even his regrets are tactical. The freeze already culled the weak, he reflects. The enemies left will be tougher. He needs heavier weapons before the next ones come. Every prepared survivor like these has to be eliminated for him to sleep easy. He is not defending a home. He is clearing a board. He finds Joker huddled in a corner, trembling, and crouches beside her. The killer outside, the gentleness inside, both are real. Tears stand in her red eyes, her face flushed. She heard it all. The explosion, the screaming, the silence that followed. She stares up at him, shaken. She knows what he just did, and she stayed anyway. That choice says more than any blush. "I'm not scared," she insists. She thought there was an earthquake, safer in the corner. They both know it was no earthquake. He lets her have the lie. "What happened just now?" she asks, eyes searching his. He reads the question under the question. How much of the monster does she really want to see? Privately, she weighs it. The workers are more dangerous than Chun Young ever was. He only turns the gun on ordinary people, nothing worse. She's still deciding what he is. He explains the threat. The workers, strong and tight-knit, are far more united than the scattered outsiders. A clan, not a mob. Thankfully, they killed the one who could rig the bombs, he notes. Otherwise, none of them would sleep safe. One demolition man, and the math changes. "What's our next move?" Care asks. "Should we retaliate?" The doctor is starting to think like a soldier in his war. "To live in peace," he says, "they will still need bodies to throw forward as cannon fodder." He is already planning who gets spent. With Zhang Yi here, she tells herself, their safety is guaranteed. "You are our hero," the word he would never use for himself. "I've burned a lot of resources on that fight," he says, and his own security is shaky now. Best of luck to everyone. He measures even his victories by what they cost. His phone lights up. Uncle Yo is calling. The old ally on the line with news that is rarely good. Uncle Yo warns him. Those people from Building 26 have him in their sights. After drinks with H. Wang Taiyan's crew, they have decided Zhang Yi is the one to hit. "For safety, let's stay cautious," he says. No revenge planned yet. But since Uncle Yo and the others are feeding him intel, the plan is already forming. "You mean build a gang of our own to stand against the Tian crew?" Care says. "The shelter is becoming a faction, and he is its quiet warlord." "Exactly, that is how you get a chance to win," he replies. No need to announce it, though. Tip your hand and they smell the threat. He prefers being underestimated. When the time comes, he says, the neighbors in this building will naturally come to him for help. He is not recruiting followers. He is manufacturing desperation. "Brilliant, let's do it," the old man cheers. Then Zhang Yi turns to Care. "I have something to ask of you. The maid uniform, the master, the orders. You and Uncle Yo will gather intelligence quietly over the next days," he tells her. "The sooner we map the power dynamics, the sharper our edge. Knowledge before knives." "I'll do my best," she promises, half tackled in his arms. She has gone from patient to lieutenant without quite noticing when. 2 days later, she reports back, the intel she gathered folded together with Uncle Yo's. She delivers it like a soldier, eager to please. "The biggest problem," she says, "is the Tian gang in Building 26. Strong on shovels and steel bars, but without firearms. The one weakness he can exploit. Their 2 leaders are Wang Qiang and H. Chao Li, men who idled at home before the disaster. Their subordinates are young and strong, mostly in their 20s. Names for a kill list. The crew calls itself the Mad Wolf Gong," she adds. A swaggering name for muscle with no guns. Exactly the kind of enemy Zhang Yi knows how to take apart. There aren't many people left in the other buildings, she notes, gutted by their own infighting over supplies. So this threat isn't too alarming. The apocalypse does half his work. "Keep gathering intelligence," he orders, especially on who else has firearms. That is the one thing that can ruin all of this. Guns are the only variable he fears. Elsewhere, the gang leader nods. Since Zhang Yi is too hard to crack for now, they'll start by picking off the weaklings in their own building. Predators clearing the easy prey first. Once these people cannot bear it anymore, he sneers, they will come begging him for help. The exact trap Zhang Yi is laying, mirrored from the other side. A phone glows in the quiet, Care nearby. 2 factions, 2 leaders, both circling the same frightened neighbors. The squeeze is closing from both ends. They switch sides as fast as those bastards who surrendered at the very start, he thinks. He trusts no one's loyalty, least of all the desperate. You may be safe now. A neighbor frets on the line, but what about the rest of us? Have you no conscience left? Guilt aimed straight at Zhang Yi. He just clicks his tongue. Moments later, you don't actually believe I'm afraid to deal with you, do you? He says coldly into the phone. The fear in the old man's voice is exactly the leverage he wanted. The man cowers under it, a 7-second call that feels longer. Zhang Yi has him pinned, and they both know who holds the leash now. What should I do? The old man cries. He thought Chun Yonghao's death meant peace, but the Tianhe gang is worse. Am I just supposed to wait to die? This snow will never melt anytime soon, he whispers at the window. Everyone is going to die. The despair Zhang Yi has been quietly cultivating, blooming right on schedule. Uncle Yo, he says into the phone, it's your turn to shine. The loyal old ally gets sent in to do the work of bending the neighbors. I will handle it, the panicked old man announces to the others, stepping forward. He thinks it is his idea to make Zhang Yi their leader. It was never his idea. Our resources are gone, Uncle Yo reasons, and we're too weak to fight. Zhang Yi's home is stocked, his fists capable. Making him our leader is best. On the group chat, Uncle Yo offers to talk Zhang Yi into joining. We're counting on you, the old man begs. The strings run exactly where Zhang Yi wants them. When the time comes, he tells Uncle Yo, I'll need your backing so they obey. Balance kindness with authority and the building is mine. Leadership reduced to cold mechanics. For Uncle Yo's sake, he tells the neighbors, let's settle the terms clearly first. He leaves the threat hanging. Every favor here comes with a leash. Reconsider, Zhang Yi, the man pleads. We'll follow your orders without objection. Oh, so whatever I ask, you'll do it, he replies. Is that agreed by everyone? He wants it on record. As long as you're not sending us to our deaths, the man bargains. Then the test. If I tell you to grab weapons and fight the Tian gang, will you go? Watch them flinch. This, the old man stammers, cornered. You're asking me to risk my life. Why should I care that much about yours? The loyalty evaporates the second it costs something. Zhang Yi lowers the phone, care beside him, unsurprised. They want a savior, not a fight. He has just measured the exact depth of their cowardice. When H. Wang Tianfang's crew comes to attack, he tells them flatly, just stick your necks out and let them chop you off. The bluff that calls every bluff. Since we're all facing death anyway, the neighbors cave, let's give it our all for a chance to live. We'll do as you say. Fear did what charm never could. What are you all hesitating for? He presses. Fight together, or wait to be singled out one by one and slaughtered. The choice he engineered them into having no choice at all. From this moment, everyone obeys my orders, he declares. Anyone caught scheming for personal gain gets dealt with as a warning to the rest. The shelter has a dictator now. The chat erupts. Where are you? Hang on, we'll come for you. Then a neighbor stirs. I just saw the messages. What's the plan? Are we retaliating? Now someone else leads. At that moment, the situation is dire. He warns them. Anyone who hesitates and hangs back betrays the homeowners and deserves punishment. Unity, enforced from above, they'll call it salvation. He sets the phone down, the plan locked in. The frightened crowd is his now, and a leader needs more than frightened bodies. To fortify the entire building, he reasons, this group of fighters needs at least some basic combat skills. He is done collecting victims. He is forging a militia. Then the grin and the reveal. A sleek blue snowmobile waiting in the white, his key to a city sealed shut for everyone else. In an age of heavy snow and lockdowns, leaving home is like climbing to the sky for most. But he moves across the entire city freely. Mobility is power, his alone. Can you go find resources, they ask. No way to drive, you'd freeze on foot. Even so, he decides, for everyone's sake he has to try. The selflessness is a costume. Uncle Yo volunteers. Years in warehouses, he knows every depot, store, and supermarket in Tian High City. As flood leader, he says, he owes everyone that much. Besides, Uncle Yo adds, the supplies at home are running low. Going out is their only way to survive. Zhang Yi breathes, "I'm so touched." The gratitude lands exactly where aimed. "We treated you so poorly before," the neighbors marvel, "and yet you still do this. From now on, Brother Zhang will be our guiding light." The killer, reborn as their savior. "They are so eager to enshrine you now," Care says with a small smile. The very crowd that once voted to throw him to the cold is ready to build him an altar. Nothing converts a mob into a fan club faster than realizing you control all the food. At that moment, "They're not my followers," he thinks, "just cannon fodder. One tiny favor and they'll worship me as a deity." Godhood in the apocalypse costs roughly 1 case of instant noodles. A box of medicines slides across the floor and lands at his feet. The favor he did once has a way of coming back as an expectation. Even at the apocalypse, no good deed goes uninvoiced, and the manager has come to collect on his kindness with interest. He is simply seeking the right chance to venture out and observe the outside world, he admits. The scavenging is half the point. Reconnaissance is the rest. "Given everything between us now," Care says, finger to her lips, "do you honestly think I'd still question you?" The patient has become the believer. The conversion is complete. Joe Care presses close, cheeks coloring, and tells Zhang Yi she trusts him completely and will wait for him to come back. She has no idea he's about to walk into a city of corpses. He leaves her behind in the quiet of the building. The hallway swallows him whole. Out there, nobody is coming back the way they left. Down to the 4th floor, past a neighbor who watches him go and says nothing. Everyone in this building has learned to mind their own survival. The corridor is wrong. Dark stains streak the tile, doors hang open. Whatever happened here happened fast, and the cold finished the job. He works a frozen window open as the snow drives in sideways. The city beyond is a white grave, and he is about to step into it on purpose. Without warning, he drops into snow up to his shins and grimaces. Moving on foot out here is its own slow death, and he knows it. So he straightens up and reads the rooftops. No eyes on him from the high floors. He never goes anywhere without checking the angles first. Satisfied no one is watching, he reaches into his spatial storage. Blue light pours out, and something heavy starts taking shape in the snow. A snowmobile drops fully formed at his feet. While the rest of the city is frozen in place, Zhang Yi just pulled a working vehicle out of thin air like the world's most heavily armed magician. The trick never gets old, mostly because nobody else can do it. His hand closes over the machine as it finishes forming, the blue light fading into snow. A month ago, he was a victim. Now he holds an advantage no one else has. He guns it across the drifts and already does the cold math. A machine that runs on snow makes him the single most hunted man alive. He owns the only car in a city of pedestrians, and he knows exactly how that story tends to end. Helmet on, throttle open, and for one honest second, the calculating survivor just enjoys himself. After this long boxed in, the speed feels incredible. Even a man rebuilding civilization on spite deserves one joyride through the wreckage. He pulls up to the Tian High Municipal Public Security Bureau, its walls buried in ice. He came here for exactly one thing, and it is not safety. Glass shatters under his hand, and he steps inside. No alarms left in this world to trip. He moves through the dark station and stops cold. The officers are still at their desks. None of them are breathing. Frozen to death where they sat. He reads the scene without flinching, already piecing together how it ended for them. Night shift, he figures, caught with no warm clothes when the blizzard hit. They never stood a chance against a world that turned to ice overnight. And here, for a beat, the ruthless man goes quiet. Whatever else happened in this city, these were people who died protecting it. He gives them that much. Then his gaze catches on something. Respect is one thing, opportunity is another, and he has spotted it. His eye locks onto a glint of metal. The man misses nothing, especially not the things that unlock doors. He works it out fast. Something kept these men at their posts until the very end. It has to be tied to the gun arsenal downstairs. A keyring lies on the floor where a frozen hand finally let go. His fingers close around it. That key is about to make him the most dangerous man in the district. Moments later, he turns the key over and confirms it. This opens the weapon vault. Everything he came for is behind one locked door. The arsenal sign glows above him as the doors part. He walks into a corridor lined wall to wall with firepower. Racks of pistols and shotguns gleam on both sides. For a man planning a war, this is the jackpot. He walked into an abandoned police armory and found the apocalypse's most generous clearance sale, with no line and no cashier. Bullets, handguns, rifles, even sniper rifles. An entire police armory, and not one living soul left to guard it. He hefts a rifle and notes the change. Since his rebirth, his nerves run cold and steady, his aim sharper. Against H. Wang Tian, nearly every shot landed clean. A grin cuts across his face. He decides he must simply be a natural with a gun. False modesty was never his problem, and out here, with no one left to correct him, his self-assessment goes completely unchallenged. Blue light swallows the racks as he stores it all. With this much steel, he has enough to arm a small army. The team he has been planning just got its teeth. Outside, he studies the skyline and plans. The nearby market is picked clean. The real supplies wait in the suburban malls. He carves a path across the white wasteland, a single dark streak moving through a frozen city. At that moment, he reaches a glittering luxury mall, its halls glazed blue with frost. Moments later, he strolls past the designer brands he could never afford in the old world, the ones he scrimped and saved for. Now they are landfill, and he does not spare them a glance. Best revenge on a luxury boutique, outliving the entire economy that priced you out. Past the dead displays, he heads for the only thing that matters. Gold and glass mean nothing when calories are the new currency. The supermarket entrance rises ahead of him. Behind those doors is the food that decides who lives. Inside, he looks over the shelves and turns up his nose at the gourmet stuff. He would not touch some of this, he decides, even if it were free. The man can loot an entire dead city and still has the pantry standards of a picky eater. Then the smile turns cold and practical. For handling the kind of people he is about to meet, it will all do just fine. The look settles into something hard and certain. He is not just stocking a pantry. He is arming himself for the people he knows are coming. Two men are watching him, the younger already plotting. That machine of his runs on snow, he says. Get it, and they can scavenge anywhere. He calls it an electric sledge. The older one strokes his beard and makes the call without hesitation. Whatever that thing is, they are going to take it from him. The first knives are out, and Zhang Yi has not even noticed. He races back across a long, snowbound bridge, alone against the white. Out in the open, exposed, exactly where he predicted the trouble would find him. At that moment, he knows the snowmobile makes him a target the moment anyone sees it, but this time he came back with firepower and fresh gear. Across the way, someone marvels that Zhang Yi found so much. The vault doors open, and he steps into the armory again, the dead officer's key still warm in his hand. Everything in this city worth having, and it is all his for the taking. Rack after rack of weapons greet him. He does not see a tragedy. He sees the foundation of everything he is about to build. He raises a rifle and feels how natural it sits. The reborn version of himself is steadier, deadlier, the kind of shooter who does not miss. Without warning, he cannot help the grin. A born marksman, he tells himself, and for once he might be right. At that moment, he sweeps the whole hall into his storage. Enough guns here to put a loyal, dangerous crew behind him. And that crew is the whole point. Weapons are just the leash. The men who carry them are the power. Next on his list, the canned goods that keep an army fed. He plots the route in his head before the snowmobile even moves. He knows the nearby market is stripped to the bone. The untouched stockpiles are out in the suburban malls, the ones too far for desperate people to reach on foot. So he rides, a lone dark line cutting through an endless field of white. He scans the frozen sprawl below and then locks on. There it is, the target he was looking for. Moments later, he drops toward it, certain of the move. While everyone else is freezing or starving, he is shopping. Inside, he passes the luxury brands once more, the ones that mocked his old paycheck. Now they are landfill, and he treats them like it. He walks straight past the glitter toward the food. The end of the world has a brutally simple price list, and he has already memorized it. The supermarket entrance opens before him. The only riches that count now are stacked on these shelves. He eyes the gourmet goods and scoffs. He would pass on this even if nobody was charging. But the cold edge returns. For the people who are coming to test him, everything in here is more than enough. Two strangers watch him from the snow and decide his snowmobile should be theirs. The older one calls it. They will find a way to take it. He speeds back over the bridge, fully exposed, knowing every eye that finds him now means a fight. The plotting pays off, but not the way the schemers hoped. One of them rallies a crowd, working them into a mob. At that moment, the ringleader whips them up, and the chant goes up across the snow. Long live Zhang Yi. They are screaming a name they are about to regret. Fists in the air, voices raised, they hail Zhang Yi as their savior. None of them grasp what kind of man they have decided to follow. The pitch is simple. Take the food, split it down the middle, and the strongest fighters eat best. He is buying loyalty with other people's stockpiles. Then the demand turns to a snarl. Hand over the food. Behind it, a pack of armed men marches forward through the snow. And the bounty drops. Whoever kills one of the defenders eats off the dead. He has just put a price on every head in the building. A woman bares her teeth at the front of the charge, ugly with hunger and rage. The mob has stopped being people and become a weapon. A thug hoists a bat overhead, ringed by hooded faces in the dark. This is the assault Zhang Yi armed himself for. Bats and blades, all of it aimed at the food and the man holding it. Somebody yells the order to go take it. The two sides collide in the snow, a churn of bodies and weapons. And the men with guns are not the ones swinging clubs. Without warning, the first attacker takes a round to the chest and folds mid-stride, red blooming across the white. The arsenal just made its argument. His comrades flinch back, eyes wide, as the bodies start dropping around them. Bats were never going to beat sniper rifles. More of them fall. The charge breaks apart into panic. Zhang Yi predicted this assault, prepared for it, and now he is collecting on it. The survivors realize the truth too late. Even joining the winners gets them nothing. They were always cannon fodder. Hands go up in surrender as the dead cool in the snow. Care notes the logic. Killing wastes supplies, so Zhang Yi spends no more bullets than he must. At the ground floor lobby, his lieutenants praise the men who held the line. The defense held exactly as designed. Zhang Yi lays it out plain to his people. Stand together, and there is nothing out here left to fear. The slaughter was the lesson. He summons two of the spared men forward. The ones who once schemed to rob him now wait on his word. Food changes hands, and so does allegiance. The price of joining him is total obedience, and they are paying it. He tells them they did well, and as long as they keep it up, he will not treat them badly. From the man who just gunned down a mob, that is mercy. They fall over themselves to swear loyalty, calling him Big Brother Zhang Yi, vowing to follow him like family. Yesterday's robbers are today's soldiers. Inside, Zhang Yi watches them grovel and thinks it landed perfectly. This is exactly the effect he wanted. Fear, dressed up as devotion. He runs the food distribution himself, calling them forward one at a time. Whoever controls the meals controls the people. A man is cornered and pressed. Everyone else has fallen in line, so why won't he? He insists it cannot be happening, that they would never do this to him. A woman breaks down in tears, throwing his own words back at him. He told her he cared for Kinger. Whatever this group is becoming, it is eating its own. A man crouches over a fallen figure and shrugs it all off. It was just messing around, he says, and besides, he is with someone else now. The woman pleads up at Zhang Yi while he stands over the scene, unmoved. Her tears do not register on him at all. She begs him to explain the sudden coldness, swears he once invited her in. He has already decided she is a liability, and someone spits that she only knows how to chase fantasies. The verdict is brutal. She fancies herself a prize, they sneer, when she is just a dreamer angling to marry up. One called Shu Hao is pushed to name what she is. A beat later, the insults turn vile. In this building, with the law dead and gone, cruelty is just another way to keep order. She ends up bloodied on the floor while the men laugh. One of them marvels that their building ever housed someone like her. The mask of civility is off for good. A scream tears out, and a voice tells her this is being merciful. Take the punishment quietly, they say, and call it a reward. This is who survives now. A follower bows and thanks big brother Zhang Yi, promising to be even more obedient. The lesson was meant for everyone watching, and it took. With the troublemaker gone, Zhang Yi moves on without a flicker of feeling. The annoyance is handled, now to harden the building's defenses. He tallies his forces. Stripping out the non-combatants, 47 able bodies remain inside these walls. He thinks in numbers, not faces. Without warning, he names his inner circle and keeps them off the rotation. Himself, Joe Care, Uncle Yo, and 2 others. The rest he splits into 6 squads of 7 or 8 for round, the clock watch. At that moment, he sets the alarm system. Anyone who spots a threat hammers the metal stair railings. Low tech, but in a frozen tower it carries. Then the incentive. Kill an intruder and earn 5 rations worth of food. Stand watch alone and you eat the scraps. He runs his people on hunger and reward. He hands the logistics to Uncle Yo. Take care of it, he says, and the older man agrees without question. Outside, the city stretches on under a smothering blanket of snow. He turns to Care and asks for a read on conditions beyond the walls. Even in a fortress, he never stops gathering intel. The report is grim and familiar. Heavy snow everywhere, the shorter buildings already swallowed whole. The world keeps shrinking around the survivors. And it gets worse. Even when the snowfall finally stops, the thaw is 2 weeks off at best. Time itself is now an enemy. Winter is only deepening, the temperature still falling. Whatever floor on the cold has, nobody has found it yet. Zhang Yi waves it off. None of that is a problem for them, and the guns shimmering out of his storage say why. He lays out his real philosophy. In the end times, something is far more terrifying than the cold, scarier than any monster people imagine. No matter the era, he says, the deadliest threat is always other human beings. He died once to prove it. He lifts a sniper rifle and weighs it like an old friend. This, he decides, is the perfect tool for a quiet kill. He just needs an excuse to try it out. Then he puts an eye to the scope and catches movement. Someone is creeping around the garage, right on schedule. Through the crosshairs, he watches them drift toward the snowmobile. The bait he left out is working exactly as planned. He confirms it with grim satisfaction. He staged the machine in the garage, and now the thieves who crept in will pay. His phone lights up. Uncle Yo is calling, and the timing is no accident. On the line, a man thanks Zhang Yi for the noodles, then warns him Limai meant nothing. She's just loose-mouthed. The talk drifts to lighter ground. In a world like this, the man muses, a capable woman is already a rare prize worth holding onto. Zhang Yi tells Uncle Yo not to sell himself short. In these days, a strong, skilled fighter like him has real value, and people notice. The banter turns to matchmaking. Sister Xie is a fine catch, they joke, and with effort she might even give him an heir. Better that than dressing someone else's bride. Uncle Yo laughs the children talk off. That is a conversation for after they have all settled somewhere safe, not now. Even here, people still let themselves dream a little. He says he will hang up, but tells Zhang Yi to call anytime. The easy warmth between them is its own kind of armor. Zhang Yi sets the phone down and lets the line go quiet. Some things, he reflects, are best taken slowly. Care rests against his shoulder and quietly agrees. For one breath, the ruthless commander is just a man with someone beside him. The two of them settle into a rare stillness on the couch, the war and the snow held at bay just outside the glass. Down at the first-floor lobby, the picture is colder. Bundled survivors stand guard at an entrance hung with icicles. They keep their watch at the frozen doorway, eyes on the white beyond. Up above, Zhang Yi rests. Down here, his people hold the line he drew. The lobby guards stay locked on the threshold, waiting for whatever the storm pushes toward them next. In Zhang Yi's world, the watch never truly ends. Past the icebound entrance, the sentries hold their ground against the dark. The fortress only stands because someone is always awake at the door. They wait in the cold lobby, weapons ready, while the city outside keeps freezing. This is the price of safety in Zhang Yi's tower. The guards remain at their posts, framed by hanging ice. Every quiet hour here is one the snow has not yet broken. And so the watch goes on at the frozen threshold, patient and armed. Whatever comes next out of that white silence, Zhang Yi's people are ready to meet it. A lone figure crouches at the foot of a dark stairwell, weapon ready. The Tianhe has come back for another round, and these defenders already know how the last one went. A man peers up through the broken stairwell, eyes wide, sweat on his face. Something heavy is sailing down at him from above, and he is out of room to dodge. The shout goes up through the building. Get out here and fight. The Tian Gong is hitting them again, and they are all after the same thing everyone is starving for. Come out and face them, the men yell, since the raiders want their stockpile. They brag they won last time and ask H. Wang weigh the next move. Here is the brawl. Bodies tumble across the staircase, makeshift weapons swinging. Two starving factions trade blows over food, and nobody is winning cleanly. The fight spills down the steps in a blur. Somewhere far above, a different kind of decision is being made, one that will end this the moment a finger tightens. One of them breaks away, panic all over his face, dragging himself clear of the scrum. He thinks the danger is the men behind him. It is not. The defenders pull back inside, breathing hard. One wonders aloud if they should chase the raiders out. The other shuts it down. Too risky, not knowing what's waiting out there. A bunch of starving wild dogs, one of them spits, who picked the perfect moment to ambush. Outside the glass, the snow keeps falling on a city that has stopped being a city. Then comes the question that changes the math. From this distance, could a sniper rifle put them all down? Up here, somebody is already raising the barrel to find out. Through the falling snow, a young man settles in behind the scope. Calm hands, steady breath. Let us see, he tells himself, if this thing is any good. He braces the rifle on the ledge and sights down on the chaos below. One test shot. Whether the men in the snow live long enough to regret coming here. Down in the circle of the scope, a raider lifts a knife, surrounded by his crew, never once looking up. He has no idea he is already inside the crosshairs. The scope is incredible, he marvels, sharp enough to pick out the smallest shadow in all that white. A toy to him, a death sentence for the man framed inside it. Moments later, the shot cracks out and the cluster of raiders scatters in every direction. They felt that one land. They just cannot tell yet which of them is already gone. A man freezes mid-step. Did someone just fire a gun, he asks, staring at the body crumpling beside him. The shot came from a window they cannot see. So accurate, the shooter thinks, almost giddy. Am I actually a shooting genius? He has no idea the talent he is admiring is something his first life paid for in blood. He took the worst trauma imaginable and somehow respects it into a sniper build. Snow drifts past the towering apartment blocks, calm and indifferent. Behind one of those countless windows, the marksman is already lining up his next answer. A raider's face fills with dread as a strange stillness settles over the kill zone. While the feeling lingers, the shooter decides, let's try again. Another life, another test. Moments later, snow falls on the next target, a hooded man who does not know he is one. Up above, the rifle is already swinging toward him. The scope locks on. A spent casing tumbles, glowing, and a dark stain blooms where a man was standing a heartbeat ago. Clean, quiet, final. A beat later, the shell ejects, bright against the gloom, and the round finds its mark. No struggle, no warning. Just the snow swallowing one more raider whole. Blood spreads across the white as the casing falls smoking to the ground. From far away, one shot, and it is over. This is what the gang walked into. A raider doubles over, a black wound punched clean through him, dark blood spilling across the snow. He never heard the shot that killed him. Another one folds, clutching the hole torn through his side. The marksman has turned a desperate brawl into a turkey shoot, and the raiders are only now realizing it. Casings rain through the dark, every one of them a man down in the snow below. Whoever brought this gang here is watching his people die without ever seeing the gun. More shells fall, more red blooms in the dark. The ambush they planned so carefully has become a slaughter, and the math has flipped completely against them. And there is the shooter, lowering the rifle at last, snow in his hair. Of course it is. The calmest man in the building just cleaned the whole battle on a single barrel. From now on, he decides, he can simply lie low and pick off whichever intruders prove difficult. No need to ever set foot outside. He has turned his window into a kill box. Below, the survivors piece it together. That gunshot came from upstairs, one whispers. It has to be Zhang Yi. From that far, one shot and it is done. A true marksman. Best to heed his words now, they murmur, since he hasn't lost his temper yet. Tonight's gunfire will keep plenty awake. Fear of him is now the building's law. Joe Care sets a meal down, warning him it may not match a restaurant, so he should not be picky. The doctor cooks for the killer, and the apocalypse pauses for dinner. Then practice, she tells him, the menu out here never changes, so try new flavors now and then. Zhang Yi lifts his chopsticks, the rifle and bloodshed whirls away. Between bites, he turns it back on her. He heard the gunshots yesterday. Was she the one shooting from the balcony? A small needle of a question, and he is watching how she answers. Care rests her chin in her hands, smiling. Is he not curious why she used a sniper rifle? She teases, steering the conversation exactly where she wants. What does it matter? She goes on, red eyes steady. Whatever he did before, she's chosen to stand by him now, because that beats freezing to death out there. He almost smiles at that. She is sharp, he tells her, and she does not waste it on pointless curiosity, which is one of the things he values. From him, that is close to affection. 26 residential buildings, the caption reads, and out in the snow the Tianhe counts its dead. Hooded figures stand among the fallen, the ambush gone catastrophically wrong. Boss, what now? A man pleads. Dewey and the rest are dead, half their numbers gone. Do they keep going? The answer will cost more lives. The boss stands silent, arms crossed, snow gathering on his shoulders. He is weighing bodies against bread, and in that arithmetic his people are nothing but a number. If they do not seize the supplies, he says, their building will not eat for days. So tonight, go retrieve Dewey and the others. The corpses come home. The hunger does not. Big brother Zhang, a neighbor calls as Zhang Yi passes in the hall. Keep up the good work. He has gone from new arrival to the name nobody wants to cross. And there it is, said out loud. In this building, if you want to survive, you had better not mess with Zhang Yi. One sniper duel and his legend writes itself. On his way out, he passes another resident with a quiet word. Big brother Zhang, going outside. Keep up the good work. The deference follows him everywhere now. Uncle Yo, he says, thanking him for the military camp's location while he is gone, counting on him to organize the others and guard the place. He trusts the older man with his back. Building 21 and 2 more men watch the snow through cracked glass, one toying with a blade. A different gang, a different scheme, all of it circling the same prize. Where on earth did he hide his motorcycle? One of them frets. They searched yesterday and found nothing. Zhang Yi's ride has become the obsession of every faction in the snow. No matter what, the leader growls, that vehicle must fall under the Wolf Gong's control. They have not even taken it yet, and they are already naming themselves after the conquest. With that machine in hand, he says, they can scavenge freely, grow their crew, and build something bigger. He is dreaming an empire out of a stolen motorbike. In chaotic times, heroes emerge, he declares, and this disaster is their opportunity. But first, he admits, they need a few packs of cigarettes before he loses his mind. The lofty speech collapses into a craving for a smoke. He has been climbing the walls since his last cigarette a week ago. The would be warlord, undone by nicotine. Far from all their scheming, a lone snowmobile cuts across the white waste toward a half-buried building. Zhang Yi has already left them behind, chasing a much bigger plan. He guides the machine over the endless drifts, the city reduced to rooftops poking through snow. Out here, he is hunting the one thing that keeps everyone alive. Once the heavy snow melts, he reasons, the only places left with food will be the few big independent supermarkets. He is thinking weeks ahead while rival gangs fight over scraps. And the warehouse district in the south of the city, he adds, eyes narrowing. He is mapping the whole supply chain of a dead world in his head, picking the richest veins to strike. The biggest warehouse in South China, he recalls, still holding goods from other companies. He is not wandering. He is running a list only a man who lived this future could know. Let us go check it out, he decides. There might be something valuable to find. The snowmobile streaks off toward the horizon, one man against an entire buried metropolis. Even feeding thousands would be no problem, he muses, gazing over the half-sunken warehouse roofs. What he's after would make him the most powerful man left standing. Inside, his face goes flat, just as he suspected. All the nearby supplies were already hauled away in advance. Someone got here first, and they knew the freeze was coming too. He drops down through a shattered skylight into the gutted warehouse, rope in hand. The realization is starting to land. He is not the only one who saw the end of the world coming. Heavy trucks, excavators, a Rolls-Royce Phantom, bulldozers, he notes, but nothing left to eat. Whoever cleaned this place out left the machines and took the survival. Forget it, he tells himself, scanning the abandoned equipment. What if these come in handy later? Even disappointment, he files away as inventory. Nothing is wasted in his head. From now on, snowmobiles are his daily transport, and the fuel may not last. The problem is no longer just food. It's the gasoline to keep moving and stay alive. Damn it, he mutters at a buried gas station sign, almost completely swallowed by the snow. The fuel he needs is right there, sealed under a frozen tomb of white. With no tall buildings around the station, there is nowhere left to refuel. Does this mean he has to start rationing oil now? The walls are closing in. Human strength is truly feeble, he thinks, staring at the mountain of snow. If only he could use large mechanical equipment to dig. And then the gears in his mind begin to turn. The very machines he just walked past and almost dismissed. The plan assembles itself behind his eyes in real time. Without warning, the snow has not stacked a full month yet, he calculates, and the ice underneath has not solidified. This method might work. He is about to weaponize a bulldozer against the apocalypse. At that moment, the piled snow is a dozen meters high at most. He figures, so if he can reach a door or window, he can break in through it. An excavator arm swings into frame, and his mood lifts. This saves him the digging. He went from rationing fuel to commanding a fleet of machines in the span of one idea. He climbs into the yellow excavator's cab, snow lashing the glass. The ordinary man tortured to death is now the one man who can carve open a frozen world. Settled behind the controls, he gets to work. It will not take much time, he tells himself. Let us dig quickly. The machine roars to life against the silence of the dead city. The bucket slams into the drift and tears a great wound in the snow. Past the buried gas station sign, his target waits underground, and he is digging straight for it. At that moment, the arm bites deeper, flinging snow aside in heavy arcs. Every scoop brings him closer to the fuel that keeps him mobile, and mobility out here is survival. Fortunately, he did not have to dig by hand. He thinks from the cab. He lets the machine do the suffering and keeps his strength for what matters. He climbs down into the trench he has carved, snow still drifting around him. The buried world is finally cracking open, and he is the first one through. A gas station's oil tanks sit underground. He reminds himself, so before going in, discharge any static electricity. One spark down here ends his story for good. Without warning, he grounds himself with a touch, then opens the door. Cautious to the last. The same cold discipline that let him pick off raiders now keeps him from blowing himself up. The piled snow is a dozen meters at most. He repeats, easing inside, so a door or window is all he needs. Every barrier the freeze built, he is learning to open. He steps through the hatch into the dark, the smell of fuel thick around him. Whatever is down here, he is the only living soul who came looking for it. A blinding shaft of light spills around him as he descends the stairs into the underground chamber. He has dug his way beneath a dead world and found its hidden reserves. And there they are, rows of massive storage tanks lined up in the gloom. The whole reason he braved the drifts, waiting underground for the one man clever enough to reach them. With 3 tanks of gasoline and 1 of diesel, he calculates, he will never worry about refueling on the road again. The fuel crisis, solved in a single buried room. He crouches and works open a heavy tank cap, examining the seal. To him, this is not a lucky find. It is a resource to be inventoried and stored. Then it hits him, and he freezes. If this method works in other places too, he could freely access everything buried under the snow. The idea is bigger than fuel. He grips the ladder, mind racing. All the supplies buried beneath the snow, reachable anytime once it freezes over. He just turned the dead city into his private warehouse. The whole snowbound city is his to loot whenever he pleases. The apocalypse turned the dead city into his personal pantry, and he holds the only key. Both problems solved at once, he thinks, fuel and supplies together. Tonight he rests, and by day he comes back to claim it all. The man plans the looting of an entire civilization with the calm energy of someone scheduling weekend errands. He hauls himself back up out of the chamber, the find secured in his mind. One quiet, ruthless step at a time, he is building an advantage no gang in the snow can touch. Bundled in a thick sleeping bag, he closes his eyes, safe and warm while the world freezes. The most dangerous man for miles, resting easy. Tomorrow he gets richer. Back at the building, a desperate parent begs, "Dr. Joe, my child has been feverish for 2 days. Find a way to save his life." The plea cuts through everything. Care crouches helpless over the sick infant, dread settling in. When Zhang Yi left, he took all the emergency medicine. The one thing they need is gone. She stares into a near, empty case. He left some food, but the medicines went with him. The doctor has the skill and none of the supplies, and a baby is burning up. A man steps up holding what little he has. "Dr. Joe," he offers, "I have some supplies, give them to the little one." In the dark, people still fight to keep a child alive. "Do not worry," someone reassures the parents. "Zhang Yi will be back soon, and when he returns, things will be better." They are pinning a baby's survival on one man's timing. The parents bow in gratitude to the doctor and the man who shared his supplies, saying they'd be lost without them. Hope in a place running out of it. "No need to thank her," Care says. "The man shared, using medicine Zhang Yi provided, so thank them instead." "You are right," the parent murmurs, and for a moment the dread eases. But the camera lingers on a figure in the shadows behind them. The danger here is not only the fever. Long hair, a blade catching the light. Someone has come down the stairs with violence in mind, and the grieving in this building has curdled into something worse. Watch out, a voice cries as the knife flashes toward Care and the child she shields. The quiet grief of one family is about to detonate over another's baby. I lost my grandson, the attacker snarls, so why should you people with children get to live happily? Pure, poisoned envy. Grief turned into a knife aimed at an innocent. Dr. Joe, take my son and run, a parent screams, throwing themselves into the path. A wound opens, blood spilling, as they buy the baby a few precious seconds with their own body. Doctor, hand the child to me, the attacker demands on the steps. The bereaved grandparent wants this baby, for reasons too dark to say. Calm down, Care pleads, clutching the infant. This child is about the same age as Lin Ziohu. But the math has already gone cold. My grandson is dead, comes the bitter reply, so why should this one get to live? There it is. Not justice, not mourning. Just a wish to drag someone else down into the same loss. Care bolts down the stairwell with the baby pressed to her chest, the attacker right behind. The doctor who patches everyone up is now running for a stranger's child with a blade at her back. She races down flight after flight, footsteps echoing in the cold concrete. Every step is a gamble. Behind her, the grief that wants the baby dead is not slowing down. I caught you, the attacker spits, lunging from above. You could not save my grandson, so you deserve to die too. Blame and bloodlust, both swinging down at her at once. A hand closes on Care from behind, hauling her back, the baby still in her arms. The chase is over. The killer has both doctor and child within reach. The blade comes around toward them in the cramped stairwell. This is the knife edge the whole scene has been building to, with a baby caught in the middle of someone else's grief. A blur of motion, and the attack is broken apart. Someone has thrown themselves into it at the last possible instant. The cost of stopping that blade is about to land on whoever stepped in. In the quiet after relief, only the child's mother was hurt by Aunt Lin. The baby is safe. The wound landed on an adult, not the infant everyone was shielding. As long as he is all right, someone says, since this nearly happened during Zhang Yi's absence, and they could never have explained it to him. It was my negligence, the attacker confesses, voice breaking. I did not expect her to survive after I cut off her food. The grief was always masking something colder. You coward, an accuser roars, you opportunist. Why not go deal with Chun Yonghao? You owe my grandson your life as well. Old debts and old blood come boiling up the stairwell. Zhang Yi, Zhou Care, Uncle Yo, the attacker rages from the floor, you all deserve to die. He names the doctor and the protectors as enemies. The grief has no bottom. Enough, a resident snaps. Zhang Yi already killed that villain Chun Yonghao. Without him, they'd all be dead. So who is this broken old soul to keep causing trouble? You should not blame him, Care says, red eyes steady. Zhang Yi did try to bring the medicine. She defends the absent man even now, laying out the truth against the accusation. It is not true, the attacker wails. He refused to give me the medicine, and that is why my grandson died. The lie is loud, and the crowd is already turning against it. No, that is a lie, a voice cuts back. Ziohu was dead by then. He was killed by you all. The whole building is unraveling the story, and it points back at the accuser. I begged him, Care insists, but by the time the medicine arrived, Lin Ziohu was already gone, by your own hand. The child died because of the very person screaming for blood. I can't believe you'd harm your own grandson, someone says, sickened. All that talk of caring for Lin Ziohu was empty. The mask is off, and nobody's buying the grief anymore. The crowd closes in, done with mercy. You said this old wretch has done so many vile things, one sneers, and now they are dying. Should we not lend a helping hand? The kindness is a threat. There's so much fat on this old body, another adds, and they haven't lit a fire in days. The hunger in this building has finally said the unspeakable part out loud. A lantern flickers, and the talk turns from the dying. Time for the military camp. Zhang Yi's next target is already on his mind. The place Uncle Yo mentioned should be right here, he thinks, studying a snowbound building. He is back on the hunt, trading the building's misery for an arsenal he intends to take. He already has experience with this now. He notes beside the parked snowmobile, so starting the digging today will go much faster. The man learns once and never has to learn again. Is this the camp dormitory, he wonders, frowning at a doorway. It should not be far from the weapons depot. He is closing in on the prize, reading the empty base like a map. It is snowing hard, and there is no transport out to a remote place like this, he thinks. So why can he not see a single ghost here? The silence is wrong, and he is starting to feel it. Strange, he murmurs, stepping into a deserted barracks. Where have all the people gone? Empty bunks, abandoned gear. A military camp should never be this quiet. Could it be, he wonders, raising a flashlight, that they all left here early? The pieces are clicking together, and the conclusion is bigger and more dangerous than an empty room. Those who knew about the snow disaster, he reasons, moved their troops and supplies out early. He wasn't the only one who saw it coming. Someone with an army did too. That group must be sitting on supplies and weapons, he thinks, waiting out the storm to come back and restore the old order. Out there, a power is biding its time. When they do, he realizes, some huge armed force may emerge and become a real threat. The cozy little gang wars are nothing next to what is waiting on the other side of the freeze. For that day, he resolves to prepare right now. The excavator arm swings down. While others fight over a motorcycle, he is arming for a war not yet started. He breaks through into the depot at last and pauses. This arsenal is a bit different from what he imagined. Crates stretch into the dark as Zhang Yi steps inside to take stock of his new advantage. Zhang Yi works alone in the gutted warehouse, weapon in hand, picking through what the dead left behind. He's done this before in a life that ended badly. This time he takes everything that breathes fire. A wide-eyed kid gawks at the haul. Sniper rifles, military hardware, grenades stacked like groceries. To him, it's a jackpot. To Zhang Yi, it's just the down payment on staying alive. He does the cold math out loud. Whoever scavenged here grabbed the heavy weapons and ran. More than half the stock is gone, a detail he files away for later. Snow swallows a lone figure walking out, a stray cat trailing behind. His stockpile is enough for now, but he's already mapping the next warehouse. He never stops counting. A different leader faces his hungry survivors and admits he came back empty. He tells them to be patient. You can hear the patience running out in his own voice. They push back hard. Nothing to eat, no sleep at night, a whole day wasted outside. The complaints stack up, and the man taking them is starting to crack. He turns slowly, and the question lands flat and dangerous. Are you finished? The temperature in the room just dropped harder than the freeze outside. At that moment, he reminds them who came begging for help in the first place. The gratitude curdled fast. Now the people he saved treat him like a vending machine that owes them. And then he cuts them loose. From now on, feed yourselves. It is the survival law in 2 sentences. The moment you stop being useful to a crowd, the crowd turns on you. A blonde survivor backpedals fast, insisting they did not mean it. The snow makes scavenging hard. Then the real ask. Why not let Zhang Yi go rest while they handle it? Zhang Blonde Yi calls time on the conversation and tells them to move out. He has heard every version of this pitch before, and he already knows where it is heading. The grumbling turns ugly. They worked themselves to the bone for him, they whine, and now cannot stand his face. Shameless, they call him. They have no idea who they are talking to. One warns Zhang Yi it's dangerous to head out alone, that he should bring more people. It sounds like concern. It's really an angle, a way to follow him to his hidden supplies. His motorcycle fits 3 more, they point out, so let them help him find it together. They think they are being clever. He is letting them dig the hole a little deeper with every word. They fall over themselves, promising loyalty. Whatever brother Zhang needs, they will go through fire and water to get it. He has heard pretty words from men he later had to bury. He looks at the eager hand offered to him and murmurs that it is a pity. That single word is a door closing. Whatever chance these men had just quietly expired. One man finally drops the act and snarls that he does not believe a word of the nonsense Zhang Yi feeds them. He wanted honesty. He is about to get a far blunter answer. A body lies sprawled on the floor, a pistol skittered out of reach. The negotiating is over. Zhang Yi just rewrote the pecking order in a single shot. He spells it out for the survivors against the wall. He has been too sweet, so they forgot the rule. They obey him absolutely, no discussion. They scramble to blame the dead man, swearing it was his own fault. Zhang Yi answers with chilling logic. If he does not kill a few, the rest never learn to behave. Gunfire lights the corridor. The lesson is delivered the only way these people will remember it. He is not cruel for sport. He is just done explaining himself twice. Bodies litter the hallway when a voice cuts through. A woman with a long, dark ponytail rushes in calling his name, and the cold mask cracks into something almost human. It is Jo Care, her worry reel. She frets he got hurt being gone so long, then reads it perfectly. These people got too comfortable and forgot who keeps them alive. He waves it off, just a little friction, and presses something into her hand. The man who just executed his own followers lowers his guard only for her. And here is the cruelest joke of all. He claims he has always been a kind person and asks her to forgive them. Behind him, the men he did not kill are too terrified to move. Care plays along with a knowing edge, telling everyone to head back now. She has seen exactly how kind Zhang Yi is, and she chose him anyway. His thoughts run cold and tidy. Everything is almost ready, and any cannon fodder still left over he will simply clean up. To him, these people are not allies. They are inventory. Head in Care's lap, he asks what happened in the other units while he was away. She says an Aunt Lin killed a child's mother in revenge over an earlier incident. She lays the rest out without flinching. In their building, the messy problems already got solved, one way or another. Survival here is a ledger, and she helps him keep the books. Her verdict on the dead woman is ice. It was her own fault. She deserved exactly where she ended up, nothing more to say. These two are a frighteningly matched pair. Then she drops a new name. Someone called Chung Lingyu in Unit 15 wants a line open to Zhang Yi, says she has something to discuss. Every approach hides a knife. He turns the name over, half awake. What could she possibly want to talk about? The wheels are already turning behind those tired eyes. Alone with his maps, he weighs the brutal arithmetic. There is not enough power and fuel to run the heavy machinery, so flattening the buildings is off the table. He hunts for another door. He frames the standoff plainly. If he just holds his ground and refuses to leave, what can the whole neighborhood actually do if they all come at once? But the worry gnaws. How long can one man keep fighting thousands? Ignore them and they band together and swarm him. The Chibai panic says it, the strategist underneath means it. A phone lights up in his hand. A new message. In a frozen city where most people are starving in the dark, somebody still has the bandwidth to come looking for him. The sender is Li Ji-en, pitching cooperation. Pooled food, shared resources, his group mediating between buildings to stop conflicts. It sounds reasonable. That is what worries a man like Zhang Yi. He turns to Care and asks if she knows the situation in Building 18. When you are about to gamble lives, you check the table first, and she is the best read he has. She has heard plenty. Their building leader is influential, united the residents after the freeze, and runs the supply system, keeping most of them alive. The most dangerous kind of rival. He grants the man real leadership, then guts the compliment. Charisma alone does not carry you through the apocalypse. It is still a fantasy, and Zhang Yi deals only in what survives reality. A beat later, he tells Li Ji-en he will think it over, then scrolls the demands from the other buildings and almost laughs. Everyone wants a piece of him. Cheek to cheek with Care, he names the only two roads: open war or sit down and seek peace. She knows everyone's fate now rides on his decision, and she's glad she bet on him early. She nestles close, and the dread softens. Whatever he chooses, she chose him at the very start. In a world this cold, that quiet certainty is the warmest thing they have left. He asks her straight. From her side of it, what should he choose? He has the guns and the grain. What he wants from Care is the judgment behind them. His mind circles back to war. If it comes to blows, fight from strength. Bankrolling other buildings would bleed him dry. He wants this gone without burning every bullet. Care floats the practical option. Pull up stakes and relocate, start over somewhere new. Easier said than done, he answers, and you can see the wheels grinding. His golden eyes go flat with calculation. The fortified shelter is built into the structure. His real edge can't be moved. Abandoning the stronghold is no escape. Is there any other option? Sunlight, a drawn curtain, Care resting nearby. The war planning pauses, and they simply exist in the same warm room. The freeze can wait outside the glass. She catches him stripping down a bulletproof vest and asks what he is up to. Even at rest, his hands are preparing for the next time someone aims at him. He is repurposing the plates to armor his legs, because when he prepares, everything has to be foolproof. The man does not believe in luck. He believes in coverage. His followers back him to the hilt in the group chat. This food is ours, why hand it over? Great, he answers. They think they are defending their pantry. He is lining up his board. Something nags at him. He thought he blocked unfamiliar invites, yet one still slipped into the group. A small crack in the system, and Zhang Yi never ignores a crack. He asks Care about Building 18, and she lays it out. An influential leader, united residents, centralized supplies, most kept alive. Zhang Yi's read on his rival sharpens. The doubt resurfaces. How long must he keep fighting thousands who could all attack at once? Even the cartoon, panic version of him cannot shake the size of the problem. He reasons it the other way. As long as he stands firm and never leaves, what can an entire neighborhood do against his walls if they unite? He dares the math to scare him. Finger to his chin, he keeps gnawing the same bone. There has to be a clean answer, not just endless fighting. The strategist will not rest until he finds the one move that ends it. His phone flashes a new message again. The outside world keeps knocking, and every knock is another player trying to pull him into a game he intends to win. He studies the screen, eyes sharp. The pieces are moving on their own now. All he has to do is decide which ones he lets get close enough to matter. Care recaps the rival's strength. The Building 18 leader united everyone and rationed supplies to keep them breathing. The subtext is clear. This man is competition, not a friend. He poses the question again, almost tender. Does she know the lay of Building 18? He runs every big decision past her first, because her cold eye matches his own. A beat later, he nods at the man's gifts, then closes the trap. Leadership alone won't see anyone through this winter. It's still a fantasy. Compliment and dismissal in the same breath. His verdict hardens. Leaning on charm to guarantee long-term survival is a daydream. A message lands, and he coolly replies that he will think it over. He is already 2 moves ahead of the conversation. He scrolls the requests from the rest, and his amusement turns dark. The demands are all over the map, the terms almost a joke. So many easy targets lining up to test him. Pressed against Care, he reasons out the mercy. Killing them all wastes ammunition, most hold no grudge, and a massacre would weigh on him. She trusts him completely, grateful she chose him first. Cheek to cheek again, he asks her honestly what he should do. The closeness is real, and so is the chilling subject, whether to kill an entire group of people. He lays the war logic bare. If it comes to it, fight with confidence, since feeding the unit buildings would bleed him dry. The real question, can he be rid of this group without slaughtering them all? Care offers an alternative. Maybe not the cleanest move, but has he thought about relocating somewhere new and starting fresh? He sighs that it's easier said than done. He's already rooted here. She kneels close and asks why he is dismantling the bulletproof vest. Even their quiet domestic moments are built around the assumption that someone is coming to kill him. Phone in hand, he explains he is armoring his legs because in his prep nothing is left to chance. He plans for bullets the way other people plan for groceries. He reads the rival group's chatter. The food is theirs, why give it up? They will defend their stockpile to the last breath. Great, he thinks. Every defiant word confirms how this ends. Those golden eyes narrow. Someone keeps slipping into a group he thought he sealed. To Zhang Yi, small anomalies are where ambushes hide. The leaders flood the chat. One warns that backing out of talks now guarantees nothing good. Li Jian of Building 18 plays peacemaker. Wang Qiang tells them to quit posturing and just name the conditions to Brother Yi. Li Jian lays out the plan. 9 buildings pool resources to ride out the freeze, with Zhang Yi expected to fall in line. It is a tidy proposal and also a leash. He rejects it cold. This still leaves security holes wide open. To erase every future threat, he must take them apart one by one. He wants a method that's absolute. The idea snaps into focus. Fighting 1,000 enemies head on is suicide, so you don't. You take the leader first. He sketches the kill. Gather all the building leaders in one spot, lob a single grenade, and even survivors crawl away crippled. Decapitate the alliance before it ever closes a fist. Sword in hand, he names the play. Fake the negotiation to lure them out, herd them into a prepared killing ground, and sweep them up at once. The peace talks are bait. He runs it once more, savoring it. Once the leaders cluster, one grenade leaves them dead or broken. He's already decided. Now he waits for the fish to take the hook. Alone by the window, the trap fully built, he lets the thoughts settle. All that is left now is to wait for them to swim in. He is patient the way a snare is patient. Down in the crowd, a woman urges Zhang Yi's people to eat up, stay sharp, and protect their home. The defenders are fed and ready. The visitors think they are walking into a meeting. His loyal trio digs into chicken and burgers, gushing that following big brother Zhang Yi is the best thing ever. They die for him, with no idea what he's about to make them part of. They turn earnest and ask him straight, was the peace talk real? Will they finally get a normal life after this? They want a future. He is about to hand them a comforting lie instead. He smiles and reassures them. Once the negotiation wraps and food is solved, no more bloody fights. The words are warm. The golden eyes are counting how many are about to die. The 3 light up, hearts floating, swallowing every word. Peace right around the corner. The viewer knows better, and that gap between their hope and his plan is the whole knife edge. Then a masked gunman finishes the real thought. As long as everyone gets wiped out, there is nothing left to worry about. The truth behind the comforting smile. Through the snowstorm, Zhang Yi's column files out between the towers toward the meeting. Small figures crossing a white field, walking with a plan the other side cannot see coming. 2 groups face off in the blizzard, and the tension snaps tight. Someone reacts, a shout cuts the wind. The pleasant fiction of negotiation is already starting to come apart. Zhang Yi reels, surrounded, hissing the obvious. They're playing tricks. How did everyone arrive at once? His ambush just met a far bigger crowd than planned. He goes on the offensive anyway, finger leveled, voice like a whip. Tell your people to clear out now, or there's no tomorrow for any of them. Outnumbered, still daring them. Then he gets on the radio to his ace in the hole. Uncle Yo, there are too many here. He worries the youngsters cannot hold the line. Can he come over? When the count goes bad, Zhang Yi reaches for the old man. Uncle Yo is already in position, flat in the snow behind a long gun, promising fire support. The visitors brought numbers. Zhang Yi brought trajectories. A tactical map shows the trap. Uncle Yo and the marksman ringing the field, Zhang Yi at the center. The rival snipers plotted too. Both sides came loaded, but only one side knew it first. The visiting trio finally smells it. Nobody here came to talk. The conclusion lands cold. They are here to wipe us out. The mask just slipped. An older leader tries to steady his rattled people. Do not panic. If they wanted to attack, they already would have. Brave words in a blizzard, right before he is proven wrong. His group isn't buying it. Could the whole neighborhood be turned against us? And how do we fight that? He insists the target isn't them, it's to squeeze concessions out of Zhang Yi. He doubles down. Think about it, what do we have worth their attention? A scarred boss agrees, you are right. They talk themselves calm, standing in a kill box and rationalizing. The camera names the gang bosses across the snow. Huang Tian Fong, Zhang Yunayan, Wang Qiang, Chun Ling Yu, each with his crew. Everyone already in Zhang Yi's sights. At that moment, the bosses scheme to keep anyone from being alone with Zhang Yi and to shield their man. They are managing the wrong threat. A scarred red-haired boss puffs up. Have they seen our numbers? Zhang Yi must be shaking. Surely he would not dare refuse. The arrogance is thick. The ground under it is a grave. A man in sunglasses and a woman push to move. Quit stalling, go in, lock Zhang Yi into yesterday's deals. They march toward the table certain they hold the leverage. One boss roars across the snow, demanding to know where Zhang Yi is, declaring they came to negotiate. He has no idea the host already has a grenade with his name on it. At the door, a boss asks why not all the leaders came together. Zhang Yi's man in sunglasses says it was settled yesterday, only the 5 of them as representatives. The visitors are being thinned out. The terms get colder. Only the 5 may enter, searched first. Separate the leaders from their muscle, strip their weapons, and funnel them straight into the box. Moments later, the bosses bristle at a body search, snarling about Zhang Yi's nerve making demands at a time like this, not realizing they aren't in charge anymore. Flat behind his rifle, Zhang Yi answers them silently. Think you can intimidate me? Gathering this many bodies just makes the work easier. Their threat is his target, rich field. On the radio, he agrees to something, almost pleasant about it. Oh, that is what you want. The polite tone is the tell. He only sounds agreeable right before the trigger pulls. He settles into the firing position in the snow, weapon ready, reading the spread of the crowd. Every detail measured, every angle checked. He is not nervous, he is aiming. From above, the field sprawls white and crowded, the rival group milling and confused, drifting right where he wants them. They came as a wall. He sees a pattern waiting to break. He checks the geometry one last time. At this range, it shouldn't catch his own people. The leaders bunched at the center are already dead and don't know it. Close on his face, a golden eye glinting as he gives the word over the radio. No hesitation, no second thought. The order is just a number in a ledger he has balanced. The bosses freeze. What is that sound? Some animal part of them finally senses it, a half-second too late. The negotiation just became a countdown. Zhang Yi grins, fist raised, eyes blazing gold. Let's start with a bang. The polite host is gone. This is the man who came back from death to do exactly this. The leaders stare down in horror. A grenade sits in the snow at their feet, pin-pulled, ticking. Their numbers mean nothing now. A face contorts in pure terror as the word forms, recognition and doom arriving in the same instant. There is no time left to finish the sentence. Then the blast tears through them. Bodies fling outward, men scream and scatter. The orderly crowd becomes chaos in a heartbeat. The grenade Zhang Yi promised himself finally lands. A black crater smokes in the snow, ringed by the thrown and the falling. The cry goes up. Zhang Yi threw a grenade. The slaughter just announced itself to the neighborhood. A woman from his side taunts the sweating, broken boss. Is having lots of people impressive now? Numbers were never the answer. They were the bait. A boss clutches his phone, bloodied and defiant, demanding to know if they have any more opinions. The swagger is gone, replaced by brittle bravado. Moments later, the scarred red-haired boss, slack with shock, protests that they came to negotiate. There was no need for this. He wanted a deal. Zhang Yi just showed him what the deal actually is. Zhang Yi's voice comes over the call, dripping mockery. Did they really need 1,000 people for a chat? They were in the way, so he's clearing them out as a favor. He strolls a corridor, unhurried, and sets the clock. Almost 2:30, 5 minutes left, and if they do not come inside in time, then he lets the threat hang. The men who came to dominate him now race his deadline. The bosses crumble, hands up, begging him to hold on, swearing they came in good faith. The arrogance has inverted. The hunters are pleading with the prey that bit back. Inside, Zhang Yi takes stock of his arsenal, reminding himself to ration the grenades. He only has 20 crates. His idea of running low would arm a small country. He tallies the result in the snow. At least 20 dead from a single grenade. Now that they are alert, he will not catch them so cleanly again. He grades his own massacre and moves on. Back at the table, the same cold thought. Spend the grenades wisely, the supply is not endless. The room is set for talks, but he treats it as a staging area. The battered survivors file in, and Zhang Yi greets them with a faint smile, golden eyes gleaming. Is this everyone? The 5 leaders enter on his terms now, disarmed and shaking. A boss in sunglasses confirms it, voice unsteady. Yes, they're the representatives. He's trying to sound composed while sitting at a table run by the man who just blew apart his crew. Zhang Yi's eyes glint as he invites them to talk it through. Oh, then, let us have a discussion. He owns this room completely, and everyone knows it. A leader pleads their case. The whole neighborhood is dying of cold and hunger. They had no choice. Behind his calm, Zhang Yi is already deciding to use another plan. A boss keeps begging. They only want to survive. They were forced into this. If he'd just supply everyone on the old terms. He's pleading for mercy from a man who measures everything in ammunition. The table erupts. One shouts that killing them solves nothing and the neighborhood will hunt him down. Another begs Zhang Yi to calm down and talk. Neither will move him. Zhang Yi feigns innocence. Why is everyone so worked up? The gun felt heavy, so he set it aside. He just butchered their men and he is playing dumb about a grenade. He leans on the table with a sinister smile, a gun resting in plain sight. Don't be nervous, sit down, let's continue. The invitation is gentle. The weapon on the wood does the actual talking. Moments later, he starts dictating terms, hand near the gun. The neighborhood has thousands, and he cannot shoulder feeding them all. Now it's just Zhang Yi telling them how it will be. Golden eyes burning, he twists the knife with a smile. Anyone who can hold a whole building must be clever, capable. A compliment shaped like a verdict. Capable rivals do not get to keep breathing. Zhang Yi lays his terms on the table. Cooperate or go to war. The men across from him bristle, but he just sits there in silence, letting the threat do the talking. He raises one finger and spells it out. He provides the food, enough for 10 people per building, no more. How they split it among themselves is their problem, not his. At that moment, he spreads his hands, almost bored. Feeding over 300 mouths a day is already his limit, he says. Generous on the surface, a leash underneath. A reddish-haired woman snaps that the offer is unacceptable. 76 survivors, 20 her own, and he wants them fighting over 10 portions. Her sweat says she knows who holds the cards. Zhang Yi leans back, unbothered, and asks if that means there is no room for discussion. He is not asking a question. He is daring them to argue. A woman named Chun Lingyu gets cut off before she pushes too hard. An older man in glasses tells her not to speak for everyone. Their unity is already cracking. A man at the table offers a softer line. Maybe the quantity is still negotiable. They want a deal. Zhang Yi can smell it on them. Another grumbles that 10 portions is too thin, that he cannot explain it to his building. He thinks he is bargaining. He is just telling Zhang Yi exactly where the pressure points are. Zhang Yi turns it back on them, cold and easy. So feeding 300 people every single day strikes them as too little. He lets the absurdity hang there. The man in glasses throws up both hands, sweating now, urging everyone to reconsider and move to other terms first. anything to keep this from collapsing. Zhang Yi gives them their reprieve. Next, they need a serious conversation about what comes after. He stays seated, calm, the only one in the room not afraid. A pistol sits on the table within easy reach. Zhang Yi argues scavenging will not hold forever, that no one knows how long this freeze drags on. Every word lands heavier with the gun right there. Here is the real pitch. They go self-sufficient. On his expedition, he found seeds and proposes they start farming for steady food. He makes it sound like salvation. Seeds spill from his hand. Just like their ancestors, he tells them, food comes from the labor of their own hands. The faction watches, sensing a catch they can't name. A man in a military jacket pushes back. Has anyone here farmed in cold like this? The crops will freeze. Zhang Yi counters that survival finds a way, and supplies and fuel will run dry. He points outward. There is land under all that snow. Shovel it clear, and underneath there is a chance at feeding themselves. He sells the dream hard because the dream is the cage. A thumbs up, almost friendly. Send people out to work the land every day, show him real progress, and the supplies keep coming. He ties their survival directly to their sweat. Then he sweetens it. Quality guaranteed, and down the line maybe cigarettes, alcohol, clothing, even medicine. Two of the men lean in, hungry. He has found the bait. One perks up at cigarettes. Another begs, saying he has not smoked in 2 weeks and is losing his mind. Zhang Yi watches grown men come apart over a craving. Zhang Yi holds a red cigarette pack, the pistol still beside him, eyes cold and amused. He is not negotiating anymore. He is fishing and they are biting. The pack falls open. One man asks for a light, another scrambles to give him one. Their resolve traded away for a single smoke. Two of them puff away, blissful, Zhang Yi planted between them like a dealer surveying his market. So he asks, do they accept his terms now? They already have and don't know what they signed up for. The man in glasses holds up a hand. There is a condition. As long as the cigarettes keep flowing, he is in. The principal folds the second the supply is guaranteed. Now they are haggling over their vice. One insists on at least 2 packs a day, another wants the same deal. The grand war for the building has officially shrunk to the size of an ashtray, and Zhang Yi controls the cigarettes too. Zhang Yi sets the limit, flat and final. 1 pack a day, no more, no less. They cave instantly. He has them rationing their own dignity. 1 pack a day it is, they agree, just bring them. Zhang Yi straightens, serious again, and asks if that means they have reached an agreement today. The smile is gone now. The faction lines up, the man in glasses, the reddish-haired woman, the others, lit in cold blue. It's the quiet before everything Zhang Yi has been building tips over. One of them loses patience and barks that they have everything they wanted, so just do what Zhang Yi says. The eager ones are doing his persuading for him. The man in glasses hesitates, sweat beating. There is a but he cannot quite voice. Some part of him senses the floor is not solid. Tempers fray on their side. One cannot stand the stalling. Another insists Zhang Yi is doing them a favor and they should appreciate it. He has turned their own people into his advocates. Chun Ling Yu plants her feet, urging no hasty decisions. A man cuts her down, the 5 decide and nobody objects. The one clear head just got overruled. Another preaches understanding. Zhang Yi has his struggles, everyone is getting fed, so do not push him. Zhang Yi listens from the edge, then quietly starts to speak. A wide, frozen shot. People scattered across the snow, and a single green sprout straining up through the frost in the foreground. Something is about to break the calm. Zhang Yi lifts a pistol and lays it bare. While these 5 negotiated, their men were set to ambush him. He says it like he already knows, because he does. A man protests in confusion. They are all right here, doing that would be suicide. He does not understand yet. Zhang Yi's gun is level with the table. Fine, Zhang Yi says, ice in it. When this is over, go back and check on your people. Right on cue, the man in glasses goes white. The people downstairs are under attack. Zhang Yi roars for everyone to get down, gun up, body coiled. Whatever he set in motion is happening now, and he is the only one ready for it. The faction reels, faces frozen in shock. They walked into this room thinking they held leverage. They are only now realizing they were the prey. Cornered at the table, they start to beg. Zhang Yi, it was not them who gave the order, please do not shoot. The negotiation is over. The slaughter is the new conversation. One golden eye burns through the dark fall of his hair. They crossed the line, he says. No more terms, no more patience. Just the cold arithmetic of what happens next. Out in the snow, figures move between the buildings. The attack his rivals supposedly planned is unfolding, and it is about to turn on the people who walked into his trap. A rifle's scope finds a target. A masked man takes a round to the body, blood blooming against the white. Zhang Yi did not wait to be hit. He fired first. A man's head snaps back in a red mist. Another body lies face down in the drifts. The shots are landing exactly where Zhang Yi wants them. Panic detonates across the snow. People scatter and two more crumple mid-stride. Someone screams the truth too late. It is Zhang Yi, he has a sniper run. He stares down the scope, that golden eye gone flat and pitiless. Lying down will not save them, he taunts. There is no mercy in it, only a man collecting a debt. Braced in a window, rifle steady, the muzzle flashing again and again. From up here he picks them apart at his leisure, the slaughter raining down from above. Bodies sprawl across the snowfield, the ambush turned massacre, the survivors shrieking. This is the price of crossing Zhang Yi, paid in full and on display. Back at the table, smoke still curling off his rifle, he leans in and asks if they have decided to accept his conditions now. It is not really a question anymore. Two of them fold on the spot. One accepts both terms, the other has no objections. The rifle barrel still hangs between them, the only argument that ever mattered. Hands go up in surrender. The reddish-haired woman and the rest stand broken at the table. Whatever pride they brought in, the snow outside swallowed it. The man in glasses raises a hand and says count him in too. The last holdout caves. Zhang Yi did not change a single mind. He just rewrote the cost of saying no. Hands folded, perfectly calm, he sets the schedule. They start working today, and tomorrow afternoon he'll call them to collect supplies. He owns them now and says it like a favor. He stands over the defeated man and tells them to work hard. He'll be watching, so no tricks. The bodies in the snow make the threat loud. Zhang Yi's own people crowd the entrance, peering into the storm. There they are, someone says, as he comes home from the killing he just orchestrated. His allies meet him eager, asking how it went, where brother Zhang Yi is. He walks in and tells them simply. They all agreed. He keeps the how to himself for now. They press him. How did he pull it off? One grins that the sniper work earlier scared the rivals senseless. Zhang Yi stays modest, letting the legend grow on its own. He calls it gentle coercion. The deal, food for 300 people in exchange for their labor in the fields. Ruthlessness made reasonable. His own people hesitate. 300 mouths, can they really cover that? And if they hand over all their food, what do they eat? Even his side cannot see the whole board yet. He half smiles, sure of himself. He can handle the rivals, however many there are, he is not afraid. The only question he asks is whether his people can hold up their end. Then the reassurance, earnest in a way he never is with the enemy. Do not worry too much. He will find food. He will not let them starve. With his own, the cruelty drops away. His people are moved to tears. One sobs that the whole building depends on Zhang Yi, that they didn't misjudge him. They have no idea what he's capable of. They call him a leader worth respecting. One vows from this moment to back every decision he makes. Zhang Yi's golden eyes catch the light, quietly pleased. As the group thins, he notices Uncle Yo watching too closely. He asks the older man what's wrong. Does he have something on his face? The lieutenant is reading him, and Zhang Yi knows it. Walking beside Uncle Yo, he admits the truth. Working with the rivals is temporary. His real plan today was to gather every building leader in one room. Take them all in one stroke, he says. Leave each building leaderless, drown them in chaos, then dismantle them one by one. But only 5 showed today, and killing just the strongest 5 is not enough. Better to compromise now and wait for the perfect moment. Patience is its own kind of weapon for him. Uncle Yo nods slowly, just as he suspected. Zhang Yi asks if he followed all that. The old man admits he does not fully grasp it, but it sounds logical enough. So Zhang Yi makes it plain. With food this scarce, uneven shares breed conflict, and they'll tear each other apart without him lifting a finger. He's done this math before. Uncle Yo, impressed, calls the move masterful and names him a chess master. Zhang Yi takes the praise without flinching. He has earned it. No, he corrects, the real edge is resources. Sheer consumption alone will grind the enemy down until they collapse on their own. Beyond food, he has firepower and fortifications, so their threats mean nothing. Look at those people out there, he says, unable to feed or warm themselves. He's comparing his fortress to their graves. People barely clinging to life cannot compete with him. Even a world-class boxer loses after 30 days of starving, he says. He has made the war a waiting game he cannot lose. Uncle Yo finishes the thought, grim. 30 days of hunger, and they would practically be corpses. The two share a hard look across the cold math of it. Arms crossed, the faint smile back, Zhang Yi lands it. A group of corpses, how could they ever beat him? To him, the outcome is already written. He reflects that not all of them are fools. Chun Ling Yu and Li Ji-en clearly saw through him. But the bribe bought the rest, and the ones who resist will simply be destroyed first. Even if someone wakes up to the trap, he muses, this crowd flies at comfort like moths to a flame. His men listen, smoking, as he explains how easily desperation is steered. He reaches for history, an emperor tearing down his own great wall, the way Liu Yi Long killed his general Tan Daoji. If ancient rulers did such foolish things, these people will too. One of his men laughs that it makes sense, then wonders why force them to farm where nothing grows. The snowbound towers loom, the answer hiding in plain sight. It's a ploy to bleed their strength, Zhang Yi explains, while his side relaxes and reaps the reward. A win-win for him. An ally swears their survival rests on Zhang Yi now, just give the orders. Half smiling, he tells them to keep today's conversation buried and follow the plan, then sit back and watch it unfold. He has set the trap. Now he only has to wait. Alone in a stark corridor, a colder thought surfaces. It's not only outside enemies he must watch. There are spies inside this very building. Even at home, he's never fully safe. The scene softens. Jo Care, purple hair, bright eyes, lights up the moment she sees him and welcomes him back. The one place his guard comes down. He pins her playfully to the wall, grinning, and asks how she thinks the talks went. With care, the killer becomes almost boyish, the day's blood left at the door. Still close, he teases. Does she want to know? He sweeps her up off her feet, the dread of the outside world traded for a moment that is only theirs. Carrying her, he starts to tell her how the coming days will play out. A quiet, conspiratorial calm, the storm he is brewing nowhere on his face. At her bedside, gentle now, he tells her it is best she stays home these days and does not go out anywhere. He is walling her off from something he has not named. He cups her cheek and promises that a little longer, and the trouble vanishes completely. He is shielding her from the massacre he is quietly assembling. The next day, a wide white expanse, the tower's half-buried, tiny figures gathering far below. The rivals report for the labor that will be the death of them. Shovels in hand, the workers chatter. It has been a while since such a gathering, the neighborhood used to bustle. More work means more food, their leader said. They cheerfully dig their own graves. Another marvels it's time to live like a farmer, that there's finally hope. They believe the peace is real, and that belief is what Zhang Yi sold them. A worker beams that the neighborhood reached a peaceful agreement. No more fighting, things improving daily. Two men chat in the snow, soaked in an irony only the audience sees. A lone figure crouches and digs in the deep snow, dwarfed by the white. Small, tireless, and utterly oblivious to whose game he is playing. A reddish-haired man waves off any worry. He has the snowmobile, he will load it all himself, just wait for his triumphant return. He has no idea what triumph will cost. He tells the crew to stay focused and work hard. He will check their progress when he is back. Behind him, the workers toil in the cold, chasing a reward that is laced with poison. Shovel raised, he drives it home. If the work is not done right, no one gets a share of food. The very threat his own leader handed down, now coming out of his mouth. Two workers mutter over cigarettes. Where did he park that thing? One searched everywhere and found nothing. It's a snowmobile, the other corrects, not a sledge. They keep searching the lot for a vehicle that lives in a pocket dimension. Zhang Yi approaches an abandoned animal clinic, the Tian High City sign hanging over the snow. What he is after, he murmurs, should be in here. He has come hunting for a weapon. Inside, he opens a box of small dark vials and smiles. Here it is. Not a gun this time, something quieter and far worse. Colorless and odorless, once diluted, he notes, more invisible than any pesticide, the easiest poison to get his hands on. The plan becomes a recipe. He holds the vials to the light and runs the numbers. This much can kill 300 people, or at least cause untreatable organ failure and certain death. He weighs lives like ingredients. His method, lower their guard, then slip rat poison into the prepared food batches unnoticed. It takes 15 minutes. He packs the snowmobile, calm as a man running errands. He rides back through the empty white streets, resolved to find the right moment and wipe them all out at once. The trap is loaded. Now it is only a matter of timing. Snow drifts over the dark towers at dusk. It is nearly time, he judges. The board is set, the pieces starving, and he is the only one who knows the game is already over. On the loaded snowmobile, he reasons that with food and clothing this scarce, the rivals are gutted by days of labor. He's wearing them down without a single shot. Masked against the cold, he admits he's almost looking forward to it. After a full day of work, the moment they learn the promised food never came, he wonders how frenzied they'll get. He strides in hauling heavy sacks of food. His allies, startled, ask where on earth he found all this. They see a generous provider. They do not see what is mixed in. Without warning, he feeds them the alibi. He went farther this time, and the farther out, the harder the trip back, so he took daring risks. The lie buries the clinic and the vials in one breath. His people swallow it whole, praising the risk he takes daily for food. One adds that a breakdown out there would be a disaster. They worship the danger and never glimpse the poison. Watching the rival workers file in, Zhang Yi notes coldly that they've wised up, wary of getting caught all at once. A wrinkle in the plan, nothing he can't smooth over. He holds out a bag of red tubers, handing the day's food across. The smile is warm, the gesture generous. The intent underneath it is anything but. A beat later, he announces that from now on everyone can relax a little more. Every soothing word is another inch of rope, gently fed out to people who think it is a lifeline. Hand raised, he warns them not to drop their weapons, for a bright future awaits them all. The grateful crowd reaches out. He is comforting the people he means to bury. The rival workers rejoice. Zhang Yi is right. The good days are around the corner. They have finally made it through. They are thanking the architect of their end. They gush about the painful sacrifices they endured. Hands folded, Zhang Yi calmly tells them to hurry back. There is more work tomorrow, and sends them off full and smiling. The workers trudge home, agreeing brother Zhang Yi is right. Finally a good meal and good sleep. They have no idea the rest may be permanent. Close on Zhang Yi's golden eyes, cold and watchful in the dark. The instant the crowd is gone, the warmth drains out of his face. This is the man underneath the favor. Home again with care, who tells him the food is ready once he washes up. Domestic warmth, set right beside the carnage he is quietly orchestrating across the street. In the shower, he says okay, then admits to himself this situation will not last too long. A rare flicker of weariness slipping through the iron resolve. Water running off him, he makes the vow that drives all of it. Once these troublemakers are gone, he finds a way out of here and starts a new life. The exit at the end of all the blood. Across in the rival building, men crowd a doorway as the supplies arrive. Hunger pulls them forward toward the food Zhang Yi sent. The bait works exactly as designed. One barks at the others to step aside, then snatches a bag of fried food, nearly tearing up. Starving and grateful, he eats precisely what Zhang Yi wants him to eat. Another grins and holds up a red cigarette pack. Zhang Yi kept his promise, a whole pack. They trust him completely now, right at the moment that trust is most lethal. Men crowd a red-haired leader, begging for a single cigarette from his pack, calling him boss. He scowls, unwilling to part with one. The craving has its claws all the way in. He says he only smokes one a day, and every one he gives away is a day stolen from himself. His hollow-eyed underlings plead that they're dying, just one. Withdrawal has turned them feral. Then he clutches the pack. Snapping these were not easy to get. He risked his life for them. They claw toward it, squabbling over a smoke with poison already in their stomachs. The leader smiles. They are brothers, so they should share their blessings, and from now on everyone works hard. He lights up over a poisoned spread. A man lifts a tray of fried food and calls everyone over. There is plenty for all. The generous gesture that will finish them, passed hand to hand. A calm interior. Rival men lounge in a heated apartment, two smoking by a frost-glazed window, others sunk into couches. The last peaceful evening any of them will ever have. Dragging on a cigarette, the red-haired leader says it cold and quiet. That bastard Zhang Yi probably poisoned this batch. He has seen through the whole thing. Then he shrugs it off. Not bad to keep eating and drinking for free, he decides, and let the fools still in the dark keep working. He feeds his own people to the trap. Elsewhere, a man tells his partner warmly they will not live in fear anymore, since someone brings food and they just work hard. The ordinary ones believe every word, which is what damns them. The grateful couple is sure their parents in heaven are watching, that the disaster will pass. No more hunger, no more violence, a good life ahead. The cruelest hope poured straight into the poison. At that moment the next day, Zhang Yi stands in a doorway, towel around his neck, eyes sharp, wondering if the infighting has started yet, checking on a plan that works while he sleeps. Across the way, the rivals round on the promise. Did he not swear that work means food? So where is the food now after they broke their backs for it? The deal begins to rot. In the rival building, the leaders turn on their workers, sneering they laze all day then demand food. The supply Zhang Yi dangled has become a knife between them. And there it is. Out in the snow, they fall on each other with shovels and poles, the alliance ripping itself apart exactly as Zhang Yi promised. He never fired a shot. Hunger did the work for him. Grateful neighbors crowd his couch, asking what the commotion outside was about. Zhang Yi just smiles and says it's none of their concern. He already knows exactly who is dying out there. The plan is moving faster than even he expected. He says it out loud, almost bored by how easy it has become to play these people. Food is scarce now, and people are getting reckless. He warns them to be careful in the days ahead, the way a wolf warns the sheep to stay close. A lone figure trudges through the white wasteland, framed by the bodies the cold has already claimed. The world outside his door has stopped pretending to be civilized. From the high windows, the frozen city glitters like a graveyard. Somewhere down there, the men who crossed him are learning the price. The manager hands a child food, marveling that Zhang Yi still finds supplies in this weather. She has no idea how, and that ignorance keeps her alive. She tells him she feels sorry for him, out there risking the cold for everyone's sake. He lets her believe it. The pity costs him nothing and buys him everything. Behind the gracious smile, the math is running cold. He notes that the food was practically handed over for personal use and files the weakness away for later. Enjoy the food, he tells them, come and take some. The warmth in his voice is real enough to fool a room. None of them hear the word farewell hiding inside the invitation. He calls it a farewell meal, so naturally the richer the better. He is already deciding how generous to be with people he intends to bury. A dying man curses the neighbors who killed his whole family and lied about it, screaming for them to rot. His rage means nothing now. The cold does not negotiate. Inside, Zhang Yi lounges with a rifle across his lap, calm as a man on holiday. Tomorrow excites him, and that quiet smile is the most dangerous thing in the building. Golden eyes, easy grin, a glass of something warm. He says he is really looking forward to tomorrow. Coming from him, that is a death sentence with a date attached. Morning light over the snow, and the survivors who did not make the right move are scattered where they fell. Some simply froze. All of them ran out of time. He surveys the aftermath without flinching. People forced off the buildings, others tortured to death under the cold. To him, it reads less like tragedy and more like data. Last night's battle was fierce, he notes, almost approvingly. The bodies in the drifts are the receipt for a war he helped light without ever lifting a hand. A neighbor asks if they still have to work today, given the carnage. Of course, Zhang Yi answers. The world ended, but his rules did not. If you want to eat in this future, he tells them flatly, you work. No exceptions, no pity, no charity dressed up as kindness. He walks past a corpse half buried in snow without slowing his step. Death has become scenery, and the living take the hint. The dying man's last words crawl out of him. He cannot even finish before the cold takes the rest. Want to be like them? The man finishes, a warning aimed at anyone still listening. It lands on no one. The lesson here is written in frost, not words. The neighbors scramble to obey, swearing they will start working right away. Fear does what loyalty never could, and Zhang Yi barely has to raise his voice. Moments later, the leaders gather, uneasy. No one from the other buildings is coming out to shovel snow. The silence outside is starting to feel like a held breath. Do you think they are free now? One asks. Last night was only the beginning, and the conflict between the unit bosses and the ordinary residents is just getting started. Unless the food problem gets solved, one side has to be wiped out completely. He says it plainly, the way you state a fact everyone already feared. How could anyone wipe out that many people in one night? Another wonders, calling it 2 peaches that killed 3 heroes. He has no idea the gardener stands nearby. Why get involved at all, one argues. Let them tear each other apart and burn out on their own. It is cold logic, and in this winter cold logic is the only kind that survives. The negotiation group sets its terms, threatening to cut off food and even cigarettes if there is no progress by tomorrow. Everyone is squeezing everyone now. Then, the snow keeps falling, indifferent, burying the schemes along with the bodies. Nearly a third of the population gone. He turns the number over, calling it a swift impact. The scale does not horrify him, it impresses him. These people clearly cannot feed themselves, he reasons, so why aren't they rebelling for a chance to live? The question is bait, and he already knows the answer. Aren't they just solving the food problem, he says, gesturing at the corpses in the snow. Fewer mouths, more rations. The arithmetic of the apocalypse is brutal and clean. When there are no other options, he explains, most creatures will do whatever it takes to survive and avoid harm. He is describing them. He is also describing himself. A voice calls out, Zhang Yi, wait up. The blonde woman pushing through the snow is Fang Yuqing, the ex who once helped get him killed. He does not break stride for her. She wants to talk cooperation again. He turns, unreadable, and asks what she could possibly have to say to him. The distance in his voice is a door already half closed. Without warning, she warns that if the neighborhood keeps unraveling, it collapses and the desperate turn violent. She is begging him to care about a future she will not be part of. "Oh, and then what?" he says, almost amused. He lets her keep talking, the way you let someone dig before you decide whether to fill the hole. She pitches big now. Scientific management, expansion, order rebuilt from chaos. In a world that has collapsed, she insists, a kingdom is not impossible. "You can be the king," she offers, "and I will assist you." His golden eyes narrow. He has heard this exact promise before from a different mouth, right before it killed him. "Do you really mean that?" he asks. He already knows she does not. Yu Qing's loyalty has always lasted exactly as long as her advantage. "You have pushed a lot of people into cooperating with your words," she presses, "and plenty of them have suffered for it." She thinks she is cornering him. She is reading the wrong man. "How can you guarantee you won't be next?" she asks. It is the smartest thing she has said all day, and it will not save her. "It is you people who end up dead," she says, "so leave me out of that." The blonde flinches at her own words, suddenly aware of which side of the line she is standing on. "Zhang Yi, please," she begs, sinking lower. She will accept any condition he names. The woman who once held his life cheap is now bargaining for her own. He stands alone in the white, her pleading shape small behind him. No casualties in his building, everyone still cooperating. The calm he built is its own kind of alibi. A man with glasses and a bandaged eye stops him. "Zhang Yi, what brings you here?" The tone is friendly. The eyes behind the lenses are doing arithmetic. "How did you do it?" the man asks, smile thin. Every other building warred over food and Zhang Yi's stayed quiet. That's not luck. That's a question. He keeps probing. "Did you use some method to hide the news?" He is circling the truth without quite touching it, and Zhang Yi lets him circle. "I've hidden nothing," Zhang Yi answers smoothly. "From the start, I shared the negotiation results with everyone and distributed the food fairly. Every word is technically true, which makes the lie perfect. Try to be clever," the man warns, "and you will all starve together with no one left alive." He thinks he is delivering a threat. Tomorrow he learns who actually controls the food. "Could you help us?" the man asks, the accusation dissolving into a request. The interrogation was only ever the opening bid. Now comes the asking. "Sorry, that's not possible," Zhang Yi says flatly. "With your abilities, you could rally a group and corner all the benefits," the man insists, mistaking refusal for modesty. "Your lack of foresight and your greed," the man says, leaning on a pipe in the storm, make this almost a crime. He is lecturing a man who has already planned how the day ends. "I'm aware," Zhang Yi replies through the scarf, "but what other options do I have?" He wears the helplessness like a coat. Underneath, the plan is loaded and waiting. A grateful neighbor catches him on the path. "Are you heading out today, or did you already gather yesterday's food?" The dependence is total now, exactly as designed. "I will go out later," Zhang Yi promises, "and bring back good tobacco and wine for you all." He is stocking the table for a feast no one will walk away from. "Brother Zhang Yi," the man gushes, "I misjudged you. If you ever need help, just call." He has no idea he's pledging loyalty to the poisoner. "You're our lifesaver," another insists, "a debt they can never repay. From this day on, my life belongs to you." He accepts the devotion like a king accepts coin. Arms over their shoulders, they call each other brothers, and Zhang Yi vows to fulfill anything they need. Their long shadows stretch across the snow. One of them already glows red. "Line up in an orderly manner to get your food," he tells the crowd. They obey like clockwork, hungry and trusting, queuing up for the hand that owns them. Someone presses for extra, asking if he can spare a few cigarettes too. The demands keep stacking, and Zhang Yi watches generosity get mistaken for weakness. Their requests aren't excessive, just 1 pack a day, the man insists. It means everything to him. To Zhang Yi, it is one more thread in a web he is about to pull tight. "All right," he agrees. He will provide cigarettes for whoever needs them starting tomorrow. He gives and gives, building trust only because of how he plans to spend it. A lone figure stands in the endless white, the deal struck. Behind that easy yes, the trap is finished. Tomorrow it springs. An ally frowns. Brother Zhang Yi, aren't you being too generous with them? He cannot see the angle yet. Generosity is just the bait that makes the hook invisible. Feeding them is already a kindness, the ally argues, yet they push for more. Zhang Yi only says their demands aren't unreasonable, so he can't treat them unfairly. Leave it as it is, he says, ending the debate. Two men size each other up in the cold. Everyone is exhausted, everyone is scheming, and Zhang Yi is simply better at it. All right, it is almost time. He flexes his hand, and the casual gesture carries the weight of a countdown. The waiting is nearly over. The losses from infighting are at least 400, he calculates, and if it keeps going, it could drag the others down with him too. He is not gambling. He is closing the only exit. Tomorrow, he tells himself, make a decisive move. The fist clenches in the dim light. After tomorrow, there will be no one left to push back. Down in the storage room, he gathers what he needs. Let the farewell meal be more lavish, he decides, considering it mercy enough on his part. Food, tobacco, alcohol, he murmurs over the spread, guaranteed to catch them all. The poison goes in with the same care another man would put into a gift. It is all coming together too smoothly, he admits, the progress almost suspicious. Even at the edge of victory, the survivor in him keeps checking the shadows. Could their reluctance mean Building 21 planted a spy? He wonders, or is he just paranoid? He sets the doubt down. He has weapons and the safe house. They can't touch him. There is no point fretting, he tells himself, as long as he holds the high ground. The confidence is earned. It is also the exact moment a story likes to test a man. They arrive at the meeting point, calling out that they are here. Zhang Yi steps out to greet them, every piece of his trap already in place. Stay here and wait, he tells them. I will call them down to collect their supplies. His voice is steady. The smile he hides is anything but. Everyone, come and collect your supplies, he announces, handing the first bag over. The line shuffles forward, trusting, and the jaws of the plan begin to close. The plan is on the verge of success, he thinks, golden eyes blazing in the dark. One more move and the last threat in the district is finished. Then the crowd shifts. People from Building 21, he realizes, the one name he feared. The smooth machine of his plan just hit something he did not put there. A face surges out of the throng, and the word lands like ice water. The trap he set just sprang in the opposite direction. A man levels a pistol straight at him, eyes wild with hate. The one variable Zhang Yi could not control, a gun, has found him at the worst possible second. The shooter shoves through the press of bodies toward him, weapon up. For the first time in this whole campaign, Zhang Yi is the prey instead of the planner. Then the muzzle flashes, and a body slams into Zhang Yi, taking him to the ground. Someone just stepped between him and the bullet. A beat later, the cry tears out of him as the older man crumples in his arms, the round meant for Zhang Yi buried in his lieutenant instead. The loyalty he cultivated just cost a life. Without warning, the shooter racks the weapon for another, framed in red. Grief has nowhere to go yet. The next second decides everything. It was my mistake, Zhang Yi says coldly. I won't repeat it again. The shock is already hardening into something far worse for the men in front of him. He rips the rifle free and brings it up. The careful schemer is gone. What is left is the thing his neighbors made when they killed him the first time. You bastards, die. The gun bucks in his hands and the front row comes apart. There is no plan now, only the massacre. Muzzle flashes strobe across the snow as silhouettes drop in a row. The man who spent weeks playing gentle has stopped pretending entirely. How did he get a rifle? Someone screams, run away. The hunters from Building 21 understand too late that they walked into the wrong man's killing ground. They scatter, but the snow gives nowhere to hide. Their panic is the same panic the dying have been wearing all winter. Now it is their turn. "Thanks, Uncle Yo, for taking the shot," he says, leveling the weapon. "I will avenge you. I will kill every single one of them. The vow is quiet, and that is what makes it final." A man throws up his hands, swearing he had nothing to do with it, begging to be spared. "So what?" Zhang Yi answers and fires. "Zhang Yi, I truly had no part in this." Another pleads, "I beg you, trust me." He has heard pleading before, from the wrong side of a torture session. He does not slow down. A woman drops to her knees, hands clasped, crying that she has a 13-year-old daughter and needs to live to see her again. Her terror is real. The trigger does not care. One shot, and she falls into the snow beside the others. Whatever mercy Zhang Yi had a month ago died with him the first time. This is what came back instead. "Sorry," he says over the bodies, "I am not the kind of man who lets an enemy keep living freely. It is not cruelty for its own sake. It is the rule that kept him breathing." The killing ground falls still, the snow littered with the people who came to take his life. The threat from Building 21 is not negotiated or contained. It is erased. Then the rage drains and the grief floods in. He chokes on it, the rifle suddenly heavy in his hands. The man he could not save is the one who saved him. "Uncle Yo, are you still alive?" he calls, dropping to cradle the older man in the red snow. The cold commander is gone. For one moment, he is just someone losing a friend. He digs out an epinephrine shot with shaking hands, the survivalist instinct overriding the despair. He has supplies for everything. He never stalked for this. "Come here and lend me a hand," he orders the bystanders, the snap of command back in his voice. Uncle Yo is not allowed to die in the snow, not on a day Zhang Yi won. "Okay, let's go and help," someone answers, and they hoist the wounded man up between them. The crowd that nearly watched him die now scrambles to obey. "Bring him to my house," he orders, "but handle him gently." He moves ahead through the corridor, and every step is a race against the bullet still inside his lieutenant. Uncle Yo's wife is already there, pressing a cloth to him, sobbing for her husband to hold on. Zhang Yi's war just put a widow and a baby on the wrong end of his ambition. "If anything happens to you," she weeps, "how would we survive?" The cost of his plan finally has a face, and it is looking at the man who ordered the feast. Moments later, "If you leave us, how will the baby and I manage?" Her grief is an accusation he cannot answer with logic. Some debts the spatial storage cannot stock. "You think it is brave to take a bullet for someone," she sobs, "but can you justify it to a widow and an orphan?" The loyalty Zhang Yi inspired has a body count. "Zhang Yi, my husband will be all right, won't he?" she pleads. "Don't worry," he tells her. It is the first promise all chapter he is not sure he can keep. "Come here and lend me a hand," he calls again, an epinephrine injection ready in his palm. He works fast, buying seconds, because seconds are all Uncle Yo has left. "Okay, let's go and help out," the man agrees, taking the weight. "Bring him to my house," Zhang Yi repeats, "but handle him gently." Every word is clipped with urgency. They carry him down the corridor, rifles still in hand, the victory already soured by the cost of it. The conqueror of the district is running to save the one life that mattered. "Brother Yo, what's wrong?" His wife cries at the bedside, cradling the baby. "If anything happens to you," she asks the unconscious man, "how do we survive?" "If you leave us," she weeps, "how will baby and I manage? Let's go together." Around Zhang Yi, love and death keep arriving in the same breath. "You think it is brave to take a bullet for someone else?" She presses Zhang Yi through tears, "but can you justify it to a widow and an orphan?" He has no answer that would comfort her. "Zhang Yi, my husband, brother you, he will be all right, won't he?" she asks. "Don't worry," he tells her, and turns to the only person who can make it true. He swears he'll spare no effort to save him, and with Zhou Care, a renowned hospital's chief doctor, there's a chance. The divine healer is his last card. "If my husband dies," the widow says, "please take good care of the baby." Zhang Yi carries the dying man up the stairs toward Care, racing the cold. He remembers it now, the test from the start. He held out a stick to a desperate man, told him to attack, a loaf of bread as reward. Every favor since was a string he can pull.